The corruption is not stopping. We've got a lot more stories today. But first, I want to talk about the reason why. It's because there are going to be no consequences for any of this. This is right out of the Wall Street Journal. Trump promises mass pardons to staff before leaving office. Now, I got to be clear. The president denies this through the press secretary, saying it was all a joke. The Wall Street Journal should learn to take a joke. However, we know already there have been a bunch of fraud pardons. Half of his 88 individual pardons are for white-collar offenses. Many of those people would have had to pay restitution, except now they don't. So their victims literally are not going to get their money back. One estimate put the total amount at approximately $1.3 billion in restitutions and fines that have been eliminated. And the corruption has gotten so insane that everyone has started to admit it, even people who are friends with this administration.
The Trump family has enriched itself to the tune of $4 billion since taking office again in 2024. Does this concern you at all?
Of course. I mean, I've been calling this out, I think, before pretty much anybody else. If the name were Biden and instead of Trump, people would be screaming bloody murder. And how this was not beneficial to President Trump's agenda either. So sure, that
well, not beneficial to his agenda or corrupt?
I mean, both, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That was Ben Shapiro, arguably the biggest cheerleader for this whole administration. Even he talks about how corrupt it is, although when asked if there are going to be any consequences for it, he's pretty honest that he thinks there will be a way out.
So you're confident that the Justice Department will pursue corruption charges against the Trump family?
I forgot to switch weapons.
Because it's independent?
I'm confident that the president will likely pardon himself and his children in the same way that Joe Biden did on his way out.
Now you can see it's almost become a Washington joke. The idea that there will be no consequences for this is such a foregone conclusion that when thinking about it, these people laugh about it. In other instances, people like Ann Coulter will allege in one breath that this is the most corrupt presidency in history, and on the other hand say, well, they just don't care.
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history. With the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations.
What do you mean you don't care? And why are we laughing? It's the most corrupt administration in history. I don't care. I just care about these other things. I mean, that is insane to me. Even Alex Jones does not try to defend some of the crypto tokens that have been released by this administration.
A bunch of the coins that groups that the president's with and all the kids put out. I say kids, most of them are older than me.
It should show and prove that these people don't actually give two shits about fucking corruption. They only care about getting their own fucking way by any means. Even if they have to fucking suck the dick of a corrupted dumb motherfucker. Holy shit. I love it. You're such a fucking hoe. I love it. Your boyfriend is a dork. McLovin.
They were rug pulls.
Yeah, so when you hear the word rug pull, you hear that there's going to be no consequences because there's going to be pardons. When you hear this is the most corrupt presidency in history, I just want you to know, that's not me saying it. That's Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Ann Coulter. And that all brings us to a giant news story happening in World Liberty Financial. One of these coins that Alex Jones says was a rug pull. Now, even I think that's pretty strong language, but as a reminder of what this company is, we have their Meet Our Team section. You can see Donald Trump, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Barron Trump, Chase Hero, Zach Folkman, Steve Witkoff. You got the whole team right here. That is, unless you tried to visit this website recently. The About page, where all their names are listed and their pictures, has since been removed. They're beefing right now with one of their biggest supporters, Justin Sun. Now, you may remember that name because Justin Sun was under investigation by the SEC until he bought a bunch of Trump meme coins and the World Liberty token. He became one of the top holders. He even became an advisor. And then the SEC proposed a settlement with him and dismissed all remaining claims. You can see Justin Sun is mentioned here. They entered a final judgment where they settled claims that, quote, they facilitated wash trading to artificially inflate the trading volume of the crypto asset TRX. Justin Sun admits he was an early supporter who heavily invested in World Liberty Financial, and he says he did so because he believes in the vision that was presented to the public, and maybe a little bit because of the investigation hanging over his head, although we can't say for sure. What he says, though, is what was never disclosed to me or any other investors that World Liberty Financial embedded a backdoor blacklisting function in the smart contract used to deploy World Liberty Financial tokens. And then he alleges that is what happens to him. So he's going at these guys. He's condemning them. He says so explicitly, I denounce the ongoing token scandals by the bad actors at World Liberty Financial. The World Liberty team has responded to him saying, does anyone still believe this guy? Justin's favorite move is playing the victim while making baseless allegations to cover up his own misconduct. My guy! They're basically calling him a criminal, where it's like, yeah, but isn't that why we should have gone after him the first time? And then they say this is remarkable. Same playbook, different target. World Liberty Financial isn't the first. Well, yeah, that's why we were investigating him until the SEC settled the case. They say, we have the contracts, we have the evidence, we have the truth. See you in court, pal. This is one of the largest investors in World Liberty Financial, calling them bad actors, essentially calling it a scam, this undisclosed blacklist function that he alleges was in there, that he alleges stole his tokens. Meanwhile, World Liberty Financial's like, you're a criminal. This is your playbook, whatever that means. See you in court, pal. So apparently, if you invest in the president's coins, you get a settlement. You don't have to go to court. But if you go after them, if you call them out for these alleged blacklist functions, well, now all of a sudden we'll see you back in court. We're going to take you back there. Now, honestly, I don't know who I dislike more in this whole situation, but I have to say it doesn't stop with Justin Sun, because besides just mentioning his own grievances, he's calling them out for a very specific story that just dropped on CoinDesk. It says Trump's World Liberty Financial uses $5 billion World Liberty Fi to borrow $75 million from a platform its advisor co-founded. World Liberty Financial is a very illiquid token that basically they printed out of thin air. I mean, a lot of these tokens are currently locked up, and essentially the story is that they deposited those illiquid tokens as collateral onto a platform that their advisor is co-founding in order to withdraw 75 million real dollars. Now, that's a big problem because, of course, it's a huge risk for the entire platform to have so much of its collateral in this token that really, will it sustain that sale? No, it won't. This is highlighted by a Twitter user who shows that if you try to sell $8 million of World Liberty Financial, you're only going to get $2 million back because there's just not enough volume to sustain this kind of selling. So the idea is if you're depositing all this collateral, a total of about $400 million of World Liberty Financial, and then using it to borrow a stablecoin, that's a huge risk that a protocol probably wouldn't allow, except for the fact that you know the owner. Now, for those who are watching who are wondering, okay, why is this all a big deal? Let me just explain that FTX, this is actually one big reason they collapsed. They were using FTX customer funds for trading, and one of the ways they did that was they used their exchange's native token as collateral, and they borrowed a lot of real dollars. They used their worthless tokens to borrow the real dollars. Not very dissimilar from what's going on here. Now, World Liberty Financial actually addressed all of what they call FUD going around in the World Liberty market's lending position. They say they're not anywhere near liquidation, and frankly, even if the markets move dramatically against us, we'd simply supply more collateral. But the question is, well, if your collateral is dropping in value, the World Liberty Financial, adding more of that same collateral is not going to do anything. And of course, this is just one of many stories of self-dealing that's come out in recent months about World Liberty Financial. Like this article from the Wall Street Journal that a spy sheik bought a secret stake in the Trump company World Liberty Financial, a $500 million investment for 49% of World Liberty. And then in the wake of that, the UAE won access to tightly guarded AI chips. And of course, the concern is when you look at the complicated financials, ultimately this is some kind of quid pro quo going on here, where foreign actors are basically investing money to get an outcome they like. And of course, Justin Sun is another one of those foreign nationals who is a huge investor in all of this. And it begs an interesting question. You know, we have basically the president's family's crypto empire being heavily invested in by basically other countries, right? Like the main business of World Liberty Financial is their stablecoin, USD1. Now, if you actually look at the market cap of who's using USD1, you see that it was used for a Binance investment. And I will remind you that if you go to Binance.com, you can't use it because it's literally not allowed in the United States. They have a sister branch, but we're talking about Binance proper here. And then we have a USD1 boost program, and then we have a $40 million reward program that spikes the utilization further. Now, of course, what's the connection here between Binance and World Liberty Financial? Well, many would point to the pardon that got subsequently issued to Changpeng Zhao. He was for a long time the CEO of Binance. He's also a heavy investor into something called Aster. This is another company doing a big deal with USD1. Now, once again, you go to that website, it says service is not available in your region. So a lot of the deals they're cutting, a lot of the money they're raking in is coming from products, places, companies, services that are not in the United States. Like, that's just a fact. And the question you have to ask yourself at the end of the day is your government working for you, or are they using it to work for themselves? Is all of this stuff actually benefiting the average consumer? And this brought me back to a podcast I had seen on the Iced Coffee Hour, where Eric Trump is talking about how he made so much money in crypto.
Eric Trump, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. Really appreciate it.
Good to be on, guys.
So you tweeted today, and it went viral, that the Trump family has made more than $1 billion in crypto. How did you guys make it?
Well, we started the three most successful crypto projects probably in history.
Now that is a massive whopper, if I've ever heard one. I mean, you can just take a look for yourself. You got the official Trump coin way down. You've got the official Melania meme down 94%. Even World Liberty Financial is not doing so hot. So when he says,
well, we started the three most successful crypto projects probably in history.
You know, what is he talking about? And who is he talking about they were successful for? I mean, actually, he's right that they were some of the most successful in history for certain people. But for the average investor who put their money in this stuff, it's been atrocious. It's been a bloodbath for most of them. And that's, of course, what corruption is at the end of the day. It's using political office or proximity to it in order to enrich yourself. Now, I'll remind you that all three of these successful crypto projects claim to have nothing official to do with politics, but it's obvious to see that they wouldn't have been half, a quarter, even an eighth as successful were it not all affiliated with the President of the United States. So I just wanted to call this out because although there's kind of this general consensus now that there is corruption going on, you have these, right-wing people saying it's the most corrupt presidency in history, there's varying levels of does it matter, right? And I wanted to say, I, for one, do care. I think everyone should care because not only is it wrong, it's demoralizing when you feel like there's two different sets of rules for like the rich, powerful people and everyone else. So even if you're the type to acknowledge it but say, well, it's just not one of my top issues, I have to say, like Ben Shapiro says himself, this stuff is harmful at large to the agenda you do care about because it is poison. Corruption is not just something that happens in the abstract. It's something that eats away at the very legitimacy of your own government. So, I just wanted to call out yet another story. In this case, we have Justin Sun, a beneficiary of this administration, calling it out. But this is a long trend of a story about self-dealing and corruption that I think a lot of people have not been paying enough attention to.
And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Donald Trump, he thought he was being depicted as a doctor, yes, because doctors typically wear the exact same outfit that Jesus Christ is always depicted in. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, for another episode of What Will Dementia Don Do Next? Now, if you didn't have on your 2026 bingo cards Donald Trump posting AI slop images depicting himself literally as Jesus Christ and then immediately attacking the Catholic Pope on social media, well, that's unfortunate for you because as ridiculous as that story sounds, it just actually fucking happened. And MAGA evangelicals just holding on for dear life at this point as their dear fearless leader blasphemies Christ in front of the entire world. But don't worry, Trump got so much backlash from his own base that he immediately chickened out, deleted the post, and came up with the dumbest excuse you're ever going to hear in your life. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Yes, again, I know if you've had to have seen this story before. It's the most viral story on the internet. But if not, yes, this is an actual real thing. And we're going to start by showing you the actual picture that he posted and then deleted immediately after. But the internet is forever, of course. And then all of the incredible memes and reactions that are already coming from this. So of course, let's start with this absolutely deranged, delusional, dementia-ridden psychopath post by Donald Trump last night. Now, of course, when I first saw this image, I thought for sure this had to be fake. My buddy JD DeLay sent it to me, and I went, no way. Even for this fucking insane dipshit, there is no way he'd post. And I checked Truth Social, and yes, it turns out this is true. Donald Trump posted this himself. As you can see, he's standing there in traditional garb that we see Jesus depicted in all the time, as he's got holy light coming out of his hands and healing the sick as brave Americans look on with the American flag waving in the background. Yes, the textbook definition of...
I think it's fucking hailing. Oof. Good thing my window ain't made out of glass.
Of blasphemy, but the audacity of this.
Also, apparently there's supposed to be a slight chance of a possible tornado, so that's fucking awesome. Good thing the town I live in is pretty much on a hill. Which, oh god, what the fuck? Dude is possessed. Which I don't know if it really matters if it's on like a hill type deal, but I don't know how much flat land there needs to be in order for a tornado to like form, but there's like slight flat land area type deal. So we'll just have to wait and see. Anyways.
Guy. The thing is he really does think he's God. I mean, his inner circle around him is telling him all the time that he's the Messiah sent back to save us from not really sure what. But again, he got utterly destroyed by the entire internet for posting this. Now, first thing we're going to start with is the memes the internet immediately, of course, jumped in on, me myself included, making some. Then we're going to talk about Donald Trump attacking the Pope in this weird, bizarre, again, delusional, dementia-ridden essay, of course, on Truth Social. And then we're going to get a bunch of the internet's best reactions. But let's start with the memes. So first one, I made this one myself. As you can see, there's Donald Trump as he's resurrecting our greatest allies, dear leader. Big Jeff smiling, looking on in the background as MAGA simps look on in awe. Next one, a little bit similar to mine, but as you can see, Donald Trump resurrecting Big E as the cast of the Files looks on in amazement. Here's Donald Trump as Moses for this one. Trump's #1 commandment, thou shalt not demean, desecrate, nor disagree with the word of Trump, lest I be eternally cast as low IQ, poorly rated.
I tried to dodge left,
and
but
here's
there was
another one as someone took the regular image and
shit.
photoshopped an image of Jesus Christ in the exact same outfit, which is going to be important later to Trump's excuse, in the background saying, oh, really?
Your reckoning has come.
What is this?
Hell yeah.
And then we have Donald Trump.
I'm not even
attempting to
religious, but I
resurrect
approve that
Lindsey Graham.
message.
Why not? Now, this image cannot be interpreted as anything else other than Donald Trump pretending he is Christ.
How the fuck are you gonna look at someone like Donald Trump and not be like, that's the Antichrist? Like, what?
healing the sick, right? It's the most obvious thing in the world. But don't worry, let's wait for Donald Trump's excuse. You're going to love this. Now, Donald Trump, of course, chickens out, can't stand on business. Let's see what his excuse was for posting this image from his own True Social.
Jesus Christ. Well, it wasn't a depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oh, Donald Trump, he thought he was being depicted as a doctor. Yes, because doctors typically wear the exact same outfit that Jesus Christ is always depicted in. We can put these two up side by side. Yeah, Don, sure. Yeah, you're just a doctor wearing Jesus's outfit with holy light coming out of your hands as you're healing someone by touching their forehead. Yeah, that's typically what you see at Walter Reed. Right, Donnie? And just in case we're confused, here's a stock image of what a doctor looks like. So, yeah, good excuse, Trump. And I love how he says only the fake news media could interpret that I was posing as Jesus Christ. And a huge portion of his base is furious with him finally. Apparently, this is the last thing it actually took, was blaspheming Christ, to finally get some of them to say something he did was wrong. But should we be surprised? For those of you who don't know, Donald Trump is the only president ever that did not swear in on his inauguration on the Bible. Did you know that? Kind of makes sense now, doesn't it? And isn't it bizarre that his entire base is evangelicals, as he just continuously desecrates the religion and blasphemies Christ? Wild stuff. And this is one of those final nail in the coffin moments. I'm going to show you some reaction videos later from some of the most hardcore pro-MAGA people you've ever seen in your life who've officially thrown in the towel. And we can tell that the best way we should look at the UFC's comment section from the video they posted of Donald Trump's walkout, because the UFC audience is the most likely to be the biggest MAGA demographic you're going to find. Let's see what they think about Trump now. All right, as you can see here, the official UFC account where they posted that walk-in video where Donald Trump got booed so bad they had to have the audio engineer overplay Kid Rock music to cover it up. Well, let's look at the comment section. From top comments. This isn't a flex anymore, UFC. Sending 50,000 of our troops to war, but he's at a UFC event. I have a friend who was there. He said the sound crew definitely deafened out the boos. Trump for prison. Imagine seeing this and thinking they're the good guys. File protector. What happened to America First? UFC loves catering to files. Well, I no longer like the UFC. America First released the files. No new wars. UFC is pro-pedophile? That tracks. 100% negative comments on the UFC's page. MAGA, you boys cooked. You guys are cooked. And Don Jr. was there as well. Let's check out his official Instagram page and his official post. Here we go, as you can see, from top to bottom. First comment, Israel's favorite family. When y'all dropping the list? Biggest disappointment of our lives. What does Israel have on your dad? Israel First Crew, sponsored by Israel. Cooked. It's over. It is officially over. However, it's not actually over, because that was only one half of Donald Trump's massive crash out. Here is the second half. Now, after Donald Trump claimed that he was Jesus Christ himself, he then came out and attacked the Catholic Pope. Why not? Trump says Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Why? Because he's anti-war? The Pope is supposed to be anti-war. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID, when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10, even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him, because Louis is MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. No, you probably want your religious leaders to not condone attacking other countries, but okay. Right. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States, and there it is, because I'm doing exactly what I was elected. No, you're not. You're not. You're doing the polar opposite of that. Leo should be thankful because everyone knows he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought it would be the best way to deal with me. Okay, again, at this point, if we can't just be honest with ourselves and say this guy is fully down the dementia rabbit hole, I mean, he very, very clearly has frontal lobe dementia, and the 25th Amendment needs to happen immediately. Think about this. In the span of just a little over a week, Donald Trump on Easter spit in the face of all Christians by dropping F-bombs and praising Allah, also disrespected 2 billion Muslims, and then following that now is attacking the Catholic Church with another 1.5 billion Catholics. So it seems like Donald Trump is attacking every religion except one. Huh. That's bizarre, isn't it? Now, why might Trump really be mad at the Pope? Well, because Donald Trump has in between a 32 and 39% approval rating, based off which polls you're looking at, abysmally low, some of the lowest in U.S. presidential history. The Catholic Pope, however, has a plus 34 favorability rating within the United States. So it turns out people love this Catholic Pope and they hate Donald Trump's guts, and he cannot stand that. Now, of course, MAGA is falling in line, and now Catholicism is bad, Christianity is bad, everything's bad except for, his actual religion. We know what that is at this point. But what does J.D. Vance have to say about all this? You know, J.D. Vance is supposedly a devout Catholic, right? Well, as you can see here on J.D. Vance's official page, well, he's got a book called Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. He wrote an entire book on the Catholic Church. But what's missing? Oh, he hasn't had a word to say about not just Donald Trump, but the Pentagon also threatening the Vatican. J.D. Vance is a devout Catholic. We're going to quote that because obviously he's not. Literally silent as usual as Donald Trump attacks the Pope, mocks Christ, and the Pentagon threatens military action against the Vatican. What a gigantic pussy that guy is, huh? But there is consequences for your actions, or lack thereof actions, because now J.D. Vance's approval rating has plunged to a new historic low. He is no longer the front runner in the 2028 election. Even Gavin Newsom is now pulling ahead of Vance. And man, you know, the only thing that guy wants is power. The only thing that he wants is to be the United States president. He doesn't care what type of chameleon he has to be to achieve it. He is an utter opportunist, a never Trumper who sold his soul to Trump just for Donald Trump to burn him into the ground with him. And you love to see it. All right, first up, here we go. Our boy JD DeLay.
But if you're still MAGA in 2026, I'm sorry, dog. That shit is embarrassing. Especially anybody who's a Christian who's still simping for this dude after he posted this. Like, what are you actually doing, bro? He's literally posting AI slop that's making him look like he's Jesus on Truth Social, and it's absolutely blasphemous. This after the weird-ass speech that his con woman spiritual advisor, Paula White, gave, where she was comparing him to Jesus. This dude sold over $6 million of his Trump Bible, which was already bad enough. He didn't even put his hand on the Bible at his second inauguration. Let's not forget that his first-term spiritual advisor, Robert Morris, is literally a convicted pederast. He just dropped this deranged rant full of run-on sentences condemning the Pope because the Pope doesn't support his war in Iran. Ain't nobody reading all that, bro. The fuck? Listen, I've never been a Trump supporter. I'm just somebody who tolerated this dude because the majority of Americans voted for him, and I didn't really have a pony in the fight. But at this point, if you're a Christian and you supported this man, you should be out there flipping over tables.
Well, wow, there's a lot of that going around right now. And I want to show you this one. This account is one of the most hardcore, obnoxious, over-the-top, MAGA, in-your-face, own the libs account that you'll find on the internet in the last 4 or 5 years. Now, you've probably seen this guy before. All he does is wears his MAGA hat and does pro-MAGA content. And look at this.
Today's the day. I can no longer consider myself MAGA. Praying for Donald Trump, wish him the best, not voting Democrat, and I know everyone's going to be like, oh, like you're a traitor, come up with some sort of nickname. They're going to cancel me, unfollow me. I don't care. What I care about is following Jesus and following the convictions that God has given me. And for Donald Trump to endorse Lindsey Graham and to have a lack of accountability in the corrupt Democrat Party, no arrest whatsoever, and the whole Jeff Epstein thing and the war, the airstrikes from Iran a year ago, the current war, although it's not a war now, stealing the oil from Venezuela, Cuba next. And it's like, dude, it's like all of this stuff. It's just like, dude, this is not even what I stand for. And that's okay. There's going to be a Republican come around that I agree with more than Donald Trump. But like today and the past several months, it has slowly gone down a road that I'm not willing to go.
Now, when Trump is losing loyalists like that, again, cooked. It's over. This was the nail in the coffin. Depicting himself as Christ, attacking Catholic Church. Nah, dog. Nah, dog. As Jonah Hill would say, that ain't it, bro. All right, one more from Philip Green Beret, my buddy Terry right here on this.
Patriotism is not blind loyalty. And this is straight blasphemy, no matter which way you look at this. The problem that we are having right now in this country is people are identifying their identity with a politician and not standing behind policies and their beliefs. So they're just letting all of these things go, and they're trying to play mental gymnastics on how can I still support someone when they are doing things that do not align with my values and my belief anymore.
Very, very true. Great points. And to caveat on top of that, here's the reality. If you are someone who believes whatever a politician does or believes or tells you to believe, and you don't have any of your own values or morality that actually stays consistent, you're in a cult. That is called being a cult. You are following a cult leader, and that is all MAGA is at this point. It is just cultists. So much so that these evangelical Christians are willing to take Donald Trump's side over Jesus Christ. Wow. What a time to be alive. Oh, and one more reaction, because it actually made me laugh my ass off from someone unexpected, but it's just another demonstration of just how destroyed MAGA actually is.
God damn.
All right, Tim Pool responds to the post of Donald Trump claiming that he thought he was a doctor in the picture. And Tim says, oh, thank God. I was worried Trump thought of himself as Jesus, but it turns out he's just fucking retarded. Well done, Tim. Come on over to our side. And I welcome all of these people. You guys know that. So many people, especially Democrats, try to say, like, well, you should have known ahead of time. And, well, we told you so. Okay, yeah, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. The good thing is that the rest of America is waking up. That is all we can hope for. That is all we can ask for. So the more people that leave the insanity that is MAGA and come to the side of America first, the better it will be for our country. So we should encourage these people and cheer them on and say, well done, when they decide to leave the insane cult that is Donald Trump. So that's all I got to say on this one. Until the next episode of What Will Dementia Don Do Next? Catch you in the next video.
Las Vegas today is an absolute ghost town. It went from being a larger-than-life dream vacation for most Americans to becoming everything that's wrong with modern society.
The prices are just ridiculous. Everything is insane.
The Desert Inn, that's gone. Mirage is gone.
Sahara.
Everything is gone and different.
It's not hard to understand why tourism is declining more and more each year when you have to spend $30 per day to park at your hotel, then you wait in a 2-hour line to check in, only to not even be greeted by a person, but rather a kiosk. Later, when you're burning up in the 100-degree desert, you'll have to pay $14 for a water bottle to cool down. And if you somehow manage to avoid a car accident while being distracted by the $4 billion sphere that is polluting the sky with blinding LEDs, you might notice that iconic and charming hotels are being demolished while crowds of people cheer for its demise.
Yay!
The saddest part about people being excited to see the old Las Vegas get turned to rubble is they don't realize the new Vegas being built is not for them at all. Because the downfall of Las Vegas is actually by a calculated design. And let this video be a warning, because now that they have the blueprint, corporate overlords are going to execute their plan in your favorite cities all over the world. Las Vegas was in desperate need of a rebrand in the 90s, as it was still seen as a sinner's paradise in the middle of of the desert. Old Vegas was the ideal location for men between the ages of 30 and 65 to pick up prostitutes, get wasted, gamble, and see artists like Elvis Presley or Frank Sinatra. The heart of the Vegas experience was to give guys a reason to abandon their morals for quick and shallow pleasures. And because it was an isolated place from the rest of civilization, visitors felt like they could use Vegas as a way to unleash their desires before returning home and pretending like nothing ever happened. But none of this would have been possible without the oversight from the Italian mob. They treated it like a criminal playground, burying bodies out in the sand and settling turf wars while giving guests the illusion of safety in what became known as Sin City. A past mafia informant for the feds named Andrew Del Monte has gone on record admitting that the organized crime was rampant, but the average tourist had no idea because they were distracted by the glitz and glam.
When the mob was running this town, back in the day, it was more personable. They knew your name when you came to a casino. They knew what your favorite drink was, things that you like to do, a show you should like to go to.
But once the mob was eventually chased out of town, all that was left were racially motivated gang wars, kidnappings, and other filth that nobody was interested in spending hard-earned money to see. And this is where the new king of Las Vegas, Golden Nuggets Steve Wynn, saw an opportunity to change Vegas from a boys' club into more of an adult Disneyland. He was one of the first to conceptualize the mega resort, something that would welcome everyone to a special experience and define the Las Vegas Strip for the next 35 years. Steve broke down the resort experience into a science, focusing on grand architecture and decor that made Vegas more of a glamorous vacation for the middle class.
He is a billionaire, but he isn't all that interested in gambling. His passion is creating the resort.
You satisfied with the way the light is hitting our flowers?
He works closely with his design team and signs off on nearly every detail.
I love this restaurant, Roger.
Why do you focus so much on how it looks?
I can't help myself. It's a sickness. My doctor says if I take my medication, I'm no danger to anybody but myself. I can't help it.
The projects that Steve and his collaborators worked on could be compared to what the UAE did for Dubai. The first was the Mirage, which had a classier feel along with a water and fire light show coming out of an artificial volcano. But what really altered the trajectory of Vegas nightlife was the opening of Excalibur by Circus Circus, which was built like an actual castle in the middle of the Vegas desert. The entire structure was designed like a medieval theme park for children that also happened to have hotel rooms and slot machines to keep the adults engaged. These mega resorts also provided entertainment for the whole family. There were magic acts and performances from icons like Tiger Tamers, Siegfried and Roy, and Excalibur had everything from fire-breathing dragons that emerged from fog to literal arenas where men would dress up as knights in the Tournament of Kings. Over the next 10 years, elaborate mega-themed hotels and massive luxury casinos were becoming part of the new Vegas identity. Harrah's, the Flamingo, Bally's, Paris, Bellagio, MGM Grand, New York, the Egyptian-styled Luxor, Mandalay Bay, and Treasure Island dominated the city skyline. And while prostitution, petty theft, drugs, and other crimes were still rampant, the Dubaiification of Las Vegas made the city look like an entirely new product. But before we dive deeper, at this point in my life, the most important thing to me is my health. I might have ignored some things in the past because finding the right is. Thanks, ZocDoc. Steve Wynn recently reflected on why 90s Vegas was something unique compared to the rest of the world.
It was about freedom. People live a normal life at home. Then they'd set aside some money, a budget, and that money would be used to go to Las Vegas, spend it the way they want, live big, get a little crazy, stay up late, drink, go to shows, maybe gamble, all the bright lights, the freedom of Las Vegas to behave a little crazy. The town gave you permission. It was all about the freedom to indulge yourself. And we don't do that every day in our normal life. We pay attention to things. We live disciplined, go to work, take care of business. But Las Vegas, all that's out the window and you live to
Fuck,
have
I missed.
That was the secret of Las Vegas, and it's real important that not change. People were free to spend the money they wanted. They could eat in fancy restaurants or go to shows, stay up late, even gamble. Their choice. Free choice.
90s Vegas sent a message to Americans that a working family of 4 could have a fun vacation without going broke. You could eat like a king in budget-friendly buffets and restaurants while the kids ran off and played at the nearest arcade. If you didn't have the money to buy a ticket for a show, you and your family could simply walk down the strip and catch the Treasure Island Pirate Show for free, or you could bring a date to watch the Bellagio fountains. This is exactly what made Vegas seem like a magical place. Even if you didn't win big gambling, you still walked away with an experience that was well worth the money. One travel blogger described 1999 Vegas saying, "I took my first legal age trip to Vegas with a friend. We stayed 5 nights at the Manor House at Circus Circus for $100. The package came with 2 buffet coupons, a blackjack match play, and other freebies. Coupon books were treasure maps, leading us from one free drink to the next. The Sahara had $1 blackjack tables. I stretched $40 into hours of play, with free drinks to boot. The Stardust ran a promotion. Spend $50 at any restaurant and get 2 show tickets, plus 2 drinks each. My friend and I could barely hit $25 a piece at the Mexican restaurant, even with 32-ounce margarita mugs. An experience this cheap was almost too good to be true, but the reason it was possible was because dozens of independently run casinos were competing to give you the best deal, something that feels almost entirely gone in our modern world now that private equity owns literally everything. Every hotel, restaurant, and casino had to fight for your attention, which meant cheaper rooms, better comps, more generous odds, and experiences that felt genuinely worth your money. The actual great part of capitalism people don't talk about is when there is a lot of competition between businesses, the customer actually benefits. But the second that competition starts to disappear, corporations will destroy the thing you once loved and rebuild it into an overpriced machine designed to extract as much money from you as possible and make you miserable in the process. By the year 2000, many of these casinos and hotels were becoming dissatisfied with running their own individual operations, so a mega corporation was starting to form. The Park Place Entertainment Corporation was formed when Hilton Hotels Corporation split its lodging and gaming operations into 2 separate companies, accomplished through a tax-free distribution of Hilton's gaming division to its stockholders. The move gave them control over Flamingo, Bally's, Paris, and the capital to purchase Caesar's Palace. Soon after, Steve Wynn sold his company, making MGM Grand become MGM Mirage, which now had control over Bellagio, the Mirage, Treasure Island, MGM Grand Resort, and New York, New York. But if you were a tourist in the early 2000s, you probably had no idea that a couple billionaires were playing a game of Monopoly to take over the Vegas Strip. The whole city was peaking as the ultimate American playground with jugglers, dancers, magicians, zoo animals, and massive gardens, plus most of the outdoor entertainment was completely free. People would be kicking back in their hotels and seeing ads with restaurant prices that seemingly don't exist anymore.
And check out these Santa Fe Station values. 2-for-1 fajitas in Cabo Mexican restaurant. 99-cent margaritas every day in every casino bar.
Marketing teams like R&R Partners came up with the slogan, "What happens here, stays here," or "What happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas." They marketed Vegas to make itself look like the American promised land.
First, there was the ancient Nevada desert. And then an extraordinary vision of a great lake where wildlife could thrive, of championship golf courses, of magnificent homes, of grand luxe resorts, of a lifestyle unparalleled anywhere in the world.
While these mega resorts attracted younger crowds and families with incredible deals for a luxury experience, the older hotels that had become Vegas landmarks were priced out and destroyed. Visually stunning hotels like the Hacienda, Aladdin, El Rancho, Augusta Tower, Castaways, Bourbon Street, Boardwalk, Stardust, and New Frontier that had been around for decades were being demolished one by one. They simply couldn't compete with the new Vegas. There's something kind of cool and dystopian feeling about massive buildings falling, followed by clapping and cheering. Las Vegas was being built bigger and more luxurious than ever, but nobody realized the final product was never meant for us. Leading into 2010, the illusion of choice was strong in Las Vegas. Now there were only 2 companies that owned the mega resorts on the Las Vegas Strip, Caesars Entertainment and MGM Resorts International. Vegas had transformed from a ton of individual businesses into a corporate monopoly. The classic older architecture that had defined Vegas was being replaced by sleeker and more modern luxury buildings like the Cosmopolitan with over 3,000 rooms, large theaters, and classier restaurants. The Aria Resort and Casino looks like something straight out of Dubai. The lack of competition on the Strip started encouraging the few mega resort owners to engage in deceptive pricing. One of these was the start of resort fees. In 2008, MGM Resorts joined the bandwagon, followed by Caesars Entertainment in 2013 after a 2010 ad campaign during which they boasted of no resort fees, and even had Holly Madison posing in a no resort fees zone t-shirt. A price war began, sending base room prices plummeting and resort fees skyrocketing. Now the latter are $56.69 per night at the Bellagio, $56.63 per night at Caesars Palace, and at Circus Circus they're $41.95 on a room with a $43 weeknight base price. And when you find out what these fees are supposed to be for, you start to wonder why you're paying for them at all. According to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, they were originally intended to cover amenities such as access to pools, fitness centers, and wireless internet. Any normal person would question, aren't these amenities supposed to be built into the cost of the room? And yes, at literally any other hotel, they would be. What's insane is sometimes the fees would cost more than the room itself.
We found a few examples, including Harrah's, offering rooms for about $28 a night, but the resort fee is $35 a night. Bally's is offering rooms tonight for $30, which is only $5 less than their resort fee. And the Rio has rooms for $29 tonight, which is only $8 less than their $30 resort fee.
It's also messed up that some of these fees have been known to go to helping pay for online travel agencies, who are often provided a commission for guiding customers to the resort. At that point, the customer is not only paying for an experience they cannot even opt out of, but they're also paying for promotional tools to bring more business to a company that's not giving customers a good deal. YouTuber Jacob's Life in Vegas has been following the decline of quality and rising prices for years.
You know what we have right now on the Strip? We have over 30 individual hotels who charge $50 to $55 for the resort fee per night. So now it's more like a $99 room turns into a $175 room. Because remember, you pay the $99 room price plus the 13.38% room tax on top of that price, plus you pay the $55 resort fee, plus you pay another 13.38% room tax on top of the resort fee.
Now, their strategy is pretty obvious. These hotels want to be able to list the rooms for a supposed great deal, $30, $50, and these days even $100 per night is considered good. But then they sneak in all these fees to the point where you're paying almost double what you thought you were going to spend. Slowly but surely, the middle class was being kicked out of Vegas. It was even getting harder to find something reasonably priced to eat. Buffets were changing from budget breakfasts and burgers and fries into finer dining experiences serving fresh crab legs, sushi, and quality desserts for big spenders.
I know what I gotta do. I gotta make New Vegas. The New Vegas. Yeah. The Fallout universe is real.
And currently, we're seeing the mass effect this has been having on budget spenders all throughout Vegas. Even the affordable restaurants all over the Strip are slowly dying.
One of the Las Vegas Strip's most beloved cheap food spots closed forever in 2024. For years, this place represented everything that made Las Vegas affordable to people who cannot afford five-star dining at every single meal. Ocean One Bar and Grill was the kind of restaurant where families could eat here without breaking their vacation budget, and locals would recommend it to tourists looking for a cheap place to eat. They were well known for having every item on their lunch menu cost just $4.99, and you could get 3 cocktails for $10. The writing was on the wall when the prices started to climb in the months leading up to the closure. You could see that they wanted to keep their prices as low as possible, but they're struggling to survive in an atmosphere where pretty much everything costs more.
Now the only way someone could get a decent deal in Vegas was if they were over 350 pounds, because at the newly opened Heart Attack Grill, anyone who is fatally overweight can get a free meal.
Back then, he told us one of the perks of the job is eating free. Anyone who is over 350 pounds doesn't have to pay.
I'm big, you know what I mean? And so why not? I don't eat here every day, so why not have fun with it and go with it as long as I can?
Sadly, we now know how long that was. Blair died last week at the age of 29. His family says the cause
I'm
of death
29.
was pneumonia.
But as if pricing the average person out wasn't bad enough, now it feels like they are intentionally making the experience worse for anyone who isn't filthy rich or a high roller. With the widespread adaptation of new technology, Vegas is attempting to replace humans and whatever soul was left of the place. At the same time that luxury mega resorts started taking over Vegas, Caesars Entertainment and MGM Resorts were making greater moves to control the behavior of their customer base. It wasn't enough that every hotel was designed to keep you trapped inside. They needed to find a way into your smartphones to track your movement before you even walk through the door. The Las Vegas Sun reported that they began using the technology in 2010 with apps developed by Macro View Labs of San Francisco. The apps allowed resorts to target users by GPS signal, offering different deals depending on how close they are to their destinations. A customer with the app on his or her phone may be having dinner at the Cafe Vetro at the Aria and receive a notice of a special in the casino. Someone in Tulsa, Oklahoma can use the Monte Carlos app to book rooms at the resort and make other travel reservations. And while this might seem like an innocent tool to help the customer find the best deals and tables, these apps were specifically created to trick people into thinking they have options when in reality they're just being advertised another company that the same business owns. The app's lead designer, Aaron Ezra, basically admitted to doing this by saying, "The MGM Grand alone has hundreds of pages of content. Along the strip, you're talking about hundreds of restaurants, hundreds of nightclubs, hundreds of casinos, and hundreds of activities. The individual apps also allow each resort to target its clientele in ways a shared app would not. It's all about being able to send the right information to the right person." In other words, he said, "Our multiple apps give our customer the illusion of choice. The customer doesn't realize this is a monopoly because every casino and hotel has their own app that's giving them a deal, when in reality, all of that money flows back up to the same corporation." The long game for Vegas was finally clear. The mega resorts and cheap entertainment were never about the culture or the excitement. They were giant, beautiful mazes that are designed to be harder and harder to escape with every new building and app that came with it. And the experience for anyone who wasn't filthy rich just kept getting worse. Vegas started replacing humans with these apps and digital systems like self-check-in kiosks. Our goal is never have anybody wait more than 15 minutes, and we were far exceeding our goals by double during certain times of day and days of the week. However, they are trying to optimize something that doesn't need it. Checking into a hotel used to be a comforting part of the experience. You would talk to a friendly clerk, ask them questions about your stay, they might give you some recommendations. It can be a very pleasant interaction and oftentimes is the first person that you actually talk to in a new city. So sure, now it's faster. Wait, no, actually it's not faster.
People visiting Las Vegas are waiting 3 to 4 hours in line waiting to check into their hotel room, and often when they get to the front of the line, they don't even have rooms that are ready yet. This is specifically at Caesars owned properties. This is Paris, and I'm about to show you Horseshoe. They sell their rooms dirt cheap, so they're always busy, and then they staff 2 people to check in guests.
And now, if you want to beat the lines and check in early, well, you're gonna have to pay for that.
The newest horrible ripoff are these crazy early check-in fees. Here at Caesars, I've heard $50 to $75. I've heard even higher at other places.
The corporate leaders running Vegas might want you to think people love the modern digital interface, but there are hundreds of thousands of reviews that say the exact opposite. I worked for Caesars for a couple years, and you are absolutely right about them being understaffed. The bathrooms are disgusting, and the guest waits for everything they need help with. They pack in the value guests and bend over backwards for the big spenders. What was actually happening in Vegas was the same thing that was happening all over the world. Self-checkout lines have cut the number of cashiers in half, and yet we still see someone constantly having to repair them while costs for everyday goods continue to rise. We find ourselves in drive-thrus that are partly managed by artificial intelligence, only for them to glitch or shut down altogether. Food delivery apps promised faster service at lower prices, but all they really managed to do was eliminate the connection between restaurants and customers while charging fees that never benefit drivers. It's the promise of convenience while destroying all the human connection that actually is what gives us the most value, and corporate leaders laugh and line their pockets. Las Vegas is all of these issues on steroids.
Vegas is really, really expensive right now. Is that your experience? That is my experience. So this bottle of water was $14, so...
The entire planet has become a glorified amusement park for the ultra-wealthy, with the rest of us forced to work as the staff. And just as you thought it couldn't get any worse, Las Vegas has decided to remind us every day how they have made every wrong decision by constructing the Sphere. In 2018, Madison Square Garden Entertainment Corp, or MSG, announced that it was working on a new project called the Las Vegas Sphere. The structure was going to be nothing like people had seen before. At 580,000 square feet, a capacity for 18,600 people, and the exterior would be almost entirely wrapped by state-of-the-art LED screens. The inside is also entirely covered by LED screens and 167,000 speakers to give the audience the most immersive experience money could buy. And with the cost of construction reaching as high as $2.3 billion, this was a Dubai-level mega project that definitely couldn't go wrong, right? Nothing could go wrong. No. Caesars Vici Properties swooped in and bought the land under the Venetian and the Sphere for $4 billion. And when it was finally finished in 2023, it really did look incredible. The visual effects were stunning, and it looked like the future of Vegas was going to be incredibly different from what it was before. The Sphere had no casinos, hotel rooms, space for conferences, or anything Vegas was known for. It was meant to be a pure entertainment center where locals and tourists could see their favorite artists perform with the backdrop of wild visual effects. But right away, the Sphere started encountering problems. For starters, it doesn't matter what venue it is, an artist has to be able to sell over 18,000 tickets for people to want to go see them play. And very quickly, the Sphere realized that selling out wasn't going to be that easy, which meant that artists who actually could sell out these shows had a ton of leverage.
Because the only things that can make it work are bands that can do residencies, folks like the Eagles, Dead & Company, or U2. You basically have very few bands that can be good tenants for a venue like this. So that creates a problem. If there's very few bands that can fill a place like this, then that means they have a lot of pricing power on a venue like the Sphere. They can cut really good deals, such that the venue doesn't take home as much money, say, as a normal venue would in your town or my hometown. The Sphere only works with bands that can do these residencies because of all the AV setup required. That means that there's just not that many nights a week you can fill this place. See, residencies don't work on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays because they require people like me to fly in from other states or drive in from California to basically attend those things. It only operates a few nights a week with high volume, high margin kind of stuff like the concert I'm going to. It's a normal arena in, say, in your hometown or my hometown might be busy on Mondays or Tuesdays and making revenue. This bad boy, man, it's pretty much empty.
The Sphere lost $500 million the first year, quickly turning into a financial black hole. And this doesn't even account for the time spent creating graphics for every new artist that performs inside of it. Even worse, there are a large number of seats in the venue where people who spent hundreds of dollars to see a show couldn't even see the entire screen. I mean, the whole point of going to the Sphere and paying the astronomical ticket prices is to see this magnificent screen. But even if you're just a die-hard music fan who wants to hear the performance, well, you might be disappointed, as many people who have sat in those seats report that the sound quality is horrible. Very quickly, the Sphere realized that concerts aren't going to pay the bills. The corporate owners have shifted almost completely to showing movies like The Wizard of Oz because pre-made entertainment cuts down on costs. And while the Sphere is captivating at a first glance, after a while it starts to become an eyesore. Golfers have to deal with a giant emoji trolling them after a bad swing. Blackout curtains at nearby hotels can't even mask the blinding LEDs blasting through the windows. Drivers on the highway at night have an increased chance of being distracted or crashing into another distracted driver. It's slowly being considered a safety hazard that pollutes the area with psychedelic advertisements.
Wild safety things happening in the vicinity of this project.
Aaron Breen specializes in pedestrian safety and says this first-of-its-kind project poses serious traffic safety risks, with drivers stopping in the middle of the road, people running across lanes, all just to get the best possible view.
It's so much worse at night, and which makes it so much worse from a traffic safety standpoint, because it's so much harder to see pedestrians and bicyclists.
Some places are even capitalizing on views like this parking ramp, charging people $20 to see it from this perspective.
And even though the Sphere is falling into financial ruin, it is just the beginning of many more luxury mega projects that Vegas is spending billions on, like the Formula One racetrack that runs through the city, the athletic stadium for $2 billion that's supposed to be open to the public in 2028, the Warner Bros. Sony studio plot, or the LVXP Resort Arena that has plans to make the tallest building in the state. Cold, sterile, luxury projects with no post Soul are the future of this city, and it goes far beyond the Las Vegas Strip. There have been major residential construction projects where Vegas has produced homes to encourage people to settle in the city. Vegas has been constructing homes at a rapid pace and dubbing them luxury estates. Aerial photographs have been taken to show that these homes are soulless carbon copies sold for $2 million on tiny lots. They seriously look like someone constructed a massive assembly line to produce as many overpriced homes as they could. The rapid growth in and around the Strip has made the city incredibly compact and very disorganized. The mega projects make it look like Las Vegas is entering a virtually crime-free era, but it's becoming so tightly packed and densely populated that your $2 million home is usually just a few blocks away from some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the country. Not to mention the countless stories of people putting their life savings into a home inspector's nightmare.
We received messages from homeowners across the valley that shared their own stories of purchasing a brand new home and discovering issues.
I couldn't tell you the number of items. There's pages full, at least 6 pages full.
Mike and Olivia Kraselic moved into their new build in the valley in December of 2021.
Won't open.
Some of the items on their fix-it list range from small to major. After it rained this summer, Olivia heard dripping in the wall.
When they came, they determined that our AC unit was reversed. The pipes were reversed.
Kraselic said there was stucco in the pipes, which caused everything to back up in the pan. The 2-week fix ended up taking a month to repair. They contact customer service and wait on trades to show up for repairs.
By 2026, the colorful and exciting resorts that made Vegas special are unrecognizable. Hotels like the Luxor have been hollowed out, and rooms are full of cheap, stained furniture that don't even fit the Egyptian theme anymore. Plus, these days, it's better served as a giant billboard than a luxury hotel.
Really, the whole room felt very tired and clearly had a note of cigarette smoke in the air, despite this of course being a non-smoking room. Even the bath towels stenched of smoke, but maybe the view would make up for it. Yeah, not really. Our window was located near the top of the building, but it was also behind the massive MGM Betts scrim, which meant our view was very obstructed and very difficult to see it. It also dramatically reduced the amount of light that would shine through, so much so that when I woke up the next day, I didn't even know if it was daylight or not.
Even for places like Circus Circus that still hold many of the old amenities, it typically looks like a depressing ghost town. Its center stage barely holds performances anymore, and the fair games are often completely empty. The Treasure Island's Pirate Show has been closed for years in order to make space for retail. Now, there are still standouts that have mostly refused to transform into bland, colorless, overpriced monsters. The best example of this is Excalibur, which still has the classic buffet, low-budget entertainment, and the original decor matching its theme for families. And while it receives a lot of bad reviews for its room quality, it's not pretending to be something it's not. But sadly, it's one of the last resorts standing that reminds us of what Vegas used to be. By this point, the city is just trying to attract high spenders who won't question the prices and quietly push everyone else out. The truth is that appealing to the middle class simply isn't a desirable business model for a publicly traded company. It's much easier to automate the hotel experience and remove complimentary entertainment that affects the margins. If these monopolies own both the business and the land, it just makes more sense to partner with stadiums and massive structures covered in advertisements. They don't care if you're mad as long as their rich clients are happy. You'll start to see this in places all around America. Hotels will remove front desks and replace them with kiosks. Restaurants will raise prices to push out anyone looking for an affordable meal. Airlines will keep adding fees while making the base experience worse. Why? Because if people don't stop going, then why would they make the experience any better? They're doing this across various industries because corporate leaders have realized that even if they make the service worse and charge more for it, people don't stop giving them money. So there's literally no incentive to make the experience better. Even local entertainment will shift. Concerts, sporting events, and festivals will price out average fans and cater to more VIP sections and premium experiences. The only thing stopping this world from becoming a playground for the ultra wealthy is if the average person actually stops giving these companies their money. The only logical solution that could genuinely lead to change is to simply not go to Vegas, because as of today, they still need you way more than you need them. Just like the fast food industry, which once gave you more for less, but now is charging you much more for far worse. But check out this video to hear more about that.
Donald Trump is punishing Iran for refusing to reopen the Strait of
BRB.
Hormuz by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Also, Iran is threatening to retaliate with more attacks across the region, and the United States is also considering launching new strikes of its own. And while there's other craziness in this whole thing, including the Trump Jesus scandal, this is where we are less than halfway through the 2-week ceasefire that went into effect last week. But with the latest chaos and confusion coming after the first in-person talks between the two sides ended this weekend with no deal. And so let's actually start there, because American and Iranian officials met on Saturday in Islamabad, which is the capital of Pakistan, whose government has emerged as the primary mediator in negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. On the U.S. side, you had Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner. And on the Iranian side, you had the country's Speaker of Parliament and its foreign minister. And it was the highest level face-to-face meeting between the two countries since diplomatic relations were cut off after Iran's 1979 revolution. And before and even as negotiations were underway, you had Trump weighing in on social media claiming that Iran had no cards to play and is losing and losing big. He also suggested that the U.S. was starting the process of clearing out mines that Iran's believed to have laid in the Strait of Hormuz. And you had reports suggesting that 2 American ships actually entered the waterway during the talks, destroying an Iranian surveillance drone in the process, although their mission was apparently to get ready for future minesweeping operations while also showing commercial ships that you could get through the waterway safely. Though, notably, American officials also reportedly believe that one reason the strait hasn't been open to more traffic is that Iran isn't able to find all the mines that it placed or lacks the ability to remove them. But whatever the case may be there, after almost a full day of nearly non-stop talks as Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio attended a UFC fight in Miami, Vance and co., they left the room empty-handed.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Now, Vance didn't say whether the 2-week ceasefire with Iran would remain in effect, what would happen with the Strait of Hormuz, or if Trump would now follow through with his threat to destroy an entire Iranian civilization. But Vance did suggest that the biggest sticking point was the lack of what he called an affirmative commitment from Iran that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. Right? And similarly, you had Trump claiming in a social media post, the meeting went well, most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. But also to be clear here, while Trump and his administration, they've explicitly argued that Iran's nuclear ambition includes the development of a nuclear weapon, Iran has said for decades that it has no intention of building one. Instead, you've got them insisting that it has a right to maintain nuclear enrichment capabilities for civilian purpose. That said, though, it has enriched uranium to levels beyond what's needed for civilian purpose. So then also, even intelligence assessments that have been presented to Trump have concluded that it wasn't actively pursuing a weapon or close to actually being able to do so. And so the main issue doesn't seem to be whether Iran will agree to not pursue a nuclear weapon, but rather whether it'll stop enriching uranium, give up its stockpile of the material, and shut down its main nuclear facilities. Though also a very big thing is that's not the only issue preventing a deal. There are also questions about the fate of Iran's proxy groups in the region, including Iran's continued support for them and Israel's continued war against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Because the US and Israel, they said that Lebanon isn't actually included in the ceasefire, and the IDF has actually ramped up their attacks there. You got the Lebanese government reporting that the Israeli military has killed more than 2,000 people over the course of the current war, including hundreds since the ceasefire began. And while the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors to the US are expected to meet in Washington this week for talks, those don't seem any more likely to actually yield results than the ones between the US and Iran. Though, I will say Iran's Speaker of Parliament previously claimed that those talks couldn't even get underway without the ceasefire extending to Lebanon first. And so that ends up being just one of the many examples showing that, especially in this conflict, what leaders on either side say in public is not always what they really mean or what is happening. But then also with that said, according to reports, another issue in the talks is Iran's demand that billions of dollars in frozen assets be released. And then of course there's the Strait of Hormuz. And with that, after the talks ended with no deal, you had Trump announcing, effective immediately, the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz, and adding, I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. And then, even though he just said effective immediately, he claimed that the blockade would begin shortly, and then also claiming other countries will be involved with this blockade. And then you also had Trump repeating that claim on Fox News afterwards, saying that he thinks that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this, and also saying,
we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like, or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
But then, as per usual, his claims, they've been contradicted by himself as well as just reality. Because you later had him explaining that the blockade would actually only apply to ships entering or exiting Iranian ports, and also revealing that it would begin today at 10 a.m. And then you had the Defense Department further clarifying that its forces would not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. So Trump's aim here is to weaken Iran's economy by cutting off one of its major sources of revenue, right? Oil exports, while potentially being less risky than trying to escort vessels through the strait. And actually with this, you had a retired Navy Rear Admiral arguing that it might work, telling the Washington Post, even if Trump was shooting from the hip here, it was a pretty good shot. I think Iranians will feel the pinch for this. But then he also said he doesn't think that it's actually going to be enough to get Iran to return to negotiations, and adding he's probably going to have to do strikes on their nuclear program, things like that, to get them to the table. And on that note, Trump's reportedly considering resuming limited strikes if the blockade doesn't work, and war crimes are apparently still on the table. Because you have Trump saying that attacks could target the same types of civilian infrastructure that he threatened to take before the ceasefire was announced.
I could take out Iran in one day. In one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one...
Kind of like how he could have ended the war between Russia and Ukraine in one day.
Electric generating plant standing, and they're back in the Stone Ages. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit.
And while with all this, Trump said that he predicted that Iran would come back and give the administration everything that it wants. I mean, we've heard that before. And in the meantime, there might even be a chance that Iran is the one that decides to resume strikes in response to efforts by Trump to enforce his blockade. With a military spokesman claiming today that if Iranian ports were threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe. But with that, there does seem to be a chance, at least, of the two sides striking a deal. After this weekend's meeting, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament writing that the opposing side ultimately failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation in this round of negotiation, which isn't super promising, but it does imply that the US could win their trust in later rounds of talks. For now, Pakistani, along with Egyptian and Turkish mediators, are continuing talks with the US and Iran to try to bring them both back to the negotiating table. And according to reports from Axios, all parties still believe that a deal is possible. They're just hoping that one can be reached before the ceasefire expires on April 21st. But also, while that plays out, a lot of questions remain about if, how, and how quickly Trump's blockade could be effectively enforced. Especially because, despite Trump's claims, it doesn't appear that anyone's lining up to help. The UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Poland, and Greece have all ruled out sending naval forces to support the effort, with Spain's defense minister arguing that Trump's proposal just makes no sense and adding, since this war started, nothing makes sense. This is another episode in the downward spiral the world has been dragged into. And you've had at least one expert arguing that Trump is undermining his own efforts by claiming that other countries are going to help without saying which ones. Saying this habit of saying that people are on board with him while not naming them diminishes his credibility, and that does not work well for US standing internationally. And that same expert argued that Trump's overestimating how effective the economic pain of a blockade will be in changing Iran's position, saying Iran is already hurting and they have shown that they are willing to take more than a couple of hits, saying the Iranian regime is not one that cares for the well-being of its citizens, and there is no civil society that can raise its voice against the regime in the face of economic calamity. And while the blockade could potentially lead to more suffering for the Iranian people, it could also just make worse the already massive economic and humanitarian fallout from the war globally. Right, this morning, oil prices were back up to $100 a barrel after having previously dropped thanks to the ceasefire news. And you now have the UN Development Program warning that more than 32 million people worldwide could fall into poverty thanks to the war. And while the US might not be the most affected country, the impact, it is very real and it is very significant, especially for those already struggling. And we're getting a glimpse about how some of this is playing out right in Asia, which is extremely reliant on Middle Eastern oil. We've seen protests and even violence. And actually now you're seeing the fallout from the war causing major chaos over in Ireland, where the Prime Minister just announced 505 million euro tax cuts on motor fuel amid nationwide protests over gas prices. Because over the last week, protests have erupted across Ireland, led primarily by farmers, truckers, and drivers hit hardest by soaring fuel prices. And these weren't just marches. You had protesters using tractors and trucks to form blockades on major motorways, including one of Dublin's busiest streets. You also had vehicles blocking tankers from entering or leaving Ireland's only oil refinery for several days. Similar blockades also shut down at least 2 ports and multiple fuel terminals, and the impact was immediate. Around a third of Ireland's gas stations ran out of fuel, and you had government officials warning that the protests and shortages could prevent emergency services from responding. And over the weekend, you ended up seeing instances where police and in some cases the military moved to clear protest sites. Which then brings us to the government's response, which included, yes, the Prime Minister announcing that 505 million euros in motor fuel tax cuts. Also, he condemned the protesters for making the fuel scarcity worse. The government also postponed a planned carbon tax increase and are going to introduce fuel subsidies for farmers and fisheries. But also a huge thing is that this is coming just weeks after the government enacted a separate 250 million euro tax break. So that means that Ireland has now committed over 750 million euros in fuel relief in a matter of weeks. Now that said, the new proposal still needs parliamentary approval. Also, multiple protesters told reporters that it does not go far enough. So smaller protests and traffic disruptions continue today, and key protest leaders have vowed to keep targeting major infrastructure. infrastructure. But then also, it's not just protesters who think that the government is falling short. Members of parliament from across the opposition have accused the PM and his ruling party of failing to listen to or adequately help working people. And in fact, the largest opposition party announced that it's going to introduce a vote of no confidence in the ruling government tomorrow. So if that passes, the prime minister and his government are going to be forced to step down. As far as why this matters or why we're talking about it today, it's not just because we have a surprising number of beautiful bastards in Ireland that watch the show. In fact, the Irish oddly have my back more than most people. Rather, because Ireland is a country of 5 million people, thousands of miles from Iran, with no involvement in this war. And they, just because they exist, are now facing fuel shortages, refinery blockades, military deployments to clear protest sites, a €750 million emergency response, and a potential government collapse, all because of the global energy crisis triggered by Trump's war. This is what the ripple effects look like not in the abstract, not in economic projections, in a country where farmers are blocking refineries with tractors because they cannot afford to fill their tanks, and the government may fall apart because the relief that they've offered is still not enough. And if this is happening in Ireland, it's happening elsewhere. And perhaps most importantly, it's going to keep happening as long as the strait remains effectively closed and global oil supply stays 10% offline. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, figuring out dinner every night, it's already rough enough. Then you throw kids into the mix and now you're basically mediating by May 31st, 2026. Nothing hits like home cooking. But then diving right back into the news, Trump just attacked the Pope on Truth Social, took credit for him being the Pope, shared an image of himself depicted as Jesus Christ, and then told reporters, I am not a big fan of Pope Leo. And while I can't wait to dive into that picture with you, where I'll start is with Trump's rant, because he posted this aggressive, rambling attack on Pope Leo on Truth Social last night. He accused the Pope of being weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, and said he likes Leo's brother better because he's all MAGA. He also wrote, I don't want a Pope who condemns U.S. actions against foreign nations like Iran and Venezuela, and I don't want a Pope who criticizes the President of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do. With him then, like I said, taking credit for Leo being Pope in the first place, saying Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. And Trump closes up by telling the Pope to get his act together, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. And then, shortly after that rant, Trump shared an image depicting himself as Jesus Christ. And actually, a nearly identical image was posted by diehard loyalist Nick Adams back in February. But Trump's decision to share it now, in the middle of an active feud with the Pope over whether God endorses war, was a completely different thing. And in fact, even on Truth Social, his own platform, a large number of the replies asked him to take it down, and they called it inappropriate. And then over on Twitter, the reaction was even worse. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that it looks like Trump's trying to show himself replacing Jesus, and adding, I completely denounce this and I'm praying against it. Though Marge was really the least of it. Even active current supporters of Trump were calling him out, which then may be part of the reason why Trump did a very non-Trump thing, and he actually deleted the post. Though I will say, he didn't back down. One, regarding Pope Leo, when speaking to reporters after getting off Air Force One, he said,
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
Did he ever
He's
say
a
that?
very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime.
And two, regarding the now deleted image that he posted of himself depicting Jesus Christ, he said,
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor.
So yeah, Trump said that this image right here is actually him as a doctor in a flowing white robe with glowing hands, healing the sick, while bald eagles fly overhead next to fighter jets. And also, if you were offended or you think that he was depicting himself as Jesus, you are fake news. And so once again, it seems like President Trump is either lying or sundown. But also, going back to Trump's attack on the Pope, it came after 60 Minutes aired an interview with 3 American cardinals, right? And they all echoed the Pope's criticism. Right on Iran, one said it's an abominable regime and it should be removed, but this is a war of choice that we went to, and I think it's embedded in a wider moment in the United States that's worrying, which is this. We're seeing before us the possibility of war after war after war. And on immigration, one doubled down on his previous comments, calling ICE a lawless organization, saying when people act in this way, when they have to hide their identities to terrify people, when they can actually violate our guarantees of our Constitution and Bill of Rights, well, I think somebody's got to call that out, and I'm not the only one. Generally, Catholics all the way up the ladder, they've been taking a firm stance against Trump, and really very few have seemed worried about whatever retaliation comes their way. And actually, least of all would be Pope Leo himself, right? And he responded to Trump's attack while boarding a plane to Algeria to begin a 10-day tour of Africa.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe I am called to do, what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy, as he calls it, with the same perspective that he might understand it. but I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear today.
Now, the tour is going to cover 11 cities and over 11,000 miles with 25 planned speeches on topics including exploitation of natural resources, Catholic-Muslim dialogue, and the dangers of political corruption. And notably, I'll say up to this point, Leo's largely avoided calling out Trump by name in formal speeches. And so one of the questions now is whether that restraint ends up holding because, from where he's standing, it looks like the Pope's decided that he's done being diplomatic about it. And I will say, as far as my opinion here, I think that would be a welcome change. Because while over the past year and a half, people have been, trying to hide and wait things out, the only way that you kind of get rid of a bully is by standing up to them. And now you're seeing a lot of religious people that also elected Trump going, why is he posting this blasphemous stuff? Though there with that, I do want to know, this is not coming out of nowhere. This is a president who's claimed that God is on his side, whose spiritual advisor compared him to Jesus, whose defense secretary credits divine providence for military operations, and whose administration reportedly told a Vatican envoy that the US military can do whatever it wants and the church should get on board. Yes, now also with this latest thing, you have some religious Trump supporters going, oh my God, is he the Antichrist? And then as far as Trump's response, he's just doubled down on the attacks on the Pope. And if you were offended by the photo, it's because you're fake news and also because he was just a doctor in traditional doctor clothes with traditional doctor glowing hands. And honestly, with him posting this, maybe TDS actually stands for Trump Devotion Syndrome. But then actually to go from that disturbing situation to a very different kind of disturbing situation, we've got to talk about California. Because California's top Democratic candidate for governor just dropped out over accusations of sexual assault and rape. And then in addition to that specific situation, there are also other ripple effects that many people are wondering about. But where we should start is with Eric Swalwell taking to social media yesterday to officially announce that he is dropping out of the race, saying, I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for the mistakes and judgment I've made in my past, and saying I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's. Right in that, coming after CNN and the San Francisco Chronicle reported the allegations on Friday. And I guess to some degree at least, he was right, because as reporters spoke with ex-staffers, things did seem worse than his campaign could handle. You had one saying that in 2019, when she was 21, she and Swalwell were driving to an event together, and she said he then unzipped his pants and told her to give him oral sex, which she did.
Again, I felt incredibly uncomfortable, and I stopped and I said to him, this feels really uncomfortable and anyone could see us right now. And he said to me, you're right, it's probably not good for a congressman to be caught with his pants down.
Did he ask you to send him lewd photos?
Yes.
And did he ever send lewd photos?
Yes. He would send short Snapchat videos of him rubbing his penis through his pants while on the airplane.
While that accuser stayed anonymous, we saw a total of 4 victims coming out with stories that were similar to this. Different accuser than the one you heard from in the clip said that Swalwell also sent her nude images on Snapchat in 2021. She accused Swalwell of sending her inappropriate texts just 3 months after his wife gave birth to their 3rd child as well. And the allegations, they just kept getting worse as we heard more.
The 5 of us were having some drinks. At some point it was time to go home. I got in an Uber. I was taken to the Aloft Dublin Pleasanton where he was staying, and I don't remember what happened that night, but I know that there was sexual contact, because when I woke up in the morning I could feel that there was, and he said as much too.
What did he say?
That last night was great. It didn't feel great to me because I didn't remember it.
Without getting too graphic, the CNN report even mentioned this alleged victim waking up with bruises and bleeding after a blacked out night in Swalwell's New York City hotel room. They're saying the next day she saw flashes of the previous night with him on top of her pushing him off, him grabbing her.
It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes. I said no. He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next morning?
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room.
So now the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is investigating the allegations. Also, a video surfaced this weekend that didn't help his case. Right, and actually before dropping out, on Friday, Swalwell posted a video to all this.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past. But those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position.
You also had Swalwell's lawyer telling the Times that this was a coordinated effort to undermine his candidacy, saying, we believe these allegations are baseless and continue to seek the truth. And then also on top of all those allegations, you have Homeland Security also announcing an investigation against Swalwell for employing a Brazilian nanny without a lawful work authorization. But with all that said, in response to these mounting allegations, more than 50 of his former staff members, along with Democratic officials like Nancy Pelosi, called for Swalwell to suspend his run. You had Pelosi saying that it's clear the investigation is best done outside of a gubernatorial campaign. House Democrats also issued a joint statement calling for Swalwell Swalwell to drop out, and some people have even said that he should give up his seat in Congress as well. And this is a pretty big fall from grace because Swalwell had made a pretty strong name for himself in the Democratic Party. He beat an incumbent for his seat back in 2012. He had a short run for president in 2019 before then becoming a vocal critic of Donald Trump. And despite the race in California being pretty crowded, Swalwell received a lot of support from other elected officials and California unions, which helped him stand out from the rest. However, many of those supporters, like Senator Adam Schiff, withdrew their endorsements, calling for him to step down from the race. And so now, while we wait to see what else is learned, what comes from the investigation, you have many looking, going, okay, well, now that he's out, where does that leave California Democrats? Because there are actually 7 more Democratic candidates, including former elected officials, a former member of Biden's cabinet, and also people have their eye on billionaire Tom Steyer. And so now you have many wondering, well, where does the Swalwell vote go? Because one of the issues is that none of these candidates matter if they do not get more votes than Chad Bianco or Steve Hilton, the Republican candidates who now lead the pack in recent polling. Because in a jungle race, that's the reality. And the stakes here are incredibly high because, I mean, just talking about the 2 Republicans, while Hilton, he seems willing to work with California's Democratic-led legislature, Bianco plans to go scorched earth, saying, you want to know how I'm going to work with the Democratic legislature? I'm not. I'm going to get every single one of them unelected. Every single day, I'm going to stand on the steps of the Capitol and I'm going to tell the California voting public about the idiots in Sacramento that are ruining their lives. And if either candidate wins, the state legislature could work to block their agendas, but also the candidates, they could reshape their executive agencies, leading California into a gridlock. And both of the Republican candidates plan to maintain a better rapport with Trump than Newsom did during his time in office. For now, at least on this front, we need to see what happens with the polling. And of course, the election, it's just around the corner. It is set for June 2nd. So that's really just leaving a small window for the candidates to either go, okay, I'm going to be one of the top 2, or drop out and consolidate their vote to one of the other Democrats. Then from that, as we start to wind down today's show, I've got 2 more things for you, a congratulations and one more really important story. So first up, congratulations to Kevin T, SeatGeek's weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets and is planning to watch the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. For the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. There's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is, from that, of course, I'm talking to our final piece of news today, and it's just this huge news out of Europe that we've got to talk about. Of course, I'm talking about Hungary, whose people just kicked King Orban off his throne after 16 years of practically unchallenged rule. And that somehow went down, even though JD Vance, he lent his glittering star power and rock-solid popularity toward campaigning in Hungary last week.
Mr. President, you are on with about 5,000 Hungarian patriots, and I think they love you even more than they love Viktor Orban.
Well, I can't believe that. I can't believe that because I love Hungary and I love that Victor. I'll tell you, he's a fantastic man. We've had a tremendous relationship.
Man has so little charisma, he accidentally might be one of the biggest members of the resistance. But hey, even assuming that he helped rather than hurt, it still wasn't enough. When the news broke on Sunday night that Orban had conceded the race, the scene in Budapest, it was electric. Tens of thousands of people pouring into the streets, car horns blaring, anti-regime music filling the air. You had people dancing, screaming, waving flags, popping off fireworks, kissing, hugging, crying. It was just pure jubilation.
We are glad to feel some sense of hope finally.
Yes! Yes!
After
yes!
And I'm so happy and I'm glad Hungary is free now! Yay!
You know, it is hard to communicate exactly what this moment felt like for so many Hungarians. Because even with just how horrific Trump off it is, we still have a relatively free press, an opposition party, and some surviving checks and balances. In Hungary, they really haven't had those things, at least until now. So for young people there, all they've really known for most of their lives is Viktor Orban. It would be like for us if instead of Obama winning back in 2008, Trump did, and then he and the Republicans held the entire country in a vice grip until they completely got wiped out in 2024. Also, I'll say a big thing is in Hungary's case, Orban, he didn't pull a January 6th last night. Instead, he said, yeah, I lost. With the New York Times even calling his concession speech surprisingly early and gracious, though he did promise never to give up fighting for his political vision. So now, as far as, who's taken his place, let me introduce you to Peter Magyar, a 45-year-old upstart who campaigned on fixing the economy, ending corruption, and restoring democracy.
Nem kicsit, hanem nagyon.
We won not small, but big, very, very big. Together, we changed the Orban regime. Together, we liberated Hungary. We took our homeland back.
Even echoed JFK saying, we won because Hungarians didn't ask what their homeland could do for them. They asked what they could do for their homeland. But also, I do want to be clear here. It's not like he's some liberal or progressive firebrand. He is still a conservative. In fact, he came from inside of Orban's own Fidesz party, but he defected in 2024 and he formed a new party known as TISA, which is center-right, not far-right like Fidesz, belonging to the same group of leaders who already governed 12 of the EU's 27 nations. So, it's still an open question on exactly how much of Magyar is actually going to differ from Orban when it comes comes to policy, especially on things like immigration and LGBTQ rights. But for the Hungarians who, would have preferred a more left-leaning candidate, they didn't have much of a choice but to stomach their disagreements and just vote for Magyar. Because with the way that Hungary's elections work, voting for one of the other candidates, it would have been like voting for a third party here in the States for a national election. And that's to say, unfortunately, a complete waste of time. You can actually thank Orbán himself for that, because his party rewrote the constitution and election laws right after taking power in 2010. And then they gerrymandered legislative districts, purged the courts, monopolized the media, cracked down on civic organizations, and funneled state contracts to Orbán's wealthy allies. And so as a result, Fidesz won a 2/3 parliamentary majority in every election since then, even though they got as little as 44% of the vote. So that also, it gives you an idea of just the insane uphill climb that Magyar and Tisza had to manage just to even have a fighting chance. But also to his credit, for the past 2 years, Magyar has campaigned incredibly hard. You got him out there touring the countryside where Fidesz drew most of its core support, visiting up to 6 towns a day at some points. I mean, this guy would give 2-hour-long speeches in backwater areas where just a few thousand people live. It was genuinely impressive. Though I'll say he was helped along the way just as much by Orbán's own failure to govern the country effectively. Right, Hungary's been ranked the most corrupt and one of the poorest countries in the EU. And so for many people, they didn't vote for Magyar as much as they voted against Orbán. But that fact, it doesn't appear to have dampened voter turnout, which clocked in at nearly 80%, which is an all-time record for Hungary's post-communist history. But still, as far as the support they needed, Tisza needed roughly 5% more votes than Fidesz just to achieve a simple majority in parliament. And really, they needed a 2/3 supermajority to pass fundamental reforms and roll back the anti-democratic laws imposed by Fidesz. So even though the polls were looking good leading up to the election, people were still holding their breath on Sunday. But then, when the results came in, they fucking blew Fidesz out of the water. Tisza won 138 out of 199 seats, a clear supermajority. In fact, they got more votes and more parliamentary seats than any party ever had before. And so with all that power, Magyar promised to restore the rule of law, make agencies independent again, and hold people accountable for pillaging the state's coffers. And that's in addition to creating new ministries focused on acute problems in areas like public health, environmental protection, and education. But with all that said, it's also not going to be just so easy to uproot the whole regime overnight. Right, Orbán installed loyalists in key institutions, from the media authority to the public prosecutor's office and the constitutional court, and many of those appointments, they're locked in place for years. But also, if Magyar wants to unlock the billions of euros in subsidies that the EU has withheld over corruption concerns, he's going to have to pass certain reforms by August of this year. By the way, he's promised to bring Hungary back into the European community. I mean, his supporters even chanted Europe at his victory speech. So with all this, you had presidents, prime ministers, and other officials across the continent both congratulating Magyar and celebrating the win for themselves. Because also a huge thing here is that Orbán, he vetoed a lot of EU resolutions, including sanctions on Russia and aid to Ukraine. And for years, he relentlessly stoked anti-EU and anti-Ukraine sentiment on radio, television, and social media. There were even publicly funded billboards with AI-generated images of the Ukrainian president flanked by European officials holding out his hand as if demanding money. And most recently, Orbán accused Ukraine of deliberately holding back Russian oil deliveries through a key pipeline, which Ukraine denies, saying that it was damaged by a Russian drone strike. And then also, leading up to this election, the fear-mongering got more and more intense, with Orbán deploying soldiers to defend Hungarian energy infrastructure from an imaginary Ukrainian attack. I mean, he even accused Ukrainians of plotting physical attacks on his family. And as absurd as this may sound, he claimed that Magyar's Tisza party was cooked up by European conspirators in Brussels to topple his government, install a puppet regime, bankrupt the country, and forcibly conscript Hungarians into the war. And if you're hearing all that and you're like, wow, that sounds exactly like Russian propaganda, yes. And in fact, you have the Washington Post reporting that a Russian embassy official regularly holds meetings with pro-government Hungarian journalists to give them tasks and instructions. Or the outlet also reporting that during breaks at EU meetings, Hungary's foreign minister would routinely call Russia's foreign minister and update him on discussions of potential solutions. But then also here's the real kicker. Russian intelligence agents had reportedly proposed staging an assassination attempt on Orbán as a way to shore up his support going into the election. With a secret intelligence report reportedly reading, such an incident will shift the perception of the campaign out of the rational realm of socioeconomic questions into an emotional one, where the key themes will become state security and the stability and defense of the political system. If you're unfamiliar with this guy, you're probably just beginning to see why, so many people called Viktor Orbán Putin's most valuable asset in Europe. But really, he was also more than that. He was a global icon for the far-right nationalist movement across the Atlantic, even here in the United States. Orbán, he's hung out at Mar-a-Lago and the White House. He's spoken at CPAC. MAGA folks often tout Hungary as a model for America. And of course, you had the Trump administration throwing its weight behind him as well.
He has my complete and total endorsement, as a matter of fact.
But now with this historic upset in Hungary and Democrats routinely trouncing Republicans in special elections over the past several months, you have many predicting that the U.S. midterms this November, they're going to be a bloodbath. But there, I would remind Democrats and independents, or just anyone that's not pro-Trump and pro-MAGA, to remember that none of it matters if you don't vote. And in fact, That's part of the lesson we see in this Hungary story. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, brings us to the end of today's Philip DeFranco show. Though really, you got 2 videos today. And I'll link to it in the description or the outro card, depending on where you're watching. But in addition to this video, I also did a video about something going down in Georgia right now. It's really important if you're in Georgia or you know someone from Georgia, check it out, share it, because we really need to talk about the Jason Estevez situation. Hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
What's up guys, Omni here. You guys know how it goes, another day, another video. Last night I tweeted I sleep. What recent news, topic, tweets, videos you want me to talk about tomorrow? Happy Monday, man. Hope you guys had a great weekend. We're halfway into April, and man, oh man, do I got some updates for you guys, okay? I got news for the unemployed, okay? I got some crazy updates when it comes to the whole Sykkuno thing. Remember I told you guys to wait, okay? Pepperidge Farm remembers when I told you guys to wait. Well, let's just say this, you'll be interested, okay? If you are unemployed. If you are, however, unfortunately employed, I do have news for you as well in that, okay? Some world news and some updates that you probably want to need to know, okay? And if you haven't noticed by now, there is a sleepy boy in the back, okay? You'll be joined with him for as long as he sleeps there. He usually sleeps a really long time. And you can't see Indy, but he's also right next to him as well. Both my babies are there nice and sleeping. I showed you my cat, so now you got to drop a like on the video. Let's get into today's topic. Guys, before we get further into today's topics, I'm happy to announce that today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Guys, Mother's Day is Raycon for sponsoring today's video. Let's start off with the news for the unemployed, okay? This is a follow-up from the video we made on Saturday talking about this YouTuber by the name of Sykkuno, okay? We made the video. I said that we should wait for more information. I presented the facts that was going on during that time where he was basically getting canceled for, well, somebody made a Google Docky on him talking about how he kept sliding into all of these girls' DMs, and 2 specific girls in particular had came out to talk about their experiences of not, you know, being chosen, and kind of also discovering some information about the fact that he was already in a relationship, combined with the fact that he was talking to multiple girls at once, okay? They weren't happy. They were like, no, we got, and they called him a master manipulator and a predator. If you haven't watched that video and you're kind of curious about that kind of drama, just go watch it, okay? Since then, however, the internet, I think, has done an about 180, and people within his circle have also started to weigh in as well, and things are getting a little bit funky. Things are getting a little bit Hollywood. You're starting to see things crumble. People's narratives are not starting to add up, right? You're starting to see like the fakeness, almost like the bill is coming down, okay? The conclusion that most people are saying that is that yes, Sykkuno was out here being a dog. However, to call him a master manipulator and like super predator type thing, to also paint everyone else that was around him as these poor little victims, people aren't necessarily agreeing with. This person, a lot of people started making posts like this. Powder says, can you criticize him for cheating? Yeah, but never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. Also, he was just friendly. He's quite forward with his riz, which I didn't like being around, gave me player vibes. Am I going to flip out of him? No. Usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people. I see women trying to play victim as if they didn't have a brain in the situation. Also, some people throwing the word predator around. I think that's unreasonable. Mugen was never really a reliable narrator. So I'm sharing this with you in particular because this seems to be the other side, the census that's now starting to rise, is people feeling like this was just a freaking huge nothing burger, and it's not large enough for this man Sykkuno to just basically lose his career, entire life for. As for his circle, a lot of people have come out around him and gave comments about how they feel about it, specifically the people offline TV. I think I called him OTK, but it was OTF. I don't remember the thing. But anyway, offline TV. You know, you have like Scar, you have Disguised Toast, you have Lily Peachy, you have Pokemon, you have Valkyrie. All of them who were basically playing Among Us have come out to say some things, and a lot of people feel like some of their remarks was kind of suspicious. Lily Peachy, though, I don't think anybody has anything against. Okay, Lily Peachy was actually one of the most like loved people on the internet. She's an untouchable. Okay, we protect Lily Peachy with everything. Okay, she said, I feel like I don't really know who people truly are, and it's a lot to unpack. I try to believe in people, but I've ended up disappointed so many times. I'm becoming more closed off. I'm taking a few days off. See you guys later. Stay safe. Stay comfy. So she was like, yeah, dang, this sucks. And I'm going to be 100% real to relate to as well, okay? I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers this too as well. Sorry to bring up Pepperidge Farm. I'm not sorry. When that whole Smash thing happened, the Me Too movement thing right here, I got shocked too as well. And a lot of people were like, man, everybody must know that everything that was going down. No, there's a lot of people who come into these spaces literally with best intentions, right? Going to Smash tournaments to play Super Smash Brothers, right? While other people were going to Super Smash Brothers in order to try to Super Smash Brothers. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm over here studying frame data and trying to figure out how to beat this matchup because, you know, I'm getting chain grabbed by Fox or whatever. And some people are out here looking to, do you understand what I'm saying? So I can see some people being like, dang, didn't know that was happening. That kind of sucks. But yeah, here's Valkyrie, another huge, large streamer in that space as well, talking about the situation about Sykkuno, and she weighed in on it as well.
Obviously, yes, I did talk to Sykkuno, and obviously, yes, he did tell me everything. And obviously, yes, I should not have tweeted that I was disappointed yesterday.
Okay, so forgot to mention that, but yesterday, or from this tweet, Valkyrie had tweeted, you know, what's your thoughts on the Sykkuno thing? And she just put disappointed, you know, sad face, you know, type things, responding to the groups, which then fed a whole bunch of people because people were like, dang, Sykkuno's your boy, but now you're saying you're disappointed. Did you not know? You deleted it? Why did you delete it? Valkyrie has been known to essentially say things that basically cater to her community. So she'll apologize for giving an opinion that she initially had and then switch it to here, but then maybe backtrack from there as well. It's kind of hard to see where she stands because it feels like she's constantly in a place trying to say the right thing. This is just an objective view from what I've seen over the years in terms of her giving feedback and talking about situations where there's always like a step back, a step back, a step back. And to the point where you're just kind of confused as to what their actual true opinion is, or is their opinion just the thing that allows them to comfortably fit within the community that they've created?
Because it just gave a lot of ammo to a lot of angry people.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, he knows that I was gonna mention it today, and he told me everything, and yeah. I am disappointed, as I have been with a lot of my friends in the past, and I'm sure I've also been disappointing to a lot of my friends as well. So, you know, it is disappointing.
It's always interesting when you're in the streamer space, showbiz, Hollywood, when you have friends, right? Suddenly it's kind of like, oh man, you know, we had a relationship, a friendship, but now I have to, like, you know, I have to be a streamer. I have to be a content creator. And for that, you know, I gotta let people know how I feel type shit, which you don't. You know, you're never obligated, okay? That's one of the biggest things as well that I think a lot of people, you're never obligated, but I do believe people start to kind of give their 2 cents in order to appease the masses or to feed the people the information that they want, the parasocial type active. There's a lot of people who are friends with Sykkuno, who are content creators, who don't have to say shit, to be honest. They don't have to. There is no obligation. But then it just becomes this thing where they might feel the pressure to say something because of the space, because their audience keeps asking. And I hope a lot of people understand that you are not obligated to share all of your thoughts. There are things that you can have that are just for you, okay? And only for you. And no one is entitled to hear your opinion on everything, okay?
I did not know, which led to my tweet, because I thought my tweet was going to make it clear that I didn't know. But apparently me tweeting that had a lot of, caused a lot of distress. So yeah, a lot of angry people.
So yeah, kind of repeating yourself, but saying like, yeah, I made the tweet, then I deleted it because it pissed off a lot of people that I didn't mean to piss off. After the fact, okay, Jason the Ween, he's another Twitch streamer, pretty popular as well. He posted this thing, said picture, and it's it's a 1-for-1 copy of this picture that was trending of Sykkuno years ago. The same thing, same pose, same everything, right? In which Valkyrie came in and did one of the same replies that she did when it came to Sykkuno years back, saying, let me get you some more Jolie smiley face, kind of like jumping in on the joke. People are kind of using this thing as a way to make fun and hee hee ha ha, right? There are some people who are like, this is serious. How dare you be making jokes and funs about this, right? So yeah, I think Valkyrie made this comment and it might have gotten deleted again. I don't know. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, are you taking this serious or not? How do you truly feel? And people don't know. And Valkyrie's comments are deleting and coming in and coming out, and that's Valkyrie. Then there's Toast, Disguised Toast. I haven't seen this guy in so long, man. Him and the crew kept me pretty company with all of the Among Us content that came out back in the day. Really enjoyed watching their streams. He had this to say about it, but then he also had a follow-up thing to say about something as well, and then it got deleted, which, ooh, you're gonna want to hear this. You want to see and hear this.
What happened? It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's disappointing. It's sad. And I don't think that's really all I'm comfortable talking about. Right. If and when Sykkuno makes a statement, you guys can hear from him. From me. Sad about it. Made everyone sit through all of that.
Sorry, man, of not many words here at the moment, saying sad about it, and made everyone kind of sit through that, you know, but not much else to add to it, right? Which later led to this tweet by Disguised Toast that then got deleted. It was almost at 17,000 likes before it started to disappear, and I thought I saw it floating around as well, and then it was just gone. And it says, I get why Sykkuno did was effed up and why people are dogging on him. But watching his quote-unquote friends of years that acted close to him, used him for their own gain when he was popular, run to throw him under the bus for a few quick likes is why people say streamers are fake AF. Facts! Facts! Facts, at least in my opinion, right? This guy, Toast, see, I smell Toast. I can smell Disguised Toast, okay? Man's is, I know that even when he met Sykkuno, he could see right through, like, his spiel, his thing, okay? And I know Toast can go in and hard in the paint. He just chooses not to, and that's up to him. That's prerogative, right? But this is facts. Okay, people have been saying this for years, and I've been doing this for a while, where people will just simply be like, oh, we've been making content and hanging out for 5 years, and now you're getting canceled? Well, time for me to throw in my 2 cents or make my witty remark or say my or do my little judgmental thing or make my comment or turn my back or do that backstab, right? It's like there's and I've seen it time and time and time again. And this isn't to say that, you know, you're not allowed to speak out against, like, your friends when something kind of happens, right? It's more so the people who become opportunistic when they see people in their circles and their like the huge turnabout that you can tell is them catering to their audience or trying to leverage from the situation that just becomes, ooh, dang, bro. And you recognize that there are certain people who are only your friends or only in your circle by association, by what you can offer and what you can give. And when you lose that, right, then you suddenly stop becoming that. And then I've seen times where people have kind of like lost or had the fall and they've come back up and they recognize the people who were just disappearing on them or disappeared during their downfall or their worst spots. And then they want to start to come back when you're back at your be careful of that, okay? We're not all perfect. We're human. We all make mistakes, okay? And this is not to forgive or be forgiving in terms of that. It didn't affect me, so I'm not forgiving anybody for nothing like that. The point is basically is pay attention to people who are around you and for why. Because there's a lot of people who ghost you when you stop being useful. The last clip I'll play here is this one here by Denims, who's giving their opinion on the usage and the wordage of a predator. That a lot of people had an issue with because they felt like by calling Sykkuno this master manipulator predator who's seizing women and trying to consume them, you know, was something that was a little bit too much of the verbiage, and it takes away from the victims of like true actual predator. People are trying to figure out if he's a true predator or not, or if it's just like him just being a dog. And then what's the line? I feel like that argument is, I see both sides. I see points to as well. People talking about consent. People are talking about lying. People are talking about giving misinformation when you're talking to people as well. And then other people are talking about how, like, yes, in the dating scene, there's a lot of people who say a lot of things that are not true or embellish on purpose in order to sleep with a person or get with the person. And you find out later that some of the things they told you weren't true. Does that create them as a predator? You have men and women lying about their body counts. It's that's the debate that it is now turned into. That's kind of now cycling off of Sykkuno themselves.
And I think this is something that I think a lot of other people have been frustrated by. That, like, when you use footlongers and you use Twitter and you use mediums meant for calling out predators, and you use hyperlanguage to describe those things, I think it diminishes the terms a little bit, and it's frustrating. And I think it's frustrating for a lot of people, but especially women who have dealt with insane predators that are in the space. I think the jump from that to predatory, I just feel like the word predatory means a little bit more. And maybe new stuff will come out, in which case I would love to read it and I would love to hear about it if women would feel comfortable talking about it. It's just so frustrating because I know that, like, these things are already, victims have to be so close to perfect already. Victims who deal with serious sexual abuse or verbal abuse or psychological abuse. And I want those women to be able to use terms that are accurate without everyone rolling their eyes.
Okay, very nuanced take by Denims that a lot of people seem to agree as well, and one of those opinions that we're getting from women in the space as well. Again, people debating and arguing the concept, the terminology of the concept of predator, and if it's and how important it is to label Sykkuno as the type of person that he is versus not doing so, because then it takes away from the victims of people who have been, I don't know, stalked or harassed or abused or beaten or have to do restraining orders, you know, or that level, right? People are like, wait a minute, we're not going to put him like EDP 445. He's a predator, right? We've called him and we put him in that bucket of a predator, right? Are we ready to say that Sykkuno is in the same bucket? Are we ready to do that? I don't think I'm ready to do that, right? You know, so I think, but it's important, right? People are just making it's important because words matter. And we've seen time and time again when people talk about situations and stories where the words that they use, someone might come into the situation, hear predator or hear something like, and that they assume the worst. They assume he truly is in the EDP 445 category. So it's important. Also, there seems to be an argument online about the victims as well in terms of their contribution, trying to keep Sykkuno in the space. Some people believing that she's upset because she just wasn't picked or chosen at the end. If she was, then she would have stayed. And then people talking about how that might be bad rhetoric as well. That seems to be the Sykkuno situation update so far. Okay, news for the unemployed. We're still waiting to hear from Sykkuno. I think we're actually going to get a comment. Some people think he's just going to go. I think his community got nuked. I think his Discord got nuked.
Nice.
There probably will be a reply. This is not the end of Sykkuno, in my opinion. My man's just not going to fade off to the ends of Earth and just evaporate into thin air. I don't think that's going to happen. But as I said before in the last video, and I'm going to say it again, I'm going to continue to wait a little bit more. Because as you guys see, just waiting for a few days and people have been uncovering some details, some things, even from the girls themselves, and being like, wait, this person started a Patreon just a couple of days right before the takedown? Huh, you know, like people are asking questions. People are wondering what's curated. People are wondering what's real or not, what's fabricated or not, what's behind the curtains. Man. People are trying to figure it out because things are not always as they seem. There are certain things that are definitely as they seem. And then there's some other things where it's kind of like the whole concept that Disguised Toast was pointing to that he ended up deleting, that saying the things that people are thinking, but I guess you're not allowed to say, is that it seems like there are a lot of sometimes fake friends using situations to be opportunistic. Guys, it's time to talk about rich people complaining about the fact that they are rich. Everyone's favorite subject is when people have millions and millions and millions of dollars and they're talking about how unhappy they are. This is such an interesting conversation because there's so many layers to it as well. Things that I might say that you guys may agree or disagree with. And you guys know I'm kind of like tapped in when it comes to whole psychology and philosophy and emotions and feelings and the pursuit, purpose of happiness, yada, yada. So you guys know this is going to be an interesting discussion. It's got your boy Will Smith, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about Will Smith, a little bit about Jada Pinkett, a little bit what he's saying. As you guys know, I think the last time we talked about Will Smith, it was the whole thing with the Chris Rock where he slapped that man in the face, man. He said, keep your wife's name out my freaking mouth. And I still can't believe that happened. That's a pipe dream. That's one of those things. That's one of the glitches in the Matrix. It's like, you know, when you're just living life, la, 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 la. That one does not sound like it would ever happen, but it happened, okay? Your kids are going to grow up and be like, Will Smith smacked a man at the freaking, what is it, the Grammys? He did that? Yeah, crazy stuff. Anyway. It says here in this clip here, clearly just a clip, 1 minute from a podcast, Will Smith says nothing in this world can truly make you happy, claiming once you have everything material, there's nothing left to chase, and it can feel just as empty as being poor, adding that no woman or drugs can change that. Saying that no material things can make you happy. People going to the definition of happy. You know what? Let's play the clip first. I know some of you guys thinking, some of y'all got opinions already. Some of y'all get mad, rage baited already. Okay, relax. All right, let's let's watch the clip first.
It is an absolute abyss when you realize that there's nothing left in this world to reach for to make you happy. The material world is utterly incapable of providing lasting happiness. It's just you have to get to the ends of the things and still be miserable to realize that. People
I'm sorry, pause. It's interesting, right? Okay, listen, it's important to have empathy. Even for rich people who live in mansions and have these cars, okay? Guys, I understand it's sometimes hard. You know, you can be multi-millionaire 100, but it's still important to attempt to practice empathy, even with your enemies, even with perpetrators. I'm telling you, empathy is really powerful. And Will Smith is saying that no matter with all the shiny cars and all the women and all the drugs and all the mansions and all the options, right? You can still be unhappy, which is true. Okay, we hear stories all the time. These rich folks, you know, killing themselves. And that's the end, bro. And it's they're not happy. Something's happening. Maybe there's a mental disorder. Maybe they have depression. Something's going on. But I agree with them that the pursuit of external and material things does not guarantee or will not, you know, always lead to happiness. All right, that girl you're trying to acquire, you know, that you really want because you want to feel good, because you want to feel like a man. So you get this girl who looks good, and then you get her and you acquire her, and you recognize it was more so about the pursuit of you trying to feel like a man versus actually obtaining the person. Stop it. Stop. Adding she was more concerned about his mental health. What do you mean no money, Will Smith? Okay. This man said no money, right?
People talk about rock bottom. I coined a phrase that there's a corresponding place called, I call it cliff top, where you wear out everything in the material world. It is an absolute abyss when you realize that there's nothing left in this world to reach for to make you happy.
Okay. So he's talking about the opposite of hitting rock bottom. There's also top clip. When you continue to seek and grow, you chase success, you chase the women, you chase the fame, you chase the music, you chase everything, you chase approval. You keep doing this, you try to keep making more and more and create. And you keep doing it and it's not hitting. It's never hitting. Suddenly you're just like, why isn't anything that I'm doing creating happiness? And that's a thing too as well. He called it cliff top. Corny as hell, but we'll take it for now. You know, Will Smith is corny as hell. But cliff top is basically the upper echelon where you continue to fill in the voids that you have in your life with external possessions, obsessions, goals, and then as you continue to seek it, you keep wondering why it's not sticking. why it's not stained. There's this, I read this book, I can't remember what it was, but they talk about the idea of Armstrong, the guy that did the Tour de France and then eventually started doing drugs or whatever, how there was something in his brain, and it has to do with dopamine, by the way. Psychology explains everything usually. But people who continue to compete and try to win, but the wins don't actually give them the satisfaction. It doesn't last, right? It eventually fades, and they need to forever, ever be in a perpetual pursuit of a thing in order to feel like they're getting closer to the feeling, but it never actually hits or lands, therefore they never stop. The rule, in my opinion, is that if you find yourself chasing anything in life, if you're chasing, you're doing it wrong. If you're chasing, you are doing it wrong. Okay, this applies to almost everything, but chasing usually implies that in order to capture a feeling, you have to find an external thing to obtain it. Again, more on this later, because I think it's a little bit more nuanced, and I might have an opinion you guys might not agree with, or maybe you will.
And then you realize that the final frontier is getting your inner house in order.
Correct.
With no women, with no drugs, with no money, with nothing, can you cultivate a joyful spirit just with you?
So, yeah. And so now the part that I paused at and said, what? No money? Baby, no money? What do you mean? What do you mean no money, Will Smith? Okay? This man said, no money, right? Can you be with no money? My thing, and sorry, shots fired, is can you be happy being married to Jada Pinkett? Because, brother, oh my God, I swear every time listen, I'm not being a hater. I might be kind of being a hater, but bro, every time she's on a podcast or she's saying something, bro, it don't seem like she like him. It don't seem like she like him. It don't, like this man's in the sunk place, or I don't know, or maybe he's a terrible monster. I don't know, but if a person was talking to me about me in the way that I would be like, dang, this person just genuinely doesn't like me. Type shit. Before we get to the topic of the whole, like not having any money thing happening, type shit, let me see if I can find the clip that had to do with Jada Pinkett really quick. All right, here it is. Okay, Jada Pinkett Smith shames Will Smith for slapping Chris Rock, saying they weren't even together at the time and she wasn't interested in him. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Adding she was more concerned about his mental health and immediately apologized to Chris. So, again, even if that's true, right? Even if that is true, why would you go on the podcast if that's your husband? If that's your boy? If that's your man? Why? Why are you going to tell all that? Why are you going to tell the world that? Why are you going to share that information? Come on. Are you entitled to? Yeah, but you know what is... You know what... Let's see what she has to say. Let's give her a chance. Let's empathize. Let's empathize.
First of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. But I'm like, what is going on right now?
My wife's name
out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for...
Okay, so this actually makes a lot of sense. If she is saying that they haven't called each other wife and husband, and that she's kind of caught off guard by this, which is what I thought this was, is that Will Smith has an ego issue, and we all know that. I know people like Will Smith. Pepperidge Farm knows people like Will Smith, okay? You know, like, laughing about the joke, right? And then looks over, and then she's upset, and then suddenly... Oh, I'm supposed to actually be responding with anger, okay? The fact that you have embarrassed my wife means that I must come and destroy you, like, in order to protect my image and my ego, or whatever it is that I think that I am supposed to be represented as. It's mental health, okay? It's a lot of people's egos not being checked, and them not actually truly understanding the source of their pain, right? They'll outsource it, and then they inflict and abuse others because they don't know how to regulate type shit. Very normal. That's probably why they were together. It might be a little bit of trauma bonding as well, okay? But Will Smith slapping Chris Rock wasn't even about Jada. It wasn't about keeping his wife's name out of his mouth. That's it. Truly deep down, something triggered him, and it had everything to do internally with a wound that he left unaddressed, and his relationship got basically put on the marks because of that. Okay, I will say this a 10,000% times. Okay, but this was not Jada Pinkett's fault with him slapping Chris. Never would I blame her for his abuse onto another guy on national TV.
Will, because I don't know what's going on. Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. Now, I'm just out of it because I'm really worried about
And
Will.
what's Will doing? He's just sitting there?
And Will's still talking. He's like, he's still, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old That's all I can think to say. Right?
So again, Will Smith being possessive, you know, keep your wife's name out of my mouth, all right? You're not allowed to talk about my wife, okay? His wife is an actual full-ass human being who can make decisions for herself. But my guess is there's an enmeshment and there's an entitlement and there's a possessive quality to take away her freaking autonomy and that type shit, okay? Like, well, if you can't handle your wife having a conversation with somebody and she don't need you to protect you for that, bro, okay? She don't need you to protect you. Only person that you need to be protected from is Tupac. Is this what this is all about? Do all roads lead back to Tupac and Jada Pinkett's relationship? That's what it sounds like, bro. I don't know, man. Maybe we need to have a discussion about Tupac. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? Pepperidge Farm. I think Pepperidge Farm, okay, and type shit, I think it's one of my, it's my tisms. It's one of the, it's the ADH thing. It's the, if you're happy, you know, clap your hands. I got... Either you guys know or not, right? But you catch on to some catchphrases and it'll only last for maybe a couple more months. And then I will fall into another bucket and I will have my other things to say as well. Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is. That's right. We're going to what I already said about it, my opinion, okay? It made a nice little hit tweet on Twitter, okay? Bringing that money. Hit tweet, baby. Bro, rich people always tell you that money can't buy happiness. That whole idea of that money can't buy happiness is a discussion that we could have for an entire video, but I'm gonna summarize it a little bit. But I 100% disagree with it, okay? They ignore that money provides security, freedom, access to healthy eating, better education. Education is a very, very, very key point here as well when it comes to the pursuit of happiness.
Saying that money can't buy happiness, it sounds nice and shit and like humble, but it's very fucking unrealistic. And like not logical at all. Like, I hate that saying so fucking much. And like, money is the root of all evil. Like, no. Actions and personality is like the root of all ego or evil. Like,
and happiness and health care, okay? All of which contribute to better physical and mental health and overall well-being. So I'm essentially saying that the lack of money and being poor and having these things being things that you have to focus on can prevent you from reaching self-actualization, okay? To be self-aware. I think it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And when your basic necessities are not being met, then you are in a survival mindset. And when you are in a survival mindset, then you are in a sympathetic mode where you are stressed constantly, right? Trying to fight for resources and to live. And that's a different type of mindset than someone who's trying to figure out how to thrive. And what separates someone who is trying to survive versus someone who is trying to thrive is usually resources and money. This is not to suggest that if you are just trying to survive and that you're poor, that happiness is outside of your reach. That's not the case. What I'm communicating is that the basic necessities, specifically also education, is crucial and key to understanding yourself, to learning who you are, to understanding emotions, to understanding feelings, to understanding that the external things. The education of understanding how the world works is a barrier for sometimes people reaching happiness because they have been taught by society or in people and everywhere that happiness is something that you have to pursue. The pursuit of happiness, quite literally, the TLDR of that story is that when you pursue happiness, then you will never get it, because happiness is something that you try to acquire internally. But that's something that has to be taught. It can be taught, right? So that's just the education part, but also healthcare. All of these things set you up in a place where if you are now in a place where you're not trying to figure out how to get money all the time, you can now sit back and think about what happiness is. That's the thing. I understand it, guys. I understand being poor. I understand hustling. I have terrible mental mindset when it comes to always acquiring the wealth due to financial abuse and trauma, right? So I 100% get it. And when you're in that mindset, there is no happiness. Happiness is not something that you think about when you are trying to survive. That's not an option that you're usually thinking about. It's a matter of, do you live or do you die, right? Only people who are privileged can actually consider happiness. And in my opinion, right, that's the only time you can start having that conversation is if you have a place of solace and rest. Because when you're in constant survival mode, bro, if you're an animal out in the animal kingdom, these niggas ain't thinking about happiness, bro. If you're prey and you out here with a bunch of predators around you, bro, you're not thinking about like, oh man, you're not thinking about happiness. You're like, how do I freaking not get eaten? And also, how do I put food in my stomach and for my family as well? God, I'm spitting so much. So there's a part of this conversation, at least, that I think is missing the point of just how powerful money can be when it comes to aiding in creating an environment and a situation where you can then start to consider the emotions and the feelings of being happy. Do you feel me? Do you feel me? Because I feel me. I'm feeling myself. People in the comments saying, yo, Games Cage, yeah, money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure as hell can buy you safety and the essential tools to at least help you get to potential happiness. And I said facts, right? The definition of happiness is interesting, okay? So if happiness is a internal thing, then do I need to go and seek money in order to create it? And the answer is yes and no. Right? Again, basic necessities, resources. There's a lot of arguments about finding happiness through suffering, through being in the worst places, like people in Gaza. Were they able to find happiness? Can you find happiness? There's the book called Man's Search of Meaning by Frank such and such, where he's talking about experiencing the Holocaust and finding purpose and finding meaning and actually finding happiness and finding feelings within the worst places. In some of the most extreme depths of hell, can you still tap into your internal happiness? Can you tap into fulfillment when you are literally in a place where you have no autonomy over your environment, which then leads to the concept of internal happiness and enlightenment? I think the answer to that is yes, in the most extreme of situations, that you can find it, okay? But it's much easier for you to become self-aware of how to locate it internally when, again, you're not concerned about who's about to eat you and how you're going to eat type shit. This person said, don't we all wish Will 2 Smith would just be quiet? Dang! Why they quote retweet him? Why'd you bring in Will Smith, bro? I'm not trying to burn no bridges. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, for years now, and he's just been saying too much. I disagree. I don't like the idea of people trying to silence people, okay? And it's funny, okay, because I just caught myself on this as well, because I was talking about Jada Pinkett and what she was saying as well. I don't like the idea that you're not allowed to communicate, like, don't speak on politics, you're a gamer, stick to your lane, or, Will Smith, why are you, everyone has the freedom of speech to kind of communicate as well. There's also the consequences, right? Everyone has the freedom of speech, and I don't want to limit it, but also consequences, and recognizing sometimes that if you do speak, which you have the right to, there can be a direct consequence, okay? So I know that if I'm going to say something, it's going to create issues on somebody else, and maybe I won't say it or share that. I'll keep some things private, which is something that celebrities cannot do. They are addicted to not keeping their lives private. Stuff no one asks for, him and his wife, which makes it very interesting that he slapped a dude for words when he himself can't just shut up. Damn, son, bro. Well, son, where'd you find that? Somebody said, but the point is all that is meaningless if you're not mentally well. If you're depressed, you won't be able to recognize what you do have because the cloud will be too heavy. That is correct. Depression, mental disorders. And guess what helps with depression and mental disorders? They make the cloud difficult for you.
Drugs.
That's right. That's right. He can be taught therapy.
Oh.
And guess what? Mental health, and specifically in this day and age, is sometimes can be pretty expensive to get access to. You might not have insurance. You might not have the funds to talk to someone that can guide you through the things that are clouding your brain, bro. But you know who does have access?
Pepperidge Farm.
Rich people. People with money have the resources in order to find cures and to find direction and to get learning and to get teaching. There are free ways now to get this information. There are YouTube videos, there's books and libraries, okay? The access is there, but even learning and knowing this, right? Growing up in a place where your parents don't know anything, don't know shit about mental health, don't nothing, will mean that you will grow up and also not be taught these things as well. And you will grow up in a world with this understanding that happiness is here, is there, or you're not have access to these emotions, okay? In your environment that you're in, even if you don't know that things can be unlocked, then how do you unlock it? Type shit, right? Because do you understand what I'm saying? And your world being limited and small, a lot of the times has to do sometimes with the resources that you have. That's not to say that people with resources can't always find themselves, but you have more ways, you have more options, and you have more access, therefore a higher chance of discovering it, right? The fact that, I don't know, Will Smith should have discovered as a wild dog. This man's got assets, but maybe there's a lot of people who forgo their own mental health and they continue, money or not, and they just kind of just end up not doing the things for self-fulfillment, or they don't learn it, or they don't understand it, or they have disorders, or maybe they're narcissists, you know? I don't know. This one's good. I wish these people would say I or me when they make life discoveries, because man, what will Will Smith do with his wealth and fame doesn't make him happy. Putting his weird shit on me isn't psychology, is passively not dealing with your problems. So here's what I have to say about that, right? Agree. I love talking about this stuff, right? I do feel like there are like some general principles that can help everybody universally. Like one of those things being the pursuit of happiness and learning how you can get it internally. How you can unlock emotions inside of you. The emotions are already there, right? It's not you have it. It's just a lot of people, it's grayed out. You haven't reached the level, you haven't understood how to tap into it, or there's a cloud that's keeping you from reaching it, or when you do touch it internally, you get pushed away from it, or maybe you don't love yourself to a point that gives you the access. There's a level of happiness that you might allow yourself to feel, right? It's hard to understand that we can create that internally. And having resources, or having a family that has resources, or having a place where you don't have to think about what's going to happen around you, can enable that and make that option a much more available to you. But yeah, I'm going to stop here because I can go on this for too long. Actually, I've been talking about this way too long, okay? We can create an entire episode talking about money, happiness, wealth, and what it creates. You know, how families are created, how disorders are created, how generational curses and how they're created, how wealth distribution allows people and what the options do have as well. Rich people who are unhappy, poor people who are happy, right? That's a thing as well. And what this does to us as a bigger picture. We can have a whole 2-hour, 3-hour talk about it, but I won't do it for you guys on this episode, okay? But maybe in a future one, if you guys are really interested, okay, just let me know in the comments below. But that's that, okay? That's that. Last but not least, okay, I wanted to talk about more topics, so we'll definitely have a video tomorrow as well, maybe a single one or a multiple one, but a lot of things happen around the world. One of you guys actually told me to talk about this. The Amazing Digital Circus finale hit theaters before YouTube debut. So there's a show that I keep seeing pop up in terms of like somebody in clowns and outfits. It's called The Amazing Digital Circus, and I think it's a YouTube show that was created by an animator with these guys called Glitch Productions, and I've hear it has a big following. People love it. I've been seeing the rise of YouTube animators and people who write and draw, and it's always just been YouTube videos, but now they're getting a Netflix special, and then I think it was already on Netflix. I can't remember. No, maybe it wasn't on Netflix. Maybe I misremember. They're getting movie theater release. It's going to be actual official movie theater release for somebody who's creating content inside their home and making YouTube videos, kind of similar to like how Markiplier did with Iron Man, which is absolutely awesome. And it says here, starting June 4th, U.S., Canada, Latin America, and Japan theaters screen The Amazing Digital Circus: The Last Act, a 90-minute package of episode 8 and the new hour-long episode 9. Tickets are on sale on Fandango. Yeah, we got the tickets. Sorry. And Chains with Mexico Cinemex adding exclusive showings from April 13 pre-sales. Glitch Productions CEO Kevin Lerd-Wichgold negotiated the short 2-week window before the June 19th YouTube drop after fan emails proved demand, calling it a potential game changer for indie creators, okay? Indie creators in the movie space and the animation space and in the gaming industry. Indies are doing so freaking well. I know everybody wants to watch the new Spider-Man, because I definitely do, and Doomsday. I know that everybody wants to watch, play Grand Theft Auto, you know. Everybody wants to watch these really, really high production and play these games as well. But when it comes to indie creators, bro, people who made Silk Song, Slay the Spire 2 is one of the most successful indie game launches of all time. It is one of the goats. I've been playing Slay the Spire and I absolutely love it. And when it comes to movies and shows, these indie creators are taking off, and I love it. I love it because indie films and indie shows, these people who aren't backed by all of this money, who aren't being, you know, pushed or shoved into any kind of direction to make a certain type of content, ends up making a lot of things that I think tap into us internally. Some good shit. So I'm actually curious. I want to watch this show, but this thing here reads, hey everyone, Kevin, CEO of Glitch here. I wanted to jump in and talk directly about the theatrical release of the Digital Circus finale, and it being 2 weeks before its YouTube release. Okay, so it's coming out 2 weeks before the YouTube release, so YouTube release is gonna be second. The reason we're pushing for all this at all is because this one event has the potential to change how the entire industry views indie animation. If this works, if we get a YouTube anime series into 1,000 theaters globally, it opens the door not just for us, but for many creators, many projects in the future of original creator-led storytelling. That's facts. That's facts. To be blunt, getting this to the point has been a massive uphill battle. The traditional film industry has never really done something like this before at a global scale. Like a lot of the bets we've taken over the years of running Glitch, it takes a bit of risk to truly push into new territory, but we really believe it's worth it. It's so true. Hollywood is so Hollywood, bro, and they gatekeep. They don't consider content creators and streamers, you know, technically people that are, you know, in that phase as well, right? But then we started to see this huge push of Hollywood people trying to come onto streams now. Now it's the opposite. Now these guys are trying to get into streaming. Now they're trying to get into podcasting. Now they want to be a part of the show with the Kai Cenats, and they want to be a part of the iShow Speeds, and they want to appear there, and they want to run their own stuff. So it's like now people are like, wait a minute. You got football and basketball players, like, you make how much money streaming? You make how much money doing YouTube? Okay, you got it's the world is changing, and a lot of them don't want to keep that separation. So yeah, in terms of the elite versus the non-elite, 2-week gap came out a lot back and forth. Theaters were originally asking for a minimum of a month. I pushed hard to get it down to just 1 week or less, but they weren't willing to budge that far. 2 weeks was where we finally landed. Even that was apparently unheard of for them. I get it's not ideal for everyone, and I generally hear the frustration, but if this works, it changes the game for us and a lot of the other independent creators down the line. I also hear that those of you are frustrated because there isn't a theater near you yet. We are working around the clock to fix that. We're currently in active talks with the several theater chains in many countries around the world. Yeah, that would suck, okay? That if you're a huge fan of this show, you can only watch it on YouTube, but you have to wait for 2 weeks. You're getting spoiled. That's what's going to happen. If you don't, it's impossible unless you stay off the internet, bro, man. Oh, that reminds me. Sorry, pause. I'm going to stop right here, okay? That's what's happening with this show, okay? It's going to come out with a movie. They're going to get on theaters. You should watch it, okay? But when it comes to spoilers, did you guys hear about Avatar? Avatar. Apparently, The Last Airbender has leaked online, bro. The leakers claim Nickelodeon accidentally emailed them the entire movie. Oh my god, no, bro. I love Aang. I love Avatar The Last Airbender, bro. That show, someone put me on game of that maybe like 2 or 3 years ago because I was late to the party, and I was like, god damn, this is peak. How is this peak? This is timeless. This is peak. Why have I taken this long to watch it? I tried to watch Korra, but I never finished that one, but absolutely peak. And the entire movie's been leaking. People have been posting clips and videos even on Twitter, bro. It's gone. It's out there. It's out there. And I'm so sad. When was this movie even supposed to come out? It looks like it's coming out scheduled to premiere exclusively on Paramount Plus on October 9th. So wait, does that mean it's not coming out in movie theaters? It's only going to be
Netflix.
on Paramount Plus?
Or wait, I thought it was Netflix.
Hi, baby. Man, I don't know about that, bro. I don't know if I'm going to do all that. Movie theater I'd watch, but otherwise, no. Anyway, here's Chase. He wanted some huggies, and this is actually where I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks for watching, guys. If you made it to the end, leave a like, subscribe, and all that other jazz, all right? I'm going to go pet my baby and feed him and give him some love and kisses, okay? I love you guys. I'll see you guys on the next episode. Take it easy. Say bye, Chase. That was it. He said it. He said it. All right. All right, bye, guys. Hey, baby.
7 killers, each one worse than the last. By level 7, you'll realize the most terrifying truth. The worst psychopath in this series might still be alive today. Level 1, Jodi Arias,
Is that the
Arizona.
girl that killed her
This
baby?
psychopath's case became one of the most watched trials in American history. Not just because of the brutal killing she committed, but because of the web of lies she spun trying to
then
escape
didn't
responsibility. Jodi Ann
was loud or
Arias
some
was
shit.
born on July 9th, 1980, in Salinas, California. She grew up in what appeared to be a normal middle-class household with both parents present. In later interviews, Arias would claim her parents were strict and sometimes physically disciplined her, though her family denied these accusations and they were never independently verified. Arias attended Eureka Union High School but dropped out before graduating. She worked various jobs, photographer, waitress, and eventually as an aspiring salesperson for a multi-level marketing company. Before meeting Travis Alexander, Arias had a pattern of unstable romantic relationships. Some former partners described her as intense and possessive, though she had no criminal record. In late 2006, she
fuck
became
was
involved
that?
with Prepaid Legal Services,
what?
a multi-level marketing company, which is how she would meet the man who would become her victim. Travis Victor Alexander was born on July 28, 1977, in Riverside, California. His early life was difficult, marked by childhood neglect, but he later found stability living with his grandparents. He became a practicing member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and worked as a motivational speaker and salesman for Prepaid Legal Services. Travis was known for his charisma, discipline, and ambition. Friends described him as someone who had overcome a difficult childhood to build a successful life. Arias and Alexander met in September 2006 at a company conference in Las Vegas. Alexander was immediately attracted to her, and the two began a long-distance relationship. Arias converted to the LDS Church shortly after meeting him and was baptized in November 2006, which initially strengthened their connection. Despite the enthusiasm at the start, the relationship was troubled from the beginning. Alexander's friends reported that Arias became increasingly possessive and jealous. She moved from California to Mesa, Arizona, where Alexander lived, without a clear explanation. After they broke up in mid-2007, she moved again to Eureka, California. But even after the official breakup, the two continued to see each other romantically and sexually until early 2008. By early 2008, Alexander was preparing for a business trip to Cancun and had invited another woman, Mimi Hall, to go with him. This reportedly upset Arias greatly. Their communications in the months before the murder included arguments about trust, jealousy, and emotional conflicts. Alexander told several friends that he feared Arias's behavior. He described incidents such as uninvited entries into his home, slashed tires, and other possessive acts. These accusations were never proven in court, but they contributed to the growing tension between them. In late May 2008, Arias rented a white Ford Focus in Redding, California, claiming she needed it for a long road trip. She also purchased gas cans, which would later become relevant evidence. She then began driving south, making her way through northern and southern California. Phone records would later show gaps in her calls and attempted alibis during this trip. Evidence that prosecutors would argue showed she was trying to hide her movements. On June 4th, 2008, Arias arrived at Alexander's home in Mesa, Arizona. The two spent the day together, which included sexual activity and taking photos of each other. Digital timestamps on recovered photographs would later confirm the exact timeline of that day. Later that afternoon, Alexander was attacked in the bathroom area of his home. The killing was extraordinarily brutal and involved multiple forms of violence. He suffered 27 stab wounds across his body. He was shot in the head with a .25 caliber pistol.
Jesus.
His throat was cut so deeply it nearly severed his carotid artery. The medical examiner concluded that the throat wound was the fatal injury, though the exact sequence of injuries remains debated. The combination of stabbing, shooting, and cutting became central to discussions about the psychological nature of the crime and whether it showed rage, premeditation, or both. Alexander's friends became concerned when he missed important events over the next few days.
Oh, she's
On
not
June
the one
9,
that
2008,
killed the baby.
they entered his home and discovered his body in the shower. They immediately contacted police. The investigation quickly focused on Arias due to their prior relationship, jealousy conflicts, her sudden travel, and inconsistencies in her statements. But what really sealed the case against her was the physical evidence. Forensic investigators found her DNA mixed with Alexander's blood at the scene. A bloody palm print containing her DNA. Time-stamped photos of her and Alexander taken shortly before the killing. Photos of the actual attack that had been partially deleted, but were recovered by forensic experts. The key piece of evidence was a digital camera found in Alexander's washing machine. Arias had apparently tried to destroy it by running it through a wash cycle, but forensic technicians were able to recover the photos from the memory card. These photos created an exact timeline of what happened that day, including accidental photos taken during the attack itself. When police questioned Arias, her story changed repeatedly. First, she claimed she had not visited Alexander and was nowhere near Arizona. Then, when confronted with evidence placing her at the scene, she changed her story. She suggested that two masked intruders had broken in and attacked them both, and that she had fled in fear. Finally, when that story fell apart under scrutiny...
And you didn't think about calling the cops or anything, you stupid bitch? Like, it just don't make no sense. What?
She admitted to killing Alexander, but claimed it was self-defense. Investigators considered these shifting stories to be
self-defense. So you stabbed him, I think, what, 20-ish times, I think it said? Shot him in the back of his head and cut his throat.
Significant indicators of deception. The intruder story had absolutely no evidence supporting it. No signs of forced entry, no witnesses, nothing. And her self-defense claim conflicted with the extensive defensive wounds on Alexander's body and the logistics of the attack. How could it be self-defense when she stabbed him 27 times, shot him, and cut his throat? Arias was charged with first-degree murder, and her trial began in December 2012 in Maricopa County Superior Court. The prosecution's case focused on premeditation, jealousy, and Arias's attempts to cover her tracks. Evidence of premeditation included the gas cans she purchased, which prosecutors argued were used to avoid leaving a traceable record at gas stations. Her manipulation of phone records to create a false alibi. Her removal and attempted destruction of the camera. Her deletion of photos from the crime scene. The defense argued that Alexander had been abusive and that Arias had acted in self-defense, but they could not provide verified evidence of any abuse. During the trial, Arias made numerous media appearances, giving interviews where she made contradictory or provocative statements.
Provocative.
She even did an interview with a local TV station just hours after being arrested, proclaiming her innocence. These appearances drew massive public attention and turned the trial into a media circus.
Nice.
On May 8, 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The penalty phase, where the jury decides between death and life imprisonment, lasted
How the fuck
nearly
did I
2
not kill
years due to jury deadlocks. The first jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision on sentencing.
How and
a second
why?
jury
Oh, on
also deadlocked. Finally, in April 2015, the judge sentenced Arias to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Hell yeah.
As of now, Jodi Arias is alive and serving her sentence at Perryville Prison, part of the Arizona State Prison Complex. She will remain incarcerated for the rest of her life unless future legal developments alter her status,
what
which
the
is
fuck?
extremely unlikely. She has appealed her conviction multiple times. In 2020, the Arizona Court of Appeals upheld her
trapped. Oh,
conviction,
God. Don't
though
worry, we got
they did
this.
criticize some of the prosecutor's conduct during the trial. However, her life sentence remained intact. Since her
I'm
incarceration,
stuck.
Arias
There
has
we
been involved in various prison disciplinary issues and has had communications restrictions placed on her. The case of Jodi Arias represents level 1 of the most shocking death row cases, because while her crime... However, her life sentence remained intact. Since her incarceration, Arias has been involved in various prison disciplinary issues and has had communications restrictions placed on her. The case of Jodi Arias represents level 1 of the most shocking death row cases, because while her crime was brutal and premeditated, she ultimately avoided the death penalty. What makes her case particularly notable is the pattern of lies she told when confronted with overwhelming evidence. First, she wasn't there. Then, intruders did it. Then, it was self-defense. Each lie collapsed under the weight of forensic evidence, particularly those recovered photos that created an undeniable timeline. The brutality of Travis Alexander's death, 27 stab wounds, a gunshot, and a slashed throat, shocked the nation. But it was Arias's behavior afterward that made the case unforgettable. The elaborate lies, the media interviews, and her complete lack of credible remorse. Travis Alexander was just 30 years old when he died in his own bathroom, killed by a woman he had once cared for, but had been trying to distance himself from.
Dude, that's
His
just
family
sad.
had to sit through years of trials and appeals, hearing Arias blame their loved one for his own murder. Jodi Arias will spend the rest of her life behind bars, but she'll
can't
spend it
see
alive.
shit.
Unlike Travis Alexander, whose life was taken in one of the most violent domestic murders in Arizona history. If Jodi Arias's lies and violence shocked the nation, then our next case involves something even more incomprehensible. A family annihilator who destroyed everything he claimed to love, including his unborn child. Level 2. Chris
Oh no,
Watts,
I'm watching this. This
Colorado.
shit just makes me
On the
so
surface,
sad.
Chris and Shanann Watts appeared to be living the American dream. A nice house in a suburban Colorado neighborhood, 2 beautiful young daughters, and a 3rd child on the way. Active social media accounts showing family trips, motivation, and love. But on August 13th, 2018, that dream became a nightmare when Chris Watts murdered his entire family and disposed of their bodies at an oil site where he worked. And what makes this case even more chilling is how he did it, and how he tried to blame his pregnant wife for the deaths of their children. Christopher Lee Watts was born on May 16, 1985, in North Carolina. He grew up in what appeared to be a stable.
It's so fucking crazy that someone could look so normal and then just do like such fucking crazy shit. Like, god damn. Am I lagging the fuck? Who killed it? Did I kill it? The fuck's going on? I think the servers are going fucking wonky on this game.
middle-class household with both parents present. Watts attended Pine Forest High School and later went to the NASCAR Technical Institute, where he trained in automotive skills. He was described as introverted but polite, with no documented criminal behavior. He later moved to Colorado and worked as an operator for Anadarko Petroleum Corporation, an oil company. Watts met Shanann Catherine Ruchek in 2010 through Facebook. They began dating soon after, and their relationship moved quickly. Watts and Shanann married in November 2012 and settled in Frederick, Colorado, a small town outside Denver. Their marriage appeared stable to the outside world, though later investigations would reveal periods of financial stress, communication issues, and emotional distance. Shanann was born on January 10, 1984, in New Jersey. She worked in various fields, but eventually became a successful employee for the multi-level marketing company Thrive, also known as Layvel. She was extremely active on social media, frequently posting about her family life, health routines, and motivational content. Shanann suffered from lupus, an autoimmune condition, but maintained an active lifestyle and work schedule despite her illness.
Nice.
The couple had 2 daughters, Bella Marie Watts, born in 2013, and Celeste Cece Catherine Watts, born in 2015. At the time of the murders, Shanann was 15 weeks pregnant with their 3rd child, a boy they intended to name Nico. By 2015 and 2016, the Watts family faced significant financial challenges. They filed for bankruptcy in 2015, reporting substantial debt including mortgage payments, medical bills, and credit obligations. Despite Shanann's income from Thrive, their financial strain continued. In 2018, marital issues intensified. Shanann spent several weeks in North Carolina visiting family during the summer, while Chris remained in Colorado for work. During this time, Watts began an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. Phone records, emails, and testimony later confirmed that he frequently communicated with Kessinger and went to great lengths to conceal the relationship. Shanann grew suspicious of his emotional distance and questioned him about the state of their marriage. Text messages revealed arguments about his changed behavior, lack of affection, and decreasing involvement with the children. In early August 2018, while Shanann was still in North Carolina, she texted friends and family that she was worried about her marriage.
Dude, she is beautiful.
She reported that Watts was acting strangely, avoiding intimacy, and expressing doubts about their relationship. When she returned to Colorado on August 7th, the tension continued.
That's the wife, right?
On August 13th, 2018, Shanann returned home from a business trip to Arizona around 1:48 a.m. She was dropped off by a friend named Nicole Atkinson, who was concerned about Shanann's well-being and the state of her marriage. Nicole would become one of the first people to suspect something was terribly wrong just hours later. According to Watts's later confession, what happened next occurred in the early morning hours of August 13th, 2018. Watts claimed an argument occurred after Shanann confronted him about their marriage and his suspected infidelity. During this confrontation, he strangled Shanann in their bedroom. The medical examiner later confirmed evidence consistent with manual strangulation. After killing Shanann, Watts placed her body in the back of his work truck.
Did someone fucking kill that sniper? Holy
and this
shit.
is where the case becomes almost incomprehensible. He loaded their 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, into the truck. The girls were alive at this point. He drove about 45 minutes to a remote oil site owned by his employer. At the site, he smothered 4-year-old Celeste first, then 3-year-old Bella. Bella reportedly fought back, based on injuries found during her autopsy. She had bite marks on her tongue, suggesting she was conscious and struggling as her father suffocated her. Both girls died from asphyxiation. Then Watts disposed of the bodies in the most horrific way imaginable. He buried Shanann's body, still carrying their unborn son, in a shallow grave near the oil tanks. He placed Bella and Celeste into separate oil tanks filled with crude oil. Their small bodies were submerged in oil for several days before being recovered. At 8 a.m. on August 13th, just hours after the murders, Nicole Atkinson tried to contact Shanann about missed appointments. When she couldn't reach her friend, Nicole drove to the Watts home. She became increasingly worried when Shanann didn't answer the door and eventually alerted law enforcement. Police performed a welfare check and contacted Chris Watts at work. He returned home and spoke with officers, but his behavior immediately raised red flags. Shanann's phone, purse, and medication, items she was known never to leave behind, were all found inside the house. Her car was in the garage, but Shanann and the girls were nowhere to be found. Police began interviewing Watts more intensively on August 14th. He gave multiple inconsistent explanations. First, he claimed he had no idea what happened.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Then he suggested
Help me,
Shanann
fam.
had taken the kids and left after an argument. Later, he would claim that Shanann had killed the children, and he killed her in anger. His constantly changing stories immediately raised suspicion among investigators. The turning point came on August 15th when Watts agreed to take a polygraph test. He failed it spectacularly. Confronted by investigators with the results, he eventually confessed, but he offered a version of events that blamed Shanann. He claimed that he had told Shanann he wanted a separation, and she had responded by strangling the girls. He said he then killed Shanann in a rage. This story was contradicted by all the forensic evidence and was rejected by investigators and prosecutors. On November 6, 2018, Watts submitted a full guilty plea to avoid the death penalty. In February 2019, in a prison interview, he finally admitted the full truth. He had killed Shanann and both daughters himself. Autopsies for the victims revealed the full horror. Shanann showed evidence of manual strangulation and blunt force trauma consistent with being dragged. Bella had signs of a struggle, including bite marks on her tongue, and died from asphyxiation. Celeste also died from asphyxiation. Nico, the unborn baby, died as a result of his mother's death. The oil tank conditions caused additional tissue damage and decay, making some findings more difficult, but not obscuring the causes of death. The case never went to trial because of Watts's plea agreement. Sentencing occurred on November 19, 2018, and Judge Marcelo Kopkow handed down 3 consecutive life sentences without parole for the murders of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. 2 additional life sentences for unlawful termination of a pregnancy. 48 years for disposing of Shanann's body. 36 years total for disposing of the children's bodies. Judge Kopkow described the crimes as the most inhumane and vicious he had seen in his career. Watts's parents and Shanann's family both gave emotional statements during sentencing. Shanann's family explicitly rejected Watts's earlier claims that she had harmed the children. They called him a liar and a monster. As of now, Chris Watts is alive and serving his sentence at the Dodge Correctional Institution in Waupun, Wisconsin. He was transferred from Colorado for safety reasons, as his crimes made him a target for violence from...
Good. I'm glad my Wisconsin boys be not fucking with that in the cell.
Other inmates. He has absolutely no possibility of parole. Since his incarceration, he has been placed under protective housing due to the nature of his crimes. He has admitted full possibility of parole. Since his incarceration, he has been placed under protective housing due to the nature of his crimes. He has admitted full responsibility in later interviews and has reportedly
What does that even mean?
Expressed remorse, though many question its sincerity. He has limited contact with outsiders and is unlikely to ever be moved to a less restrictive setting. He remains under constant security monitoring. The case of Chris Watts represents level 2 because it involves the complete destruction of an entire family, including 2 young children and an unborn baby. What makes it particularly shocking is the premeditation involved. Watts had been planning to start a new life with his mistress and saw his family as obstacles to that plan. He didn't kill in a moment of rage. He methodically murdered his wife, then drove his daughters to a remote location and killed them one by one. The image of those 2 little girls, alive in the back of that truck, not knowing their father was about to murder them, haunts everyone who learns about this case. Bella was old enough to understand what was happening. She watched her sister die before her father killed her too. The disposal of their bodies in oil tanks added another layer of horror to an already incomprehensible crime. Chris Watts will spend the rest of his life in prison, but he'll spend it alive, unlike Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico, whose lives he stole to pursue a relationship with another woman. Level 3. Richard Speck, Illinois. If Chris Watts killing his own family felt impossible to understand, imagine a stranger breaking into a home and spending 7 hours methodically murdering 8 young women, while one terrified survivor hid under a bed, listening to her friends die one by one. That's exactly what happened in Chicago on July 13, 1966. And the man who did it showed absolutely no remorse. Richard Benjamin Speck was born on December 6, 1941 in Kirkwood, Illinois. He was the 7th of 8 children in what seemed like a normal family, until his father died of a heart attack when Speck was just 6 years old. That's when everything fell apart. His mother remarried an alcoholic named Carl Lindbergh, who used to beat up Speck and his siblings regularly, and the stable home disappeared overnight. By 12, Speck began drinking. By 13, he was arrested for trespassing, and by 15, he was breaking into homes and forging checks. School was a disaster. He failed 9th grade and dropped out completely. Throughout his teens and 20s, he bounced between manual labor jobs, never keeping one for long. Between 1955 and 1966, police arrested him over and over. Burglary, assault, forgery, disturbing the peace. In 1965, he went to prison for forging checks,
Was he a greaser
but
boy?
got out on parole in early 1966. His record showed a clear pattern. He was getting more violent.
was a greaser.
After his release, Speck tried living with his wife and daughter in Texas, but his drinking and violent temper destroyed the marriage, and she divorced him in January 1966.
Good for her.
3 months later, in April 1966, Speck attacked a woman with a carving knife and robbed her home. Police issued a warrant for his arrest, and he ran. Traveled through the Midwest, working on cargo ships when he could find work. In April 1966, he attacked another woman with a knife, but wasn't caught. By July 1966, he'd made it to Chicago, staying at a Salvation Army lodge for homeless men. Speck was drinking heavily, angry, and dangerous. The next of his victims were student nurses at South Chicago Community Hospital, who shared a townhouse on East 100th Street, a safe neighborhood where young professional women could focus on their medical training.
Nice.
On the night of July 13th, 1966, 8 of them were home. Gloria Davy, Patricia Matusek, Nina Jo Schmale, Pamela Wilkening, Suzanne Ferris, Marianne Jordan, Merlita Gargulo, and Valentina Passion. There was also a 9th woman, Corazana Morao, aged 23. She would be the only one to survive. On July 13th, 1966, Speck spent the day and evening at the bar drinking after failing to find work as a seaman. Around 11 p.m., he approached the nurse's townhouse, broke in through an unlocked window or door. Investigators were never completely sure which. He had a knife, and what happened next lasted 7 hours. Speck controlled the women through fear and threats. He tied them up with torn bedsheets and told them he only wanted money. He moved them between rooms throughout the townhouse. Then he started killing them, one by one. He would take a woman to another room, assault and murder her, then come back for the next. Some he strangled with his hands, some he stabbed. Some he beat to death, and some he strangled with torn fabric. The crime scene showed he did this systematically, removing victims one at a time and killing them individually over several hours. But he didn't see Corazon Amurao. She had rolled under a bed and stayed there, completely silent and hidden in the dark. In the chaos, Speck apparently lost count of how many women were in the house. Amurao stayed under that bed for hours. She heard her friends screaming. She heard them begging for their lives. She heard them die. And she stayed frozen, terrified, barely breathing until Speck finally left around 6 a.m. Another nurse who lived elsewhere arrived that morning for a planned outing. She found the door open and walked inside. What she saw was unimaginable. She called police immediately. When investigators arrived, they found 8 young women murdered throughout the townhouse. Rooms had been ransacked. Torn bedsheets and clothing showed how victims had been tied up. There was evidence of sexual assault on some victims, and there were fingerprints everywhere. Within hours, the story was national news. This wasn't one murder, or even 2. This was the slaughter of 8 innocent young women in a single night. The key to solving the case was Corazon Amurao. Despite her terror, she gave police a detailed description of Speck's face, voice, and clothing. She also described one detail that would prove crucial: a tattoo on his left arm that read, "Born to Raise Hell." Police worked with a sketch artist to create a drawing of the killer. That sketch appeared in Chicago newspapers on July 15th, and within 24 hours, a doctor called police. He treated a patient matching that description at a hospital just hours earlier for a self-inflicted injury. Speck, seeing his face all over the news, had tried to kill himself on July 16th by slashing his wrists at a boarding house. The owner found him bleeding and called for help. Speck was taken to Cook County Hospital. While doctors treated his wounds, a physician noticed the tattoo, "Born to Raise Hell." It matched the survivor's description exactly. He also called police immediately. Richard Speck was arrested at the hospital on July 17th, 1966. He gave minimal statements and refused to confess in writing, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. Before trial, psychiatrists evaluated Speck multiple times. They found he had severe personality problems, was addicted to alcohol, had no impulse control, and showed absolutely no remorse. But they also found that he wasn't insane. He knew exactly what he'd done, and the court ruled he was fit to stand trial. The trial started on April 3rd, 1967, in Peoria, Illinois. It had been moved from Chicago because the case was too famous for a fair trial there. The evidence was crushing. Corazon Amurao identified him in court. His fingerprints were all over the crime scene, items at the scene linked directly to him, and medical examiners confirmed the brutal nature of each murder. On April 15th, 1967, Richard Speck was found guilty on all 8 counts of murder and was sentenced to death, but he never faced execution. In 1971, the Supreme Court changed rules about the death penalty, and in 1972, Speck's death sentence was changed to 400 to 1,200 years in prison. Basically, life without any chance of release. Speck served his time at Stateville Correctional Center in Illinois. His prison record was terrible. Constant rule violations, illegal activities, and allegations of drug use. There were also widespread but unproven stories about his involvement in prison prostitution.
Was he the
Then,
prostitute?
in 1996, 5 years after his death, a videotape surfaced. It had been secretly recorded in prison during the 1980s. The tape showed Speck using drugs and displaying physical changes from female hormones, though How he got them was unclear. In the video, he made disturbing statements about the murders and showed zero remorse. When families of the victims saw that tape, it reopened all their pain. Richard Speck died on December 5, 1991, one day before his 50th birthday. He had a heart attack while in prison and was rushed to Silver Cross Hospital in Joliet, Illinois, where he died. There was no foul play. He died of natural causes after serving 25 years behind bars. He never apologized. He never explained why he did it. He never showed any real remorse for murdering 8 young women. The case represents level 3 because it involved the systematic murder of 8 victims in a single night. Young women targeted simply because they were there. Unlike Jodi Arias, who killed in jealousy, or Chris Watts, who killed his own family, Speck was a stranger who broke into a home and slaughtered 8 innocent people over several hours. The image of Corazon Amurao hiding under that bed, listening to her friends die one by one, knowing she'd be next if she made a sound, haunts everyone who learns about this case. She survived by pure luck. Speck lost count. Gloria Davy was training to save lives. Patricia Matusek had just turned 20. Nina Jo Schmale was engaged. Pamela Wilkening was planning her future. Suzanne, Marianne, Merlita, and Valentina all had families, dreams, and careers ahead of them. Richard Speck took all of that in one night. He spent 25 years in prison, but he spent them alive. Unlike the 8 young women whose lives he ended in that Chicago townhouse. The murder of 8 student nurses in one night seems like the worst a psychopath could do. But for the next case, a man tortured and killed 33 young men over 6 years, and buried most of them under his own house while throwing parties for his neighbors. Level 4, John Wayne Gacy, Illinois. When neighbors think of the friendly guy next door who performs as a clown at children's parties and helps with community fundraisers, they definitely don't imagine a serial killer. But that's exactly what John Wayne Gacy was. Beneath his house, police would discover a crawl space packed with the remains of 29 young men and boys. By the end of the investigation, the count reached 33 victims. And throughout all those years of killing, Gacy had been the last person anyone suspected. A pillar of the community, well-liked, successful, and helpful. He'd been hiding in plain sight the entire time. John Wayne Gacy was born on March the 17th, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children.
I'm gonna name my son
His
John
father
Wayne
was an auto
Ernest.
mechanic and World War I veteran with a serious drinking problem and a violent temper. He used to beat the entire family regularly and screamed insults at his children constantly. His mother tried to protect them but couldn't always stop the abuse. Gacy grew up desperate for his father's approval but never received it. His father called him weak, questioned his masculinity, and made him feel worthless. Gacy also had health problems. He had a heart condition that kept him from playing sports, which made him a target for bullies.
Not same.
He was overweight and unathletic. Kids made fun of him. His father made fun of him. Despite all this, Gacy didn't show violent behavior as a child. His grades were average, and he just seemed like a kid trying to survive a terrible home situation. In 1964, Gacy married Marlyn Myers and moved to Iowa to manage his father-in-law's restaurant. He joined a local community service group and became popular in the area. Everyone thought he was a great guy. But behind closed doors, he was sexually abusing teenage boys who worked at the restaurant. In 1968, he was charged with assaulting a 15-year-old boy. He pleaded guilty and went to prison for 10 years. His wife divorced him immediately.
Good.
Incredibly, Gacy got out after only 18 months for good behavior. After his release in 1970, he moved back to Chicago and lived with his mother. Within 2 years, he'd remarried, this time to Carol Hoff, and started his own construction business called PDM Contractors. The business did well and
PDM?
hired teenage boys and young men for temporary work. Gacy got involved in local politics with the Democratic Party. He created a clown character called Pogo the Clown and performed at children's hospitals and fundraising events.
We do not claim him.
He was friendly, helpful, and respected. Nobody knew he was already killing. His second marriage fell apart between 1972 and 1978. His wife later said he became controlling and distant. They divorced in 1976. After that, Gacy lived alone in his house in Norwood Park Township, and that's when the killing really accelerated. Gacy targeted teenage boys and young men, usually between 14 and 21. Many were runaways, drifters, or temporary workers for his construction company. People whose disappearances might not be immediately noticed or investigated thoroughly. His method was disturbingly consistent. He'd lure victims to his home by offering them construction work, inviting them for drinks, or just offering to help them. Once inside, he'd restrain them using handcuffs, often as part of what he called a magic trick. Then he'd sexually assault them. Then he'd kill them, usually by strangulation using a rope that he twisted tighter and tighter until they died. After killing them, he'd bury the bodies in the crawl space under his house. When that space filled up, he started dumping bodies in the Des Plaines River. For 6 years, nobody caught him. The investigation that finally exposed Gacy started on December 11, 1978, with the disappearance of 15-year-old Robert P. Est. Robert was a responsible kid who worked at a pharmacy. That evening, he told his mother he was going to talk to a contractor about a summer job and would be right back. He never came home. His mother called police immediately. Detectives quickly learned the contractor Robert mentioned was John Wayne Gacy. When they interviewed him, his answers didn't add up. Then they discovered his 1968 conviction for assaulting a teenager. Their suspicions grew. They assigned officers to watch him. On December 13, 1978, police got a warrant and searched Gacy's home. They found disturbing items, driver's licenses and IDs belonging to young men who weren't Gacy, handcuffs, police badges, clothing too small for Gacy's size, a high school ring that wasn't his, and sexual materials involving young males. But they didn't find bodies. The concrete floors and structure of the house hid what was underneath. Over the next week, surveillance officers watched as Gacy's behavior became more erratic. He drank heavily, drove recklessly, and seemed to be falling apart.
Good.
On December 20th, 1978, Gacy confessed to his lawyers that he'd killed more than 30 young men. His lawyers immediately contacted police. That same day, police got a second, more detailed warrant. On December 21st, 1978, investigators entered Gacy's home and started digging in the crawl space beneath the house. What they found was beyond comprehension. Human remains everywhere. Over the following weeks and months, teams carefully recovered 29 bodies from the crawl space.
Holy shit.
4 more bodies were later found in the Des Plaines River and other locations. Total, 33 victims. Many bodies were so badly decayed that identifying them was extremely difficult. Several victims remained unidentified for decades until DNA technology finally gave them their names back between 2011 and 2021. Gacy had buried most victims in the crawl space, arranging bodies in specific areas, and sometimes stacking them when he ran out of room. When the space was completely full, he disposed of later victims in the river instead. Examinations confirmed that most victims died from strangulation. Many showed evidence of sexual assault,
None of
restraints,
them
and prolonged
were able
suffering.
to fight back? Or
Personal items recovered from
drugged,
Gacy's home
maybe?
helped identify some victims.
Oh, God.
Many families had reported their sons missing years earlier, but those investigations had gone nowhere. Now they finally had answers. John Wayne Gacy was charged with 33 counts of murder. His trial began on February 6, 1980 in Cook County, Illinois. His lawyers tried an insanity defense, claiming he had multiple personalities and a violent alternate personality committed the murders. Psychiatrists confirmed Gacy had severe personality problems, but said he was legally sane and fully aware of his actions. The evidence against him was crushing. Human remains all over his property, his own confession statements, items belonging to dead victims found in his home, and testimony from people who'd escaped earlier attacks. On March 12, 1980, John Wayne Gacy was found guilty on all 33 counts. The next day, he was sentenced to death for 12 murders and life in prison for the rest. His appeals lasted 14 years. During that time at Menard Correctional Center, Gacy painted artwork that later became controversial when people bought it. He did interviews where he denied everything and showed no real remorse. He filed legal challenge after legal challenge. None worked. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection on May 10, 1994, at Stateville Correctional Center in Illinois. He was 52 years old. His reported last words were, "Kiss my ass," though accounts vary. After his death, his brain was removed and given to a psychiatrist who'd interviewed him extensively. She studied it for abnormalities that might explain his behavior. She found none. His remains were cremated and disposed of. The case represents level 4 because it involves not just multiple murders, but systematic hunting and killing over 6 years. Unlike Speck, who committed mass murder in one night, Gacy hunted, tortured...
Speck? What, from Baki? Baki the Grappler?
And killed dozens of victims over time, burying most beneath his house while maintaining a public image as a friendly community member. He performed as a clown for children while bodies decomposed in his crawl space, hosted neighborhood parties while young men's remains lay just feet below his guests, and he shook hands with politicians while continuing to lure vulnerable boys to their deaths. What makes this especially disturbing is how long he got away with it, and how many lives could have been saved if his 1968 conviction had been taken more seriously. Robert Piest was 15 years old, excited about a possible summer job. He told his mom he'd be right back. He never came home, and he was just one of 33. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994, but he lived far longer than any of his victims. If 29 bodies buried under a suburban home feels like the darkest possible evil, then our next case, level 5, involves someone even more infamous. A serial killer so charming that he became the template for how we think about dangerous charisma, whose name is still synonymous with evil 35 years after his death. Level 5.
Knew it.
Ted Bundy, multiple states. There's a reason Ted Bundy's name became shorthand for charming serial killer. It's because he actually was exactly that. Intelligent, well-spoken, polite, and handsome. He volunteered at a crisis hotline helping people in emotional distress. He worked on political campaigns. He was studying to become a lawyer. He was the kind of man parents would approve of their daughters dating. And he used every bit of that charm to lure at least 30 young women to horrible deaths across multiple states. What separates Bundy from someone like Gacy isn't just the number of victims. It's that Bundy operated in broad daylight, in public places, using nothing but charisma and cleverness. He didn't need to hide in the shadows. He walked right up to his victims in crowded areas and they trusted him. And by the time police finally caught him, he'd left a trail of bodies from Washington to Florida. Theodore Robert Bundy was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont. His early life was built on a lie that would shape everything that followed. His mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, wasn't married when she got pregnant, a situation that carried serious social shame in the 1940s. To avoid scandal, young Ted was raised believing his mother was actually his older sister, and his grandparents were his parents. This kind of family secret was common back then, but it created a foundation of confusion and instability that Bundy would reference later in interviews. In 1950, Eleanor moved with Ted to Tacoma, Washington, and eventually married Johnny Culpepper Bundy, who gave Ted his last name. But Bundy never developed a real relationship with his stepfather. He was shy, socially awkward, and struggled to make friends during his teenage years. Felt like an outsider looking in at normal life. Despite his social struggles, Bundy did reasonably well in school. He eventually enrolled at the University of Washington to study psychology. Over time, he learned to fake the social behaviors that made him seem confident and likable, even though he later admitted feeling disconnected from real human emotion. He got skilled at appearing trustworthy, respectable, and charming. He volunteered at a Seattle crisis hotline where he worked on political campaigns. He was exactly the type of young man people described as having a bright future. But underneath that carefully built image, something much darker was growing. As a teenager, Bundy engaged in voyeurism and broke into homes, though he was never caught. Later assessments and his own statements suggested he had violent fantasies about control and domination from a young age. In 1967, Bundy started dating a woman known publicly as Stephanie Brooks. She was attractive, sophisticated, and from a wealthy family. Everything Bundy wanted to be associated with. When she broke up with him in 1968 because she felt he lacked direction, it devastated him. Then, years later, after Bundy had transformed his image and become more confident, they briefly reconnected. This time, Bundy suddenly ended the relationship himself, apparently to prove he had control, that he could reject her the way she'd rejected him. This need for control and power over women would define everything that came next. Bundy's confirmed murders started in 1974, though he hinted at killing as early as 1969. His victims fit a clear pattern. White females, typically 15 to 25 years old, often with long dark hair parted in the middle. Many looked strikingly similar to Stephanie Brooks. His method was as calculated as it was effective. He'd approach women in public places during the day, college campuses, parks.
Were they all just him fantasizing about killing the real Stephanie or some shit? Like, bro, why am I so far back? This is cringe.
In shopping areas. He used different tricks to gain their trust. Sometimes he wore a fake cast or sling and asked for help carrying books or loading something into his car. Sometimes he pretended to be a police officer or authority figure. Sometimes he just used his good looks and charm. Once he got a victim to his car, a tan Volkswagen Beetle, he'd knock them unconscious, usually with a crowbar or tire iron. Then he'd drive to a secluded spot where he'd sexually assault, torture, and murder them. Most died from either head injuries or strangulation. Disturbingly, Bundy often returned to dump sites days or weeks later for sexual acts with the decomposing bodies. He sometimes took photos, though most were never found. In early 1974, several young women started disappearing around Seattle. Linda Ann Healy vanished from her bedroom in January, leaving behind a blood-stained pillowcase. Susan Rancourt disappeared from campus in April. Roberta Parks vanished in May. Brenda Ball disappeared in June. Georgianne Hawkins disappeared from the University of Washington campus, also in June. Then came July 14, 1974. The day that gave investigators their first real break. At Lake Sammamish State Park, 2 women disappeared within hours, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling, calling himself Ted, approaching women and asking for help loading a sailboat. Witnesses described him, his tan Volkswagen Beetle, and even heard the name Ted. For the first time, investigators had a description, but it still wasn't enough to find him. In fall 1974, Bundy moved to Salt Lake City for law school. The Washington disappearances stopped, but new disappearances began in Utah and Colorado. Nancy Wilcox vanished in October. Melissa Smith, the 17-year-old daughter of a police chief, disappeared that same month. Laura Aim disappeared in October. Deborah Kent vanished from a high school parking lot in November. Bundy was finally arrested on August 16, 1975, but not for murder. A highway patrol officer in Utah noticed his Volkswagen driving suspiciously through a neighborhood late at night. When the officer tried pulling him over, Bundy fled before finally stopping. The officer searched the car and found what he described as a murder kit: handcuffs, a ski mask, rope, an ice pick, a crowbar, and trash bags. Bundy claimed these were ordinary items, but nobody believed him. When investigators examined the car more closely, they found hair matching missing women and other evidence linking Bundy to disappearances. In 1976, he was convicted of kidnapping Carol DeRanch, a woman who'd escaped from him in 1974 after he impersonated a police officer. In 1977, Bundy was sent to Colorado to face murder charges. During pretrial hearings in Aspen, where he was representing himself, he was allowed to use the courthouse law library. On June 7, 1977, during a break, Bundy jumped from a second-story window and escaped. He was caught 6 days later. Then, on December 30th, 1977, Bundy escaped again, this time from jail in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. He'd sawed through his cell ceiling, crawled through, and simply walked out. By the time guards noticed, he was already heading to Florida, and the worst was yet to come. After escaping in December 1977, Bundy traveled to Tallahassee, Florida, living under a fake name. On January 15, 1978, just over 2 weeks after his escape, he entered the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University around 3 a.m. In less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women with a wooden club. Margaret Bowman, 21, was beaten to death. Lisa Levy, 20, was beaten, strangled, sexually assaulted, and bitten repeatedly. Karen Chandler survived with severe injuries. Kathy Kleiner survived with a broken jaw. That same night, Bundy attacked another student, Cheryl Thomas, in her apartment just blocks away. She survived but suffered permanent hearing loss. Then, on February 9, 1978, Bundy committed his final known murder. He kidnapped 12-year-old Kimberly Leach from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. Her body was found 8 weeks later. She'd been sexually assaulted and murdered. Bundy was arrested for the last time on February 15, 1978, in Pensacola after being stopped for driving a stolen car. He gave a false name, but fingerprints confirmed who he was. This time, the evidence was overwhelming, especially the bite marks on Lisa Levy's body, which experts matched to casts of Bundy's teeth. Bundy faced 3 major trials in Florida. In 1979, he was tried for the Chi Omega murders. He represented himself at times, questioning witnesses and making arguments. On July 24, 1979, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. In 1980, he was tried for Kimberly Leach's murder. Again, guilty and another death sentence. After his convictions, Bundy spent over a decade on death row, filing appeals and giving interviews where he slowly started admitting to some murders, though he continued manipulating and lying even in confession. Days before his execution, Bundy confessed to 30 murders, though investigators believe the actual number could be much higher, possibly over 100. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed by electric chair on January 24, 1989, at Florida State Prison. He was 42 years old. Outside the prison, crowds gathered holding signs that read, "Burn, Bundy, burn," and cheering when his death was announced.
Nice.
His remains were cremated and his ashes scattered in Washington's Cascade Mountains, the same area where he dumped many victims' bodies. The case represents level 5 because it involves not just a high victim count, but intelligence, manipulation, and charm that let him evade capture for years. Unlike Gacy, who targeted vulnerable boys, Bundy targeted educated middle-class women in public during daylight. He escaped custody twice, represented himself in court, questioning survivors of his attacks, and he maintained innocence for years while hinting at guilt. He became the template for the charismatic psychopath, the intelligent, attractive killer who doesn't look like a monster. And that's exactly what made him so dangerous. Linda Ann Healy was
Especially with that goddamn caterpillar on his
studying
face.
psychology. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy were excited college students. Kimberly Leach was just 12 years old. Ted Bundy took all their futures in the most brutal ways, and he did it with a smile. He was executed in 1989, but unlike his victims, he lived long enough to become famous, to give interviews, to try explaining himself. His victims never got that chance. His real legacy isn't his intelligence or escapes or courtroom drama. It's the 30-plus young women whose lives he stole, women who trusted the wrong, charming stranger on the wrong day. Level 6, Jeffrey Dahmer, Wisconsin. If Ted Bundy represented the charming predator who hunted across state lines, then Jeffrey Dahmer represents something even more disturbing, a killer who didn't hunt at all. He lured his victims willingly into his apartment, drugged them, murdered them, and then kept their bodies as company. And what he did with those bodies went far beyond anything we've discussed so far. When police finally entered apartment 213 at the Oxford Apartments in Milwaukee on July 22, 1991,
That's where my
they
mom
discovered
grew
one
up.
of the most horrifying crime scenes in American history.
I think my mom told me that they actually didn't meet him, but seen him once at a gay bar because one of my uncles be gay. And then when they were going to pick him up, they might have seen him, but...
What they found wasn't just evidence of murder. It was evidence of something much darker. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born on May 21, 1960 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His early childhood seemed normal enough. His father, Lionel, was a chemist and graduate student. His mother, Joyce, struggled with mental health issues and took various medications during her pregnancy. As a young child, Dahmer was described as happy and energetic. But something changed around age 6 after he underwent surgery for a double hernia. Family members later said he became more withdrawn and quiet after that.
That's weird.
Though it's impossible to know if the surgery itself caused any personality change or if other factors were involved.
I wonder if that might have happened with me with my... Because I had open heart surgery when I was... Well, the first one I ever had, I was a week old, and then when I was 9, I had another one. And I was in and out of the hospital, like, multiple fucking times for different complications and shit. But I remember when I was, like, way younger, I used to be, like, super energetic and this and that, very social. And I almost want to say, like, maybe around that time, I kind of, like, I don't know, something weird. Like, I would say I became way more antisocial and shit like that, but... Because, I mean, you gotta think, like, something like that fucking is bound to have, like, some type of psychological effect on the, like, young brain. But
His parents' marriage was troubled. They fought constantly.
And Clarence' parents
and
have
the
a real
tension
good
in the home
marriage.
was obvious. When Dahmer was in his early teens, his mother's mental health deteriorated further, and the family atmosphere became increasingly unstable. Around this time, Dahmer developed a disturbing fascination with dead animals.
That's gross.
He collected roadkill and animal carcasses from the woods near his home. He would dissect them, studying their insides with intense curiosity. He later claimed he was interested in how things worked internally, how bones fit together, how bodies were structured.
I'm like that, but with mental shit. Like I've been what? Actually, it's been way before I even started therapy. Like I want to say this started in like maybe 2019, but I just became very interested in like how depression works, how this works, how that works, like emotions and like what might be behind like emotions and this and that and blah blah blah. But yeah, it was weird.
His father,
and like ways
being
of
a
coping
chemist,
and shit.
had taught him how to use chemicals to bleach and preserve bones.
That's weird.
Dahmer
That's
took this
fucking
knowledge
weird.
and applied it to his animal experiments. Nobody recognized this as a warning sign at the time. By high school, Dahmer was drinking heavily,
Nice.
often showing up to class drunk.
I did that.
He was
like,
a
maybe
loner
2
with
times.
few friends. Other students
wasn't me.
later described him as odd and isolated.
I had
Despite his problems,
a
he
lot of
managed to
friends.
graduate in 1978.
My thing was I didn't have a lot of like school friends, but there were in the little town where I grew up. A lot of my like main friends went to different schools, except for my buddy Josh and my homie Blake. But they were both in different grades. But yeah, my main friends never were actually the friends that I had in school. Like there were people I kind of like hung out with, but they were just like school friends, I guess. I didn't hang out with them like after school and shit, but
That summer, shortly after graduation, Dahmer committed his first murder. He was 18 years old and living alone temporarily while his parents were going through a divorce.
How old was he?
Shortly after graduation, Dahmer committed his first murder.
Oh god, my mouse.
He was 18 years old and living alone temporarily while his parents were going through a divorce. He picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks, a 19-year-old who was traveling to a concert. Dahmer invited him back to his house to
This
drink
is why
and
you don't
hang out.
hitchhike.
After several hours, when Hicks said he needed to leave, Dahmer didn't want him to go, so he hit him in the head with a dumbbell, strangled him, and killed him. Afterward, Dahmer dismembered the body in his basement, packed the parts into garbage bags, and buried them in the woods behind the house. Years later, he returned to the site, dug up the bones, crushed them with a sledgehammer, and scattered them. Stephen Hicks's disappearance was never solved at the time, and Dahmer wouldn't kill again for nearly 9 years. After high school, Dahmer briefly attended Ohio State University,
That's him?
but dropped out due to his drinking. His father, frustrated with his behavior, convinced him to join the army in 1979. Dahmer was stationed in Germany as a medical specialist, but his drinking problem continued. He was discharged in 1981 for alcohol abuse. He moved to Wisconsin to live with his grandmother in the Milwaukee suburb of West Allis. For several years, he seemed to function relatively normally, though he was arrested a few times for minor offenses like public drunkenness and indecent exposure. But in 1987, Dahmer killed again. This time, it was Stephen Twomey, a 25-year-old man he met at a bar. Dahmer later claimed he didn't remember killing Twomey, that he woke up in a hotel room and found him dead. Whether that's true or not, he dismembered the body, disposed of it in trash bags, and got away with it. From that point on, the killings accelerated. Between 1987 and 1991, Dahmer murdered at least 15 more men and boys, most of them in his apartment. His victims were primarily young men, many from marginalized communities. Gay men, men of color, some who were homeless or struggling. He often met them at gay bars, bus stops, or shopping centers. His method was disturbingly consistent. He'd approach someone, usually offering money for photos or just to hang out. He'd bring them back to his apartment, give them a drink laced with sleeping pills, and wait for them to pass out. Then he'd strangle them. But what happened after the murders is what separates Dahmer from almost every other killer we've discussed. He didn't just kill his victims, he kept them. He took Polaroid photos of the bodies and various stages of dismemberment. He kept skulls, which he cleaned and painted. He stored body parts in his refrigerator and freezer. He dissolved some remains in acid-filled barrels. And in several cases, he admitted to eating parts of his victims. Hearts, thighs, biceps, because he said it made him feel like they were still with him, that they'd become a permanent part of him.
Bro, you just shit out.
He also conducted disturbing experiments on some victims while they were still alive but drugged. He drilled holes into their skulls and poured acid or boiling water into their brains, attempting to create what he called living zombies. People who would be completely obedient and never leave him. These experiments were always fatal. The most disturbing near-miss came on May 27, 1991, when 14-year-old Konarak Synthosompphone escaped from Dahmer's apartment and was found wandering naked, bleeding, and incoherent on the street. Neighbors called police. When officers arrived, Dahmer came outside and calmly explained that Konarak was his 19-year-old boyfriend, that they'd had a fight, and everything was fine. Despite the boy's obvious distress and the neighbors' protests, police believed Dahmer and helped him take Konarak back inside the apartment. Within hours, Dahmer murdered him. Had police investigated further, had they entered the apartment, they would have found evidence of previous murders, including another victim's body still in the bedroom. But they didn't check. They took Dahmer's word and left. That decision haunted those officers for the rest of their lives. Dahmer's crimes finally came to light on July 22, 1991, when Tracy Edwards, a 32-year-old man, escaped from Dahmer's apartment with a handcuff still dangling from his wrist. He flagged down a police car and told officers a man had tried to kill him. Edwards led police back to apartment 213. When officers knocked, Dahmer answered calmly and let them inside. As they looked around, one officer opened the refrigerator. Inside was a human head. That's when everything unraveled. A full search of the apartment revealed unimaginable horror. Police found 7 skulls scattered throughout the apartment, some painted, some bleached. A blue 57-gallon drum contained a human torso dissolving in acid. The refrigerator held 2 human hearts, along with other organs and muscle tissue wrapped in plastic. The freezer was packed with bags of human flesh. There were 3 more dismembered torsos in various states of decay. There were tools, saws, knives, bleach, formaldehyde, acid. There were photographs documenting every stage of the killings and dismemberments. And there were drawings. Sketches Dahmer had made of a proposed shrine he wanted to build using the skulls and bones of his victims. Dahmer was arrested immediately. Once in custody, he didn't resist or deny anything. He confessed fully and in disturbing detail to 17 murders committed between 1978 and 1991. He walked detectives through each killing chronologically, explaining what he'd done and why. He said he killed because he didn't want his victims to leave. He said he kept their bodies because he was lonely and wanted company. He said he ate parts of them because it made him feel connected to them. Psychiatrists evaluated Dahmer extensively. They diagnosed him with several severe disorders, including attraction to dead bodies, personality disorders, and alcohol dependence. But the key legal question was whether he was sane. Some experts said his behavior was so bizarre it proved severe mental illness. Others argued he was completely aware of what he was doing, that he planned carefully, hid evidence effectively, and understood the legal consequences. Ultimately, he was found legally sane and responsible for his actions. Dahmer was charged with 15 counts of first-degree murder in Wisconsin.
That's
a separate case in Ohio.
That's so fucking crazy that shit happened in my state. Like, holy fuck.
Later covered Stephen Hicks.
Also Leatherface. I forget what his actual name is, but
his murder. His trial began on January 30th, 1992, in Milwaukee. The trial wasn't about whether he killed these people. He'd already confessed. The trial was about whether he was insane when he did it. The prosecution argued he was methodical, calculating, and in full control. The defense argued his cannibalism and experiments proved he was psychotic. Families of victims attended every day, sitting through horrifying testimony about what had been done to their loved ones. On February 15th, 1992, the jury rejected the insanity defense. Jeffrey Dahmer was found guilty on all counts. He received 15 consecutive life sentences in Wisconsin, totaling 957 years. Later, he received an additional life sentence in Ohio for Stephen Hicks's murder. Because Wisconsin had abolished the death penalty, execution wasn't an option. He was sent to Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. For the first year, Dahmer was kept in solitary confinement for his own protection. In 1993, he was moved to a less restrictive unit where he could interact with other prisoners. He participated in Bible study and was baptized. He worked cleaning duties. But other inmates harassed.
I fucking hate because when the documentary about him came out, there were actually people being like saying dumbass shit like, since he became like fucking Christian or whatever the fuck, God has forgiven him and shit. Like, you go fuck yourself with that shit. Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, but if God could forgive someone like this just because I believe in God now, then God's a fucking idiot.
Asked him constantly, and he reportedly made jokes about his crimes, which made things worse. On November 28, 1994, Dahmer was assigned to clean the prison gym with two other inmates, Jesse Anderson and Christopher Scarver. Guards left them unsupervised briefly. During that time, Scarver attacked Dahmer with a metal bar from exercise equipment, striking him repeatedly in the head and face. Dahmer died from his injuries at a nearby hospital. He was 34 years old. Scarver later said he killed Dahmer because he was disgusted by his crimes and the way Dahmer behaved in prison. Anderson, who was also attacked, died shortly after. Dahmer's body was cremated, and his ashes were divided between his parents. After his death, the Oxford Apartments building where he'd committed most of his murders was demolished in 1992. Many of his belongings were destroyed. The 57-gallon drum was melted down. His brain was preserved temporarily for research, but after legal disputes, it was eventually cremated as well. The case triggered national discussions about police negligence, especially the Konarak incident, about how marginalized communities are often overlooked by law enforcement, and about the nature of severe mental illness versus legal responsibility. The case represents level 6 because it goes beyond the act of killing into something darker, keeping victims' bodies, eating parts of them, attempting to create living zombies. Unlike Bundy or Gacy, who disposed of bodies to avoid detection, Dahmer kept his victims close because he couldn't bear to be alone. 17 young men and boys lost their lives. Stephen Hicks, Stephen Tuomi, Jamie Dockstader, Richard Guerrero, Anthony Sears, Raymond Smith, Edward Smith, Ernest Miller, David Thomas, Curtis Straughter, Errol Lindsay, Tony Hughes, Konarak Synthesymphone, Matt Turner, Jeremiah Weinberger, Oliver Lacey, and Joseph Braidhoft. They were sons, brothers, friends, people with futures that were stolen not just by murder, but by something far more disturbing. Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in prison in 1994. but he lived far longer than any of his victims ever got the chance to. If Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes felt like the absolute limit of human depravity, then our final case will challenge that assumption, because it involves a man who claims to have murdered over 300 young girls across 3 countries, and who, unbelievably, is possibly still alive and free today. Level 7, Pedro Lopez, South America. Most serial killers in this series were eventually caught, tried, and either executed or sentenced to life in prison without parole. Justice, however delayed, was ultimately served. But what happens when a serial killer, one who may be the most prolific in recorded history, serves only 14 years in prison and then simply disappears? That's the terrifying reality of Pedro Alonso Lopez, known throughout South America as the Monster of the Andes. He confessed to murdering over 300 young girls across Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Police confirmed at least 110 of those murders. He was convicted, sentenced to the maximum penalty allowed under Ecuadorian law at the time, 16 years, and then released for good behavior. And since 1997, nobody knows where he is. He could be dead, he could be in hiding, or he could still be out there. Pedro Alonso Lopez was born on October 8, 1948, in Tolima, Colombia, one of 13 children. His father was killed during a period of intense civil violence in Colombia known as La Violencia, before Pedro was even born. His mother, Benilda, worked as a prostitute to support the family.
Nice.
And they lived in extreme poverty.
That's kind of fucked up.
Lopez later claimed his mother was physically abusive, and the home environment was chaotic and violent. According to his own accounts, given during police interviews and later to journalists, his mother caught him in a sexual situation with his younger sister when he was around 8 years old. She then threw him out of the house. At 8 years old, Pedro was living on the streets of Bogota.
So, like, yeah, that's fucked up. But 8 years old, I don't think I'd be like fucking kicking my kid out. 8 years old, I'd be like, well, their situation was really fucked up. They, like, therapy probably wasn't even a thought. But like fucking, I don't know, like that's a really big deal, yeah, but I don't know. If like he was older, like fucking, and depending on like what he did exactly, like fucking, then I'd be like, yeah, like if it was like a fucking 15 older, like doing something to like a way younger fucking sister, then yeah, get the fuck out. But 8 years old, like I don't know. Like obviously something like bad is going on in his fucking mental. He obviously was exposed to some shit. I don't know, but whatever.
Colombia's capital. He survived by stealing, begging, and sleeping in alleys. And while homeless, he claimed he was repeatedly sexually abused by older men. Experiences he would later reference as formative to his hatred and violence toward others. As a teenager, Lopez wandered between cities. At one point, an American couple reportedly tried to help him, taking him in and offering him a home. He ran away after stealing from them. By his late teens, he'd turned to more serious crime. He was eventually arrested for stealing a car and sent to prison in Colombia. That's where, according to Lopez, things got worse. While in prison, he claimed he was gang raped by a group of inmates. In interviews, he said he later killed 3 of those men inside the prison as revenge. There's no complete public documentation confirming those killings, but the story appears consistently in official accounts and interviews. After his release in the early 1970s, Lopez began traveling extensively across Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. He moved constantly, using buses, markets, and rural communities to find victims and avoid detection. And that's when the killing began. Lopez targeted young girls, usually between 8 and 12 years old. He focused on children from poor families in busy public places, open-air markets, bus stations, rural paths. These were areas where a missing child might not be reported immediately, or where reports might not be taken seriously by authorities. His method, reconstructed later from confessions and police investigations, was disturbingly simple. He would approach a girl in a public place. He'd gain her trust with small gifts, offers of food, or promises to help her. Then he'd lead her away to a secluded area outside town. Fields, ravines, isolated paths. There, he would sexually assault her. Then he would strangle her. Then he would bury or leave the body in a shallow grave or hidden location. Lopez told investigators he preferred areas with heavy seasonal rains or flooding, which would quickly erode and scatter remains, making discovery and identification much harder. He claimed he started killing in Colombia, then moved to Peru, and later Ecuador, adapting to local conditions but keeping the same basic pattern. In the late 1970s, Lopez was caught in Peru after trying to abduct a girl from an indigenous community in the Ayacucho region. Villagers apprehended him and suspected him of killing children in the area. They beat him severely and were preparing to execute him themselves. A Catholic missionary intervened, convincing the villagers not to kill him. Lopez was handed over to Peruvian authorities. But instead of prosecuting him for murder, Peruvian police simply expelled him across the border into Colombia. They didn't formally charge him. They didn't hold him long term, they just sent him away. That decision would prove catastrophic. After being expelled, Lopez traveled into Ecuador and continued killing. Throughout the late 1970s, Ecuadorian authorities recorded a growing number of missing girls from poor families. Many families reported daughters vanishing from markets or while running errands, but these disappearances were initially treated as isolated incidents. Runaways, kidnappings for trafficking, or accidents. Nobody connected them. Then, around 1980, heavy rains and flooding in the Ambato region of Ecuador exposed several shallow graves. Bodies of young girls were discovered. Police realized there was a pattern. A focused investigation began. In March 1980, a woman in Ambato reported that a man had tried to lure her 12-year-old daughter from a market with promises of gifts. Police responded quickly and arrested the suspect, Pedro Alonso Lopez. At first, Lopez denied everything, but during interrogation, including one session where a female investigator posed as a grieving mother, Lopez broke down emotionally and began confessing. He offered to show police where he'd buried victims. Over the following days and weeks, Lopez led investigators to numerous grave sites in rural areas around Ambato. Authorities recovered body after body. In Ecuador alone, they were able to link him to at least 53 bodies through physical recoveries he guided them to. But the confessions didn't stop there. During interrogations and later interviews with journalists, Lopez claimed he'd killed approximately 110 girls in Ecuador, around 100 in Colombia, and roughly 100 in Peru, totaling over 300 murders. Only a portion could be confirmed with physical evidence. But even the conservative confirmed numbers made him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Ecuadorian and Colombian authorities cross-checked his descriptions of locations with missing person reports. Many matched, but the remoteness of some areas and the condition of remains made it impossible to identify every victim or confirm every claim. Lopez was charged and tried in Ecuador for the murders committed there. He was found guilty of 110 murders after the court accepted recovered bodies, confessions, and supporting evidence. Here's where the story takes an almost unbelievable turn. At that time, Ecuadorian law placed a maximum limit on prison sentences regardless of the number of crimes committed. The maximum sentence was 16 years. There was no death penalty in Ecuador. So, despite being convicted of 110 murders, despite confessing to over 300, Pedro Lopez received the maximum legal sentence, 16 years in prison. He was sent to Garcia Moreno Prison in Quito, Ecuador, where he reportedly behaved relatively well. He participated in religious activities. He claimed he had repented. There were no major disciplinary incidents. Because of good behavior, he was released early in 1994, after serving only about 14 years. Let that sink in. 14 years for at least 110 confirmed murders. Immediately upon release, Ecuador expelled Lopez to Colombia, where authorities suspected him in numerous unsolved child murders from the 1970s. Colombian officials ordered a psychiatric evaluation. He was found to have severe personality problems, but was considered mentally competent and aware of his actions. Instead of charging him immediately, they placed him in a psychiatric facility for observation. He remained there for about 3 years. Then, in 1997, doctors concluded Lopez no longer met the legal criteria for forced detention. He was released under conditions that reportedly included regular check-ins with authorities and some level of monitoring. After a short time, Lopez stopped reporting. He disappeared. In the early 2000s, Colombian police linked him to the disappearance of a 12-year-old girl and issued an arrest warrant. But he was never found. As of today, there is no confirmed public record of his death. There are no verified sightings. There's no documentation of his current whereabouts. If he's alive, he would be in his late 70s. Some reports and rumors claim he may have died, but none have been confirmed with official documentation or reliable sources. He is officially wanted by Colombian authorities, but that's all we know. The case of Pedro Lopez represents level 7, the final level, not just because of the sheer number of victims, but because of what it represents: the complete failure of multiple justice systems. He was caught in Peru and released. He was convicted in Ecuador and served only 14 years. He was released in Colombia and disappeared, and today, he could still be out there. Over 300 young girls, daughters, sisters, children with names and families, lost their lives to this man. Most were never identified. Most were buried in unmarked graves in remote areas. Most of their families never got answers, and the man who took them served 14 years and walked free. That's the most terrifying part of this story. Not just what he did, but that the system let him go. Pedro Alonso Lopez may be the most prolific serial killer in modern history. And unlike every other person in this series, unlike Arias, Watts, Speck, Gacy, Bundy, or Dahmer, he might still be alive. And if he is, nobody knows where.
That pisses me off. Alright, BRB. Not gonna lie though, the one guy that like killed his wife, pregnant wife, and two girls, his two children, Jesus Christ, am I good? I feel like he should have been a little bit higher on the list, cause like that is just fucking like psychotic. But anyways. I'm also kind of surprised that the Leatherface dude wasn't in this tier. I feel like he definitely should have been, but whatever. Stream Lies of P. I tried that game a little bit. I don't know if I was a big fan.
Case 1. Nicholas Kiedrowitz, just 13 years old, was convicted of the brutal murders of his 2 younger siblings in 2017. In separate incidents, Nicholas killed his 23-month-old half-sister, Desiree McCartney, and his 11-month-old stepbrother, Nathaniel Ritz, in their home in Osgood, Indiana. On May 1, 2017, paramedics responded to an emergency call.
I don't even know if I can eat during this. Ew, what the fuck?
Call from Nicholas, who told his mother, Christina McCartney, that Desiree wasn't breathing. When Christina returned home from work, she found Nicholas holding Desiree wrapped in a towel. Despite Christina's attempts to perform CPR, Desiree was rushed to Margaret Mary Health and then transferred to Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Unfortunately, Desiree died 5 days later, with the cause of her condition remaining unclear. This prompted an investigation by child welfare officials and the Indiana State Police. However, the family continued living together in the same home. Just 3 months later, on July 20, 2017, another emergency call came in. This time, it was for 11-month-old Nathaniel. Christina had asked Nicholas to help put Nathaniel to bed, and soon after, he told her something was wrong with the baby. Nathaniel was taken to the hospital, but was pronounced dead the next morning. Following Nathaniel's death, investigators re-examined the deaths of both children and uncovered disturbing statements from Nicholas. He had made alarming remarks about his actions, including cruelty toward animals. He reportedly injured a kitten and expressed a desire to see its brain splattered everywhere. In December 2017, Indiana State Police interviewed Nicholas, who revealed disturbing details about his actions. He claimed he had placed a towel over Desiree's head to set her free to heaven, and did the same with Nathaniel. Legal proceedings were delayed due to questions about Nicholas's mental competency, with 5 doctors evaluating him. 3 found him unfit to stand trial, but 2 disagreed, and the judge ultimately decided to proceed with the case in adult court.
Good.
Defense attorneys argued that Nicholas had untreated mental health issues and lacked an understanding of his actions. However, the prosecution contended that he fully understood the consequences of what he had done. In August 2021, Nicholas was convicted on 2 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison for each murder, served consecutively, bringing his total sentence to 100 years. During sentencing, the prosecution highlighted his lack of remorse, while his mother expressed her devastation over losing both of her children, one dead and one imprisoned for life. Nicholas was transferred to the Indiana Department of Correction after sentencing. He is currently incarcerated at the Wabash Valley Correctional Facility in Carlisle, Indiana. As of March 2025, Nicholas has served over 3 years of his 100-year sentence. Under Indiana law, he will not be eligible for parole and is expected to remain in prison for the rest of his life. If he serves his full sentence, Nicholas will be 113 years old. Case 2. Austin Reed Sigg, a 17-year-old student from Westminster, Colorado, abducted and murdered 10-year-old Jessica Ridgway on October 5, 2012. At the time, Sigg was studying forensic science and mortuary studies at Arapahoe Community College after earning his GED. He had dropped out of Stanley Lake High School in 11th grade. Sigg lived with his mother, Mindy, in a quiet suburban home and was described as intelligent but withdrawn. He often dressed in black, sat alone in the cafeteria, and was fascinated by death and mortuary science. On the morning of October 5, Jessica left home to meet a friend and walk to school together, but never arrived. Her mother, Sarah, missed a call from the school and didn't realize Jessica was missing right away. A large-scale search involving local law enforcement, the FBI, and volunteers was quickly launched. Sigg had abducted Jessica while she walked past his parked car. He restrained her with zip ties and took her to his home, where he held her captive for nearly 2 hours. After failing to kill her with the zip ties, he used his hands, and when she showed signs of life, he submerged her face in a bathtub of hot water until she died. Sigg then dismembered Jessica's body, hiding some remains in a field in Arvada and others in a crawl space at his home. On October 7th, Jessica's dismembered remains were found in Arvada, confirming the case had become a homicide investigation. Her backpack was found days later in Superior, Colorado, and a tuft of blonde hair was discovered, though authorities did not initially confirm its connection to Jessica. Sigg remained at large until October 23, when he confessed to his mother. She contacted authorities, and Sigg was arrested without resistance. He confessed during a 911 call, revealing the details of the crime, and DNA evidence linked him to Jessica, including material found on her backpack. Sigg was charged with 15 counts, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault of a minor. He pleaded guilty to all charges in February 2013 to avoid trial. On November 19, 2013, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years and an additional 86 years for other charges. Jessica's mother, Sarah, chose not to address Sigg directly at sentencing, instead focusing on her daughter's legacy. A slideshow of Jessica's life played in court, showing her as a vibrant young girl. Sigg showed little emotion throughout the proceedings, crying only during the victim impact statements. His defense attorney argued that Sigg's difficult upbringing, including claims about his mother's exposure to paint during pregnancy, should be considered. A psychologist testified that Sigg was sadistic and lacked empathy. Sigg acknowledged his wrongdoing, but did not give a full personal statement. He agreed to have no contact with Jessica's family and would pay restitution. As of March 2025, Sigg remains incarcerated at the Colorado State Penitentiary in Canyon City, Colorado, serving his life sentence. He will not be eligible for parole until 2022, when he will be 57 years old.
Case 3, Christopher Plaskin, 16 years old, fatally stabbed his classmate, 16-year-old Marin Sanchez, at Jonathan Law High School in Milford, Connecticut, on the morning of April 25, 2014. The stabbing occurred around 7:15 a.m., just hours before the school.
The fuck is going on with the audio? Like, it's so staticky.
Junior prom was scheduled to take place. Witnesses reported a chaotic scene as students cried and emergency responders attempted unsuccessfully to save Sanchez's life. She was transported to Bridgeport Hospital, where she was pronounced dead due to the stab wounds. Plaskin and Sanchez had known each other for years. He was described by peers as the class clown, often cheerful and outgoing, involved in drama and athletics. However, close friends later revealed that he had struggled with mental health issues, including periods of depression and a previous suicide attempt. Although these claims were not officially confirmed, he reportedly harbored a long-standing fixation on Sanchez and had allegedly asked her to prom. At the time of the attack, Sanchez had already made plans to attend the dance with her boyfriend, Jared Butts, a close friend of Plaskin. Marin Sanchez was active in school activities, a member of the National Honor Society, and had recently posted photos of herself in the dress she planned to wear to prom. Friends believed this rejection may have triggered the incident, though Plaskin's defense later contested that interpretation. During the attack, a fellow student saw Plaskin on top of Sanchez and attempted to intervene, but was unable to stop the stabbing. Another student witnessed Plaskin throw the bloodied knife aside. He was immediately taken to the principal's office, where he was described as calm but visibly bloodstained. According to the affidavit, when a police officer arrived and asked what happened, Plaskin reportedly stated that he did it and they should just arrest him. Plaskin was arrested and charged with murder as an adult. He was initially held at Manson Youth Institution in Cheshire, Connecticut, under watch, and was later transferred to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. His bail was set at $3 million. His attorney indicated early on that the defense was considering a possible mental health strategy. Plaskin was being treated with antipsychotic and anti-anxiety medications and showed signs of psychosis. On June 4, 2014, Plaskin appeared in Milford Superior Court and pleaded not guilty to murder. He waived his right to a probable cause hearing. The defense continued to explore his psychiatric state at the time of the offense. His family, including his mother, Kathy, and Uncle Paul Healy, attended the hearings and expressed sorrow for the events and grief for both their son and the victim. In March 2016, at age 19, Christopher Plaskin entered a plea of no contest to the murder charge. The court accepted the plea, treating it as a guilty conviction under Connecticut law. On June 6, 2016, Plaskin was sentenced to 25 years in prison with no possibility of parole for the first 13 years in accordance with Connecticut's revised juvenile sentencing statutes. Prosecutors maintained that the attack was connected to Sanchez's rejection of his prom proposal. The defense denied this connection and emphasized Plaskin's deteriorating mental state, describing symptoms of psychosis. Sanchez's parents expressed disappointment with the sentence, believing it was insufficient for the loss of their daughter. Her father, Jose Sanchez, stated after the sentencing that the outcome sent the wrong message about accountability for youth violence. He argued that Plaskin will eventually be released and resume a life that Marin could never reclaim. There were no visible displays of emotion from Plaskin during sentencing. According to court records, he cooperated with the proceedings but remained largely silent throughout the legal process. Following his conviction, he was transferred to Cheshire Correctional Institution, an adult facility in Connecticut. At the time of the attack, he was 16 years old. Under the terms of the plea agreement, he will be eligible for parole in 2029, when he is 31 years old. Upon release, he will remain under supervision for the remainder of the sentence. As of June 2025, Christopher Plaskin has served 11 years of his 25-year sentence. He remains incarcerated at Cheshire Correctional Institution in Connecticut. He is not eligible for parole until 2029 and has not been released. Case 4, Kyle Enger. On October 18, 2017, 5 teenagers from Genesee County, Michigan, decided to engage in a reckless prank.
Is this an AI voice? It's gotta be.
On the Dodge Road overpass above Interstate 75 near Vienna Township. Among them was 17-year-old Kyle Enger, who had just graduated from high school. What began as a game called dinging, where they threw rocks at passing vehicles, quickly escalated into a deadly crime. The group had brought approximately 20 rocks, some weighing as much as 20 pounds, to throw at the cars traveling below. While several cars were hit, one rock, weighing 6 pounds, crashed through the windshield of a van driven by 32-year-old Kenneth White, a father of 4 and engaged to be married. The rock struck him in the face and chest, causing serious injuries, including a fractured skull and clavicle, which left him unconscious. He was rushed to Hurley Medical Center in Flint, where he was later pronounced...
All because these dumb motherfuckers have low IQ. Like, what the like, four fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Really. Like, dead ass. No cap.
Dead.
No one was like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe this is a really idiotic, stupid fucking thing. Like, what?
From blunt force trauma. Kyle Enger was identified as the one who threw the fatal rock and had also provided the vehicle used to drive to the overpass. After the incident, the group reportedly went to McDonald's, unaware of the tragic consequences of their actions. A joint investigation by the Michigan State Police and the Genesee County Sheriff's Office helped identify the teens, aided by surveillance footage and public tips. Within days, all 5 were arrested and charged as adults.
Good.
The group consisted of Kyle Enger, 17, Mark Sakielski, 16, Trevor Gray, 15, Micaiah Payne, 16, and Alexander Miller, 15. Enger faced charges of second-degree murder, conspiracy to commit second-degree murder, and multiple counts of malicious destruction of property. He was the only one to reject a plea deal initially. The other 4 teens later accepted reduced charges of manslaughter in exchange for testifying against Enger. The prosecution aimed to secure a conviction for the person responsible for Kenneth White's death. In court, the others stated that it was Enger who had thrown the rock just before it struck White's van. Enger ultimately pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. At his sentencing in October 2019, the judge sentenced him under manslaughter guidelines, resulting in a prison sentence ranging from 39 months to 20 years. Enger was credited for the time already served while awaiting trial. In his statement to the court, Enger expressed deep regret, stating he could only hope that White's family and the community would forgive him for his actions. As of May 2025, Enger...
See, he's worried about himself. I know I killed someone. I know I killed your future husband, but do you think you could ever forgive me, Uwu? Like, what? Like, bitch?
has served approximately 7.5 years in custody, including time spent in jail before his trial. He remains incarcerated, but is eligible for parole based on his minimum sentence of 39 months. Anger, who was 17 at the time of the crime, will turn 25 in May 2025. While there are no public records confirming whether he has been granted parole, his maximum sentence could keep him incarcerated for up to 20 years. This tragedy highlights the severe consequences of reckless behavior and the profound impact it can have on all those involved. Case 5, Andrea Balser, who was born as Andrew Balser, was 17 years old when he committed a tragic act that would forever alter his life and the lives of his family. At the time, Andrea lived in Winthrop, Maine, with his parents, Alice and Antonio Balser, both aged 47, and his older brother, Christopher. Andrea had been a high-achieving student with no criminal history, but he was grappling with deep emotional struggles related to his gender identity. Identifying as a transgender woman, Andrea had reportedly faced a lack of support from his family, which led to feelings of isolation. On the night of October 31st, 2016, during the early hours of Halloween, Andrea launched a violent attack on his parents inside their home. Around 1 a.m., while in his room, Andrea used a military-style knife to stab his mother, Alice, from behind as she embraced him. When Alice screamed, Antonio rushed to investigate, only to be attacked by Andrea in the living room, where he was repeatedly stabbed. Both parents succumbed to their injuries. After killing his parents, Andrea went on to kill the family's chihuahua, claiming the dog had been barking during the attack. Andrea's older brother, Christopher, emerged from his room and was spared. Andrea allowed him to leave, telling him it wasn't his day to be murdered yet. Christopher fled and sought help from neighbors. Andrea then called 911 herself, admitting to the dispatcher that she had snapped and killed her parents. When questioned by police, Andrea expressed confusion, unable to fully comprehend her actions. She was arrested at the scene and, during the investigation, revealed her struggles with gender identity. She claimed that her mother was abusive and that her father didn't accept her gender identity, though these claims were disputed by family members. Andrea was charged as an adult and pled guilty to 2 counts of intentional murder and 1 count of aggravated cruelty to animals. Her defense team entered a plea agreement that capped her sentence at 55 years. During sentencing, the court considered Andrea's age, lack of a prior criminal record, and her acceptance of responsibility. However, the judge rejected the argument that her gender struggles should be seen as a mitigating factor, stating that while many transgender people face hardships, these struggles do not justify violent actions. Andrea was sentenced to 40 years in prison. She addressed the court with tearful apologies, seeking forgiveness, though her brother, Christopher, expressed that Andrea showed no genuine remorse. He and other family members strongly rejected the allegations of abuse. After much deliberation, Andrea was transferred to the Maine Correctional Center in Windham, Maine, where she currently serves her sentence. Having been sentenced at the age of 20, she will be eligible for release in 2088, when she will be approximately...
Oh, wait, were they a teen when they killed...
approximately 60 years old, unless early release or parole is granted. As of now, Andrea has served about 7 years of her 40-year sentence. Case 6. Cameron Moffat. On March 18, 2010, 18-year-old Kimberly Proctor was lured to a house in Langford, British Columbia, where she was brutally abducted, tortured, and murdered by her classmates, 17-year-old Cameron Moffett and 16-year-old Cruz Wellwood. The crime, one of the most horrific in Canadian juvenile crime history, shocked the nation due to the extreme premeditation and violence involved. Kimberly had long been a target of bullying and isolation at school. A sensitive, animal-loving teenager, she was especially vulnerable to the cruel attention of Wellwood and Moffett. On the day of the murder, Wellwood contacted Kimberly through MSN Messenger, claiming he had something important to tell her about a mutual acquaintance. Kimberly, still harboring feelings for him, was tricked into coming to the house he shared with his mother. Once there, Moffett and Wellwood overpowered her, bound her with duct tape, and subjected her to several hours of physical and emotional torture before suffocating her. After her death, they stuffed her body into a freezer and later transported it in a hockey bag via public transit to the Galloping Goose Trail, a popular hiking path. There, they set her body on fire. The crime was chillingly premeditated. Investigators later uncovered a disturbing digital footprint left by the two teens, which included violent and sadistic content, conversations about assault fantasies, and disturbing Google searches about organ anatomy, bone fractures, and camp fuel. In the days leading up to the murder, they had even used Google Maps to scout potential locations to dispose of the body. Wellwood, in an online game, had even joked about acting out violent fantasies, suggesting he would randomly target someone just for fun. After Kimberly's body was discovered on March 19, 2010, the police launched an extensive investigation, uncovering over 1.4 billion pages of online evidence. Moffett and Wellwood were arrested and interrogated for 2 days. During their transport to jail, audio recordings captured them laughing and discussing trivial matters, with Wellwood even expressing frustration with Moffett for speaking too openly to the police. Both teens eventually pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and indignity to human remains. In April 2011, they were sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 10 years. At the time of sentencing, Moffett was 18. As of May 2025, Moffett has served 14 years of his sentence and remains incarcerated. His application for day parole was denied in early 2024 after a psychological assessment determined he was a high risk to reoffend. Although he completed some rehabilitative programs, he still minimized his actions and failed to fully accept responsibility for his role in the crime. Kimberly's family continues to fight for justice, attending parole hearings and publicly stating that Moffett should never be released. Her father, Fred Proctor, emphasized that life imprisonment should truly mean life and that Moffett should remain behind bars permanently.
That's why they're getting shot and killed, rightfully so.
Rightfully
so.
ICE
doing their jobs. Both of those deaths of whatever their names were could have been
whatever their
completely
names
avoidable.
were. Jesus. What the is this person a retard? Why does this person sound like they came from Nick Shirley's family? You can watch Dean and Emily debate on Jubilee. It came out a couple hours ago. MAGA woman faces off against young progressive man.
Democrats shut down our country. People lost everything because of that. How is that funny? What, people losing everything is hilarious?
Spare me the fake outrage. You responded to that by saying, "What's funny, Dean? People are dying." Moments after, in the last topic that we debated, saying that this VA nurse deserved to get murdered by 12 shots in the back by a lawless ICE thug.
Welcome to Face Off, where two people debate four claims. One clock,
no interruptions.
One.
Today, Dean Withers, a liberal political commentator and debater, faces off against Emily Wilson, a conservative media personality. The clock
is
starts
ticking.
now.
Let's go.
My first claim is Donald Trump's mass deportation is anti-American.
What?
I would say the most American thing would be protecting Americans.
most evil thing.
I don't see anything un-American about it. People are crying at ICE for doing their jobs. They're intervening with ICE doing their jobs. That's why they're getting shot and killed. Rightfully so.
Rightfully
I defend
so.
ICE doing their jobs. Both of those deaths of whatever their names were could have been
Whatever their
completely
names
avoidable. Probably
Jesus. What the f?
better off without him regardless. And yeah, I mean, Obama was like
Obama.
what, 3.1 mass deportation. Donald Trump are not doing well, probably like 890. I mean, Biden was up there like 1.1, something like that. So it's just the hypocrisy of it all. It's like if some people are against it, some people are for it. I want every single illegal out of the country, every single one at any.
Is this person a retard? Why does this person sound like they came from Nick Shirley's family? Hello?
Some people are for it. I want every single illegal out of the country, every single one, at any cost. And then other than that, I just think it's funny that when he does it, it's different. Kids in cages, all this stuff. I mean, they've all been doing it, so I just don't know why they care when Trump does it.
Well, there's actually a lot that you said there that I want to touch on, and I'm sure that we will during this topic. And it's funny because you actually brought up one of the main reasons why his mass deportation has been so anti-American within your first breath. You said there's nothing anti-American about protecting citizens, and then you brought up an example of ICE executing a citizen on the streets of this country. Of course, you went on to say that it was completely justified and that we're better off without them. Let's go ahead and focus in on one of the 3 citizens who has been murdered by ICE, and that will be Alex Preddy. So first, you made a very bold claim. A man lost his life, a mother lost his son, a father lost his son, a hospital lost one of their nurses, and I think the world lost a good man. And your takeaway is we're better off without them, and that the shooting's justified. So Emily, tell me, what is the legal standard that authorizes an LEO in engaging in the use of lethal force, ending the life of an American?
I don't know. Go ahead and tell me.
If you don't know the legal standard that justifies a shooting, then why the hell are you sitting here saying the shooting is justified?
The shooting is justified because we see who they are. All the information comes out of it. Oh, he was a loving. Same with the woman that got shot. Oh, he was a loving son. First of all, everyone was worried about him. You see the text coming out. Oh, we were worried about his mental health. He couldn't go to work anymore. He wasn't able to practice as a nurse. This whole thing of every time someone dies, the Democrats act like they're this amazing person. It's just not true. They even had to Photoshop the photo of him to make him seem normal so the public would react to him better.
Wait, to make him seem normal? Is she talking about when conservatives or somebody? Wasn't that like a photo where they... Wait, hold on. I feel like there were multiple photos taken of this guy. I think I even argued with my chat about this. And in one, his nose is longer, and in the other, his nose doesn't seem as long. And is she saying to seem normal, like, means less Jewish? What?
You going to a protest? If people love you and care about you, and you're a normal, productive citizen...
There was this weird photo where they made him less Jewish. I don't agree. I don't think we ever came to agreement on that. I think that it looked to me like there were a couple photos taken, and in one of these, the camera was either a bit higher or a bit lower, and the perspective on the face is a little bit different. But I think everybody was saying that this looked like an AI modified picture to shorten his nose. But that wasn't my takeaway from it. But
you are not going to interfere with ICE protests, okay? Especially when they're getting death threats up like 5,000%, okay? Yes, you went in to stir up trouble. You're mentally ill. That's why you can't be at your job or with your friends anymore. Your family doesn't give a shit about you, or else you wouldn't be at an ICE protest because you're not a productive citizen. And other than that, when I see it, I'm like, it's justified. Guess what? If I thought someone was going to harm me or my life, I would choose me over them.
So to clarify, your claim is, I have no clue what the legal standard is that justifies an LEO to shoot and kill an American, but I think Alex Preddy was mentally ill, therefore I think it's okay, right?
No, I'm asking you, that's not what I do. What's the legal justification of it? Go ahead and please educate me and tell me, but I think it was justified, yes.
Well, don't worry, I'm watching the clock. I am going to tell you what that legal standard is eventually, but before I do, I just am trying to...
Isn't it this one? No, I don't think she's referring to this. Although this was an issue where people were trying to upscale a photo. I can't scroll on this dog shit phone website. But she's referring to, there was one in an outfit. It looked to me like there's two different photos, but the camera is slightly positioned differently in one, or his face is a little bit tilted up or down in the other. And people are saying that they photoshopped his nose to make it smaller so that it looks like he's not as Jewish. It was this one, yeah. But I don't think we ever got any more background on where any of these pictures came from. And then I also got mega triggered because I've done lots of photo shoots before. And I think everybody in chat was like, if you're doing a photo shoot, why would they take more than one picture of you in the same position? And it's like, every photo shoot, they'll take like 30 pictures of you. So depending on the professional, depending on what it is, they take a ton of pictures. They'll ask you which ones you like. And then usually I don't know if you would call it shooting raw out of the lens and the camera. For video, it's like raw or whatever, B-raw. Raw on your mom's puss. But for a photographer, they'll shoot a format that is a little bit desaturated in colors because it has more information. And then when you pick the photo that you like, they'll take that picture, they'll color grade it, and then they'll send that picture back to you. I don't know 100% if that's what happened here, but it's possible. But I don't think we ever got any more information about where these pictures came from. So the narrative that everybody ran with was that they tried to Photoshop a picture to make them less Jewish, I guess. They made the nose smaller. I don't know.
To determine why you think it's okay a man's life was ended. So I asked you why you think it's justified. Then you went on a 3-minute rant about how he's mentally ill and was at that protest when he...
Can you check my dono chat from General Decision 67? What, dude?
Hello there. How was your trip?
It was good. I did it somehow.
Iri's the goat, isn't he?
I don't know. I kind of think he's fucking annoying. I think he looks like a fucking corpse. I hate his voice.
Now you're spitting.
He's a TikToker, loser. He's too tall, freakishly tall.
Wait, how tall is he?
At least 5'11".
Oh, way too tall.
No, it was good. I've done these trips to like New York or DC before because it's a 3-hour flight both ways. But to go to LA, do an event, and then fly back all on the same day was kind of a lot. But I did it. I survived. So. But that's my last. I think that's my last one this month. We're grinding the streams.
Woohoo!
Maybe, unless Judge Torres comes out, emerges from his slumber.
Oh, he's gonna have more rulings after the weekend. He just needs his weekend to...
True, actually.
Oh, did you watch, oh God, what is it called?
I don't know, Mooten, you tell me.
What's his name?
Your mom?
A Jewish Seinfeld guy. Not Jerry, but like
Larry
the
David.
political commentator. No, the political commentator guy.
Norm Finkelstein.
He looks like Seinfeld. No.
Your mom.
Tim Miller.
Oh,
Did you see his most recent thing on Hassan?
No, I literally just started streaming 30 minutes ago, Mooten.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
I'll watch
I'm
it
curious of your take on it. Yeah.
I'll watch it after this. I already can guess, though, what my take will be.
He shouldn't have been there.
I think it's a good conversation.
Yeah, well, I talked to him in 3 days, so.
To clarify, you think that his death was justified, his murder was justified, his execution was justified because he was mentally ill, he wasn't perfect like the Democrats say, CNN photoshopped his face, and he was at a nice protest, right?
Why is the American flag upside down on the gun club merch? It was basically perfect otherwise. Oh, shit. I think I used AI to do the picture, so it might have just flag up. Sorry.
I think it was justified because of his actions. That is why. Those are other things on top of it, which led to this point. But yes, in my eyes, it is justified.
Perfect. What actions?
My tier 2 submessage about that. The upside down American flag is supposed to be like a base in distress or some bullshit. That's why it's upside down.
What actions? When you're going out of your way to go to ICE protests, harass them from doing their job, you're on camera. If you even look like you have he went with a gun, did he not? Did he not have a loaded gun?
Yes, he did have a gun on his holster.
He had a loaded gun. He had a loaded gun, Mooten. Loaded gun.
I mean, he did. Yeah, he did. I guess.
But you should know
Second
that
Amendment people, by the way.
What the hell is the opposing counsel's motion and eliminate? Don't argue this stuff because we don't like the argument. Yeah, what's the quote? Objection, Your Honor. This testimony is brutal to my client's case or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's ridiculous. We actually, we don't think the defense should be able to literally make any argument at all. And that's what we're going to go with? Okay.
Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, merely being in possession of a firearm does not authorize an LAO to literally shoot and kill you. So once again, I'll ask, what actions did he engage in that justified the shooting? You said he was harassing them. How was he harassing them that justified them literally killing him?
Okay, it's on video. You've seen the video and I've seen the video. That's what happened. You're going out of your way at a protest. He's been at many other protests. All these people are at every protest. They're known to harm people. They're harassing people.
So being at a protest, it's justified to get shot? Like what?
People probably online talking about killing ICE agents. You're gonna go to a protest with a gun and a cop sees it as you're harassing these ICE officers that are getting threatened every day. Dude, it's not even a Republican thing, a Democrat thing. It is a common sense thing. It is a common sense thing. I would never,
It's an
yeah,
Asmongold
CCWs, I
talking
understand.
point.
I would never bring a gun to any Trump rally, anti-Trump. That is just not, it's just not a smart thing to do. That's why you end up dead.
Okay, condemn Kyle Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't.
We're talking about him?
What?
Oh my God, come on.
Condemn
Who's
him?
that?
Okay, I condemn him. There, I don't know.
He brought an AR-15 to a protest.
Yeah, that's insane. I think that's insane. I'm not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that's nuts.
So you think that the cops would have been justified in shooting Kyle dead?
Maybe. I don't know. If the actions were different, maybe. I think if you're going to go with an
Who knows?
AR-15 and you get shot by a cop, I don't think it's that weird whether you're Kyle Rittenhouse or whatever his name was.
Why just a maybe? I mean, this is your defense for Alex Preddy, so why is it was totally justified if it was Alex Preddy, but it's maybe justified if it was Kyle Rittenhouse? Basically, what I'd suggest you say in order to stand by your principle is, and I quote, Kyle Rittenhouse should have been shot and killed.
Oh.
Well, I'm not going to say he should have. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe he just, maybe he was in a better situation, but also he probably wasn't threatening to kill ICE agents and cops. He was probably more supportive on their side. And also, he kill people, right?
I'm sorry, when was Alex Preddy threatening to shoot and kill cops? Did I miss that part of the video? What? Hello?
You wouldn't get it.
Right?
Okay, so you also just made another suggestion there, that Alex Preddy threatened to shoot and kill a
good
cop.
job.
That's not true. What's your evidence for that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse situation. It was a big story. I don't care. I don't know what happened. I don't think he's a bad kid, but he's not dead. I don't think he should be out shooting people. I know it was self-defense. If it's self-defense, great. That guy, is he defending himself from the situation he put him in? Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, that situation he's in is 100% avoidable. You can go into all the aspects of it. I don't care that happened to him. I think it was very stupid.
I think this is what happens when someone's intelligent is it never questioned or challenged. Jesus. I want to kill it. Yeah.
To be there. There's a reason it doesn't happen to me, because I wouldn't put myself in that situation, and neither would you either. It's a very stupid situation to be in. It's really not that complicated. Avoid dumb situations.
Wait, Emily, this doesn't make any sense, because earlier you said the world is literally better without Alex Preddy because he brought a gun to a protest. Now you're saying that you don't think that Kyle Rittenhouse is a quote-unquote bad kid, regardless of the fact that he brought a gun to a protest. So what it seems like is that bringing a gun to a protest is not the relevant factor here that leads you to the conclusion that Alex Preddy was terrible and we're better off without him, and Kyle Rittenhouse is not a bad kid, but rather political affiliation. And this is another point why I think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is so anti-American, because it's led Americans like you to think that the murder of your American brothers and sisters roaming free in the streets of this country is somehow justified simply because they disagree with you. And going back to ICE, why is it that you tell us you think every quote-unquote illegal should be deported because they broke a law and committed a federal misdemeanor, completely victimless by the way, but then when an ICE agent literally murders somebody, you don't care and you disregard it, then you come up with some quasi-justification for it, when you self-admittedly do not know the legal standard that would make that shooting justified. Even going back to that legal standard, which I'll share with you now, you cannot kill somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm as an LEO, because as I previously suggested, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, as well as previous SCOTUS case law like Connor v. Graham, which rules that there has to be an objective reasonableness to an imminent threat upon the life of anybody within the immediate vicinity of somebody that LEOs are going to shoot and kill, and merely being in possession of a firearm isn't one. Even the NRA says this. 2 days after Alex Preddy got murdered, a U.S. attorney from California posted on Twitter that this is totally justified because, well, Alex Preddy brought a gun. The NRA responded by saying that that rhetoric is dangerous and wrong. So in other words, the NRA, who you likely have a membership for, says that your rhetoric is dangerous and wrong when you suggest that he could be shot and killed for merely being in possession of a firearm.
Wow.
I don't have a membership to the NRA. Thank you, though.
That's what you took from it.
No, I think situation and context matters, and that's the whole point of this. It's not a
Lay
left versus
context.
right thing. Is if you are someone who is no longer working at your job, your family's worried about you, you're clearly brainwashed by the media,
Oh,
you're
red flag
mentally
laws?
ill,
Is that
you're
what she's asking
violent,
for now?
you're going out there and harassing ICE agents, and you're getting these situations to be much worse than they already are, and you also have a gun with you, and you are at the point where you are like physically wrestling with ICE agents, and you get shot. That is 100% an avoidable situation. You put yourself.
Did she even watch the video? Fucking, he, like, did not make any, like, aggressive, action towards them. They all fucking, like, just started tackling him and shit, and then fucking kabow.
There, and I guess, yeah, some people will be like, it's sad, it shouldn't have happened. Okay, well, it did, so there's nothing we can do about it. But yeah, I think it's justified. I'm sorry.
I mean, the first 90% of what you said was baseless conjecture and reasonless rambling. Okay, you just threw buzzwords out there. Mentally ill. His family didn't like him. Quit his job. None of those things amount to an imminent threat upon the life of an LEO to justify them to shoot and kill you. Now, the reason why I only said 90 instead of 100 was the last thing that you said is he was wrestling with cops. Well, when I watched the video, what I saw was him positioning himself in between an officer and a woman. When that officer began to push that woman, he caught her. And then the officer maced him, put him to the ground. Next thing, he was being pistol whipped in the head by one while being dogpiled by 7. But at no point did I see a singular action in which would amount to justification for an officer-involved shooting, because even if he was obstructing, mere obstruction does not tell an LEO they could kill you. And even if he was resisting, mere resisting, or even resisting while being in possession of a loaded firearm, also doesn't amount to justification for an LEO to kill you. But I'd say from my perspective that he didn't do either of those two things, and the reason why we saw him wrestle to the ground wasn't because of his own doing, but rather because of the lawless actions of these masked ICE thugs.
Thugs. The people literally here to protect us from illegal aliens raping and killing children are the thugs.
Raping and killing
ICE
them.
agents are white supremacist Nazis, and then they're like gay Mexicans literally asking liberals if they can please go do their job because there's a child rapist. Those things are not irrelevant. They do matter. If you are at the point where politics has made you so mentally ill that you are clearly a danger to yourself and others, probably like him and the other woman, as her whatever lesbian wife is telling her to go run over ICE agents.
Yeah,
instead
that
of being at home
happened?
taking care of their
Jesus
children,
Christ.
then, yeah, that actually does matter. Mental health matters in these situations because a mentally healthy person would not be in that situation. They would know the danger. They would know that's not a smart thing to do. They probably would be at home with their family or at their job. And I'm like, those things do matter. A normal person does not put themselves in that situation. They did not just run up to them and shoot them. Obviously, we've both seen the videos. We clearly have different takes on the videos and takeaways from it. But in general, I'm like, that's what happens when you put yourself in very stupid, avoidable situations. And it's very sad. Happens all the time.
If anybody's mentally ill because of politics here, it's you. You're telling us that a man who lost his life was not a victim of murder, the officer was justified and we're better off without him, not on the basis of any legitimate claim in conjunction to the legality of the situation. You admitted to not knowing what justifies an LEO to shoot and kill somebody, but because of baseless conjecture. Like, Emily, we're doing it again. You're just sitting here telling me, oh, he could have avoided the situation. Oh, liberal. Oh, ICE protests. Oh, they're like, none of that matters. Like, you have to be able to demonstrate an objectively reasonable threat that Alex Preddy was engaging in to make those officers legitimately fear that if they didn't shoot him, he would have killed them first, okay? Saying that he could have avoided the situation by staying home, it does not amount to an objectively reasonable threat upon the lives of the LEOs. That's just more victim-blaming rhetoric, like the other rhetoric we hear from a lot of people on the right, like telling a woman maybe she shouldn't have gone to that bar because at that bar, she was date raped by a man. Once again, going back to that whole mentally ill because of politics thing, quite ironic that you're the one.
Wait, do you go to a bar to get date raped by a random that's not... I feel like we're throwing a lot of terms together there, but okay, whatever. You know what? We'll give it to him.
Let him cook.
Oh, okay.
If it was a Republican in the same position, I would have said the same thing. Like the same thing at January 6th. No one gave a that Ashley Babbitt got shot. They were probably happy she got shot the way liberals love to celebrate the death of all Republicans. It was the same exact thing. No one gave when they shot her, an unarmed woman. But Democrats were perfect. She shouldn't have been there. She was breaking the law. That's what you're telling me. I'm mentally ill because I don't give a shit because he was a loser, and his life didn't really have much meaning, and it just doesn't matter to me.
This woman is
And I'm
crazy.
sorry, that's
Hello?
not the cute, like politically correct
One
take,
sec.
but that is the common sense take. Okay. Sorry, he's not a productive citizen. He's not curing cancer. He's not going to be the next Elon Musk. I don't care. don't have to care about people I don't know. But this whole
Wait, this guy wasn't this guy literally like a VA nurse or whatever, or did not
Alex Petty? Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
And actually, I shouldn't even say that. It doesn't even matter. Even if he worked retail or whatever, like it's not like this guy was just like AFK leeching off the whatever. I don't know.
Thing of like, oh, you're making it political. No, if my Republican friend was in that situation and brought a gun and was wrestling agents and got shot, I'd be like, you were a idiot.
You have a little time left, so I just got to ask you a quick question. So just to clarify, you think that a nurse at a veterans hospital who helped save the lives of those that were willing to lose their lives for us in war, protecting our Constitution, our inalienable natural-born rights, is a f***ing loser doing nothing productive for society, right?
Yeah, just because you're a nurse does not mean you're a productive member of society, because that would mean that I trust the... Okay.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I think that you just took the mask off, and unfortunately I can't tell you why because the red light just went off.
This is like rage bait.
I kind of forgot how crazy your beliefs are, Emily.
They're literally, it's just what everyone who has common sense thinks, but they don't have the balls to say out loud. Because you have to do the politically correct bullshit of acting like we care. My first face-off claim is Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country.
So clearly the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you for your argument insofar as why you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country. But I want you to keep in mind the hurdles that you have to overcome, most predominantly the fact that the GOP, not the Democrats, are championing an adjudicated rapist as president, somebody who's also boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies, on top of the cover-up we see downstream of Donald Trump's administration and the federal government of the co-conspirators, predators, and child rapists inside of the Epstein files. So once again, why do you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country?
Okay, first of all, the whole rapist claim is so insane to me. How many people have been sued for calling him a rapist? That's not true. He's not a rapist, or else he would have been charged, and I assume he would have been in jail for that. So throwing that out is not a good way to go about it. You know better than that. I'm sure you understand laws a lot better than I do. That's not my strong field. Not a convicted rapist, okay? I would not support him if he was a convicted rapist, nor would other Republicans. The comments of locker room boy talk, I don't care. I don't care what people are saying behind closed doors. I think that's a very normal way to speak for a man. Okay, so my issues would be the border, okay? When we're talking about protecting children. A wide open border is not how I would protect children whatsoever. Okay, 450,000 missing children under the Biden's open borders. That's a lot. We can agree that's a lot. That's unbelievable numbers.
Wait,
Trump so
Ira
far,
told me
his
about this
administration has
claim.
located 145,000 of those missing children. Why were those children missing? How did they go missing?
It doesn't mean they're actually
Why was no one
missing.
looking for them? I think that's a big deal. I don't like blaming it necessarily administrations. I'm just glad the kids are back. I'm sure we can agree with that, right? We're continuing to look for them. So obviously with the open border, you have child trafficking, you have organ harvesting, okay? That's what's happening at these borders. Kids are going with, addresses on their wrists, and they're going to be pretty much sold and raped for the rest of their lives until they inevitably probably kill themselves from being that traumatized. So I would say closing the border, which Trump has done pretty well, is the #1 way to protect kids, okay? We have to keep those bad people out, we have to keep the kids in, we have to find the kids. And that is the hub of child trafficking. It's hard for Democrats to debate this. I'm like, well, you have abortion, which is killing
The
a lot of
Republican
kids
wants to
every
find
year.
kids,
Not
huh?
exactly a strong, Republicans are not really the pro-abortion party. You have transgenderism, which is ruining children, and they're also dying from it and killing themselves at record numbers. Democrats are not defending children. 2025, the House passed the Preventing Violence Act. Women by Illegal Aliens Act. So this is pretty much just crimes against children, sex offense, blah, blah, blah. Every single no came from Democrats. I just don't understand. I want to understand, why would you vote no for that? It's protecting children. It's just, this shouldn't even be a left versus right thing, which drives me nuts.
The reason Democrats voted no against that bill is because there's already pre-existing law on the book to allow our government to deport somebody on the basis of an accusation, or more so a conviction, of a violent sex crime. So clearly the reason why Democrats voted no is not to give flowers to Nancy Mace that she doesn't deserve, alongside the fact that it's incredibly hypocritical for, as I started this debate with suggesting, to say that you care about violent sex crimes when you made a violent sex criminal president.
Okay, I mean, what would your opinion be on the Lake and Riley Act, which was obviously very talked about?
If I was president, I'd veto it. I think that it's terrible for women and girls abroad because it allows for the deportation of an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime, which then means they'll be deported with no guilty verdict to another country where they will be able to roam free and recommit. At the bare minimum, we should be finding them guilty first, so they'll either land in a jail cell in another country or get thrown in prison here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. But I'm like, okay, so then are you going through a trial first and keeping them in the country until we know that they're guilty? Or are we just allowing them to go and then we're assuming they're guilty? Like, how does that work? Because I know Democrats are very like, gotta go by the book. No one's above the law. So like how would that work? What would you prefer? What is wrong with it that would make the bill better, I guess?
Why is she framing that as a negative
I just
thing?
told you what's wrong with the Lake and Riley Act is that it deports people on the basis of an accusation.
Isn't it good
or allows for the deportation
that nobody's above the law?
An accusation of a violent sex crime, and they roam free in another country where they could recommit. That's the problem. What we should be doing is we should be keeping them in jail here, in custody here, finding them guilty here, and then deporting them to a jail cell abroad, or like I already said, putting them in a jail cell here.
Man.
Okay, so obviously you would support them going back to where they came from and serving their jail time where they came from, not here in America.
The only thing that I care about is a reliable criminal justice system where I know they won't be able to roam free on the streets of any country in the face of planet Earth. If their home country has one of those, send them back and put them in a jail cell there.
What if the home country doesn't have that? Do we keep them here?
Yes.
So we keep them here even though they're violent? We keep them in jail? We keep them away from children? Or do we just let them roam free?
We would probably put somebody found guilty of a violent sex crime in jail.
Really?
Well, we tend not to. That's my issue. We have, you know... I cover it on my show. 4 times a week. There's usually a black male with a rap sheet of 45 pages that's committed. You know, he's attacked women, he's assaulted women, he's attempted to rape women, potentially child porn in the past. And then we see he goes and like lights a woman on fire because these DAs that are always Democrats under people like George Soros tend to just let them go over and over and over. And I'm like, would you agree we need to keep them in prison? I don't think you should have 45 strikes. I just don't think that works.
That quote-unquote black male that's been found guilty of rape that's roaming free in the streets is actually a billionaire white man named Donald Trump serving as our president. 2 years ago, a civil court held him liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, and you still voted for him. You're a hypocrite.
Okay. The E. Jean Carroll, first, okay, so he's guilty, so he's a rapist. Why is he not in jail?
Because I'll help you with knowledge here about the criminal justice system inside of America. Civil courts determine financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility. So when he was found guilty, he wasn't put in a jail cell. He was only forced to pay $87 million. And before you ask, the reason why he couldn't or wasn't found guilty inside of a criminal court of law is because of the statute of limitations on the crime had expired, meaning even if E. Jean Carroll had a video of it happening to her, she was not able to pursue criminal charges. Therefore, a claim of liability in a civil court of law was the best option she had available.
$87 million for saying something happened to you with relatively no proof as one of the most attacked men on the planet. I mean, that is probably, I would say, I'm sure you're, you know, protect women, care about women, feminism. I would say she's the epitome of what makes these cases complete jokes and why people don't believe women about a lot of things they say, including rape, sexual assault. She's a crazy woman who lives in the... First of all, $87 million is unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable for something that you literally can't prove. And I'm just like, so it happened that long ago. You happen to be a crazy liberal feminist. You live in the woods. You do all this crazy art, whatever bullshit she's doing. And then all of a sudden, when someone's president and has power and every 3-letter agency and all these people attempted assassinations, all of a sudden now you're traumatized from something that happened that long ago? Trump was born into money, successful, has been around beautiful women his whole life. Why? There's no world where I believe he would even touch that woman, nevertheless rape her.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that you said there. So first and foremost, you said, wow, she was able to sue him and find him guilty of rape with no proof. I don't believe that you've done research into the case. What is one piece of evidence that the jury used to hold Donald Trump liable for raping her?
Okay, so she's in the fitting room at the store. She claims that all this has happened. It's like that's just not even realistic. None of this has happened. How come she didn't come by 30, 20 plus years ago? Are there tapes of this? Are there evidence? You also have everyone around who's willing to lie for her. You have a justice system who completely wants to put this guy in jail because they can't attempt to assassinate him. There's not women who are actually raped by predators on the street who have real results can go and get a rape kit. They don't get $87 million. Like, it's just one of those things, regardless if it was Biden or Trump, you look at it, of course she's a liar. There's no reason she deserved $1 for that. There is not substantial proof. Does she have a rape kit? Is there semen in her? Is there any of this? No, she just sued Donald Trump and he had to pay her money. And it's like, no one's getting raped and getting $87 million. It's crazy. When you step back and you take Trump out of it, if it was anyone else, you'd be like, that's nuts. But because it's Trump, no one can just look through it with like logical glasses on. It's just like, oh yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, you just waste. A minute of your time because I asked you what's one piece of evidence that the jury used to find him guilty, and you sure talked a lot, but you didn't name a piece of evidence, so I'll help you. There was a lot of evidence that the jury used in order to hold Donald Trump guilty for the rape of E. Jean Carroll. Most predominantly, you had her own testimony alongside the testimony of 7 of her friends. You had therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump.
Okay, hold on. In the past, 5 years, has there ever been this Democrat versus Republican, but it's inverse, where there's a Republican that's talking about something and the Democrat just doesn't know any of the facts about anything at all having to do with it? Has this ever been reversed? It's just kind of crazy that these conservatives because they're consuming this slop 24/7, all their crazy, stupid, whatever conservative media, but they don't know anything about any of the shit that they feel so strongly about. It's so crazy to me.
Address it, she submitted to the court, claiming it had Trump's DNA in it from the day that he raped her, and in response, they tested it, found male DNA, asked Trump for his DNA, and he said no, 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 until the discovery period was over. That's something a guilty man would do. Then on top of that, you had the inconsistencies and lies within his own testimony. To start with those, he first claimed that he never met E. Jean Carroll. She responded to the court by submitting a picture of the two together. That's a lie. He also claimed that he never do that to her because she isn't his type, but then under deposition actually confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be E. Jean Carroll. So how crazy does she sound now? Honestly, that just kind of sounds like victim blaming. And on top of that, I'd say the silver bullet is his character priors. 2005 Access Hollywood tapes, what did he say? He said that he could just grab any woman by their female member. He doesn't even need to ask.
Their female member? I just need Dean to turn the soy down 5%.
First. That's exactly what the jury found him guilty for doing. Grabbing E. Jean Carroll by her female member without asking first, then inserting his fingers inside. And what about another civil bullet here? In 2005, he also sat down with Howard Stern and straight up told Howard Stern that he had sexually exploited naked women and naked girls by barging into their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and then would look at their naked bodies. That's something a rapist would do, so I don't understand why you are toeing the line, doing everything you can to defend that rapist.
I'm not defending him. I don't believe the evidence. I think it's completely insane. I don't believe her. She's out of her mind. I don't believe anyone who is trying to...
she's out of her mind. I don't believe her. That could be an opinion you can have, but not with no evidence. How could you have that opinion without knowing anything about the case?
To take down the president on that level would be honest with something that happened that long ago.
I have limited time here. Your time is up. You can't speak. In your last breath, you straight up told me that you don't believe her. You don't believe the evidence after not responding to any of the evidence that I told you. It seems like you were brainwashed into this worldview where you were willing to ignore reality, believe the lies, and discount the testimony of a survivor. And that makes sense because that's what the totality of the GOP is doing right now with the survivors from the Epstein files. Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at them. I'm going to use the rest of my time to play you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. And I expect at no point in the future of this debate will you acknowledge it, address it, or talk about it at all, because just like with E. Jean Carroll and the fact that she was raped, you're going to sweep it under the rug too.
She was well, was there fingers in her?
Whoa! Excuse me, it's 000 over here.
Right, those are.
You can't talk. It's my time to talk.
Well, I feel like that's a good clarification if you're going to call someone a rapist.
I mean, you interrupted me there. You said, was it fingers in her or was she raped? That is rape. I would say that the definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's female member. Which
Why did he talk like this?
He's a TikToker, right?
Also, you gotta be real careful. The reason why I get kind of irritated about like the ultra soy shit is because sometimes they get so soy they actually kind of say some shit that is not good. But like, I think one issue. Ooh, now I'm gonna do misinformation. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It's up to you, Chad, to correct me when I'm wrong when I say that. Okay. One thing that has been challenging my understanding for a while is that men couldn't be raped by women. Because in a lot of states, rape had been defined as like the forcible penetration of a person, and so unless a woman literally like pegged a dude or something, like just a guy like sitting on his dick or whatever, is not considered rape, or wasn't for a while. I think a lot of states have updated their statutes since then, but it's the reason I pushed back on that. What, Dan? What do you want, Dan? Here's Dan the Jew. I hate this mother. When we needed him most, when we needed him most, he disappeared. You spent 2 years obsessing over Hassan, and now where are you? Now you're gone.
I'm in the shadows. I'm the Dark Knight. What makes you think that I'm not pulling all the strings?
We know.
How does Bane eat with his mask, Dan?
He takes it off in private. Or he has a feeding tube.
Wouldn't that be really painful?
I don't know. Why is it all of a sudden everyone gives a fuck about Hassan Piker?
I think it just finally reached a critical mass where he's gotten so much like shameless suck-offness from so many publications that people are kind of starting to notice. And then once it like there's like a tipping point where now everybody's chatting about it. Yeah.
Pretty crazy shit.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy indeed.
How was your event?
It went okay, but I was too much of my hubris, and I thought I could be out in the sun longer than I could, so now I'm sunburned a little bit.
Ooh, too white. That means you survive in the ethno state.
Oh, shit. True.
Welcome.
I was trying to sing you with IRI, though, so I was happy. Yeah, IRI and the David guy were both, really good. Did Andrew get to go up? Was he up there at all? I don't remember if he was at first. I had to go to buy some shit.
I don't think I ever saw Andrew. I saw IRI and the guy with the
David.
fro.
Yeah.
How goes the studio moving? Done yet?
I did all that shit overnight. The big ass and all the furniture, the TV, that 80-inch or whatever. The dividers that I had to carry on their sides because they were too tall for the ceilings.
So you now 100% that apartment is empty now.
Yep.
Completely empty. But now I guarantee you have not set up your new studio yet. It's just all in a room, ready to be set up.
Well, I don't have a 3-bedroom apartment yet.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You fool, Dan.
Did Dan go help? No, I was not asked. I would probably help.
Really now?
I'd think about it. Depends on what I was doing. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm just saying
100%.
I'd consider it. What's news for today? Anyone new get fired?
Well, Pam Bondi is gone, which is shocking to me.
That's huge.
I can't. She was such a good simp.
Yeah, he's just not. I think he's just not happy how she did the Epstein file shit.
The biggest of the big simps. You know that?
Cash is next, and then apparently he might also fire.
Oh yeah, that's the big. I've heard
Gabbard.
Cash. Tulsi's got to go. I'd be surprised if Tulsi stays around. Maybe.
Yeah, she.
How?
The oversight hearing that she was in. She
basically just like Trump. Yeah. She basically just said the White House is behind everything, and intelligence media didn't say fuck all about it.
It's my boss's fault. What do you want me to say?
Interesting. I don't know. It's kind of weird, the whole...
Oh, also, I don't know, we talked about this stuff too, but I remember this, I was chatting about this at the U of A event. Tulsi also threw him hugely under the bus with regards to that Fulton County stuff too. You remember?
Oh yeah. In
Because
there, she's literally like, I was there on behest of the president.
That, and she was like, I don't know. He called me that morning and told me that I needed to be there. That morning.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So she wasn't involved in any part of the indictment, of the investigation, of anything else. Like,
just gotta show up.
Which is crazy.
And then she's like, all right, I did my job. I showed up.
It's
what a world.
I'm just surprised that she wasn't fired before Bondi.
I don't. Well,
The
Trump
article I
doesn't.
read-
The thing is, Trump doesn't use his intelligence community. He's got Fox News for that, so he doesn't give as much a fuck about what they do. Unironically, whereas for like his attorney general, like, whew, that's his
person in the
lawfare
room
department.
every
He
day.
needs her to be taking orders from him and doing everything that his little devious mind can think of. Yeah.
Yeah, in the New York Times article I read, apparently he's been talking about firing her for a while. Like, this has been apparently a long time coming, which
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear. Yeah.
Do you like Steyer, Swalwell, or Porter for governor? Don't know enough about him. Steyer seemed like an okay guy in the primaries, but that was a long time ago. What were you saying?
Cash is just kind of a fucking retard. Like, they stumbled through like multiple, like, wasn't it? It's like 3 shootings, and they're like, well, I don't know where the fuck that guy's at. You know, and it's like, damn, bro, he's just bad. So I kind of expect him to go. Pam Bondi, I'm shocked about, because she was
just such. Yeah, she
did
absorbed
everything.
so much. She brought the burn book to that hearing, and she was like,
That was awesome.
Trump, I'm going to do anything I can for my daddy Trump. Yeah, I don't know.
She's talking on not this Tuesday upcoming, but next Tuesday, she's supposed to go to the Oversight Committee again. And if they don't ask her what the fucking Dow's at, I'm going to lose it.
Wait, Bondi is?
Yes.
Oh, so when is she supposed to be gone?
I think she's already stepped
thought
down,
she
but I think
already.
she's supposed to be gone at the end of the month.
Yeah, because I think Blanche is now in there as the temporary.
He's the temporary AG or whatever.
I'm telling you, what they need to do right now is these motherfuckers, all these people that Trump has fired, they need state charges against these people wherever they can. Fucking make the rest of the sycophantic dick sucks that are about to encompass this position be like, oh, if I take this position and do crazy shit that, Trump has me do, there's a chance he might just fire me one day, even if I'm the world's biggest dick suck.
Well, I mean,
And
but
when he
this has
gets
been
fired-
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, didn't Mark Cuban tweet this out to Elon Musk before all the Doge shit or whatever?
He's gonna
I
use
think,
you and then drop you?
Yeah, I think Mark Cuban literally said, he was like, you think this is helping you so much right now, but Trump's gonna fuck you in a little bit, just like it's gonna happen, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that would be like right now. Let's hypothetically, I don't know which state would, but let's just say like Minnesota decides to charge Pam Bondi with state crimes, and now she's not in the government anymore in their position. She can't do anything about it. She has to start using her own funds to fight that case. She starts thinking, is there a world where I go to jail? Is there a world where I lose everything? I think that everyone else that looks on and sees the fact that this lady was like the ultra Dick Suck 9000 and she still is going to go to jail, that's fucking crazy. I'm like, no. I think that's the best shit that you can do ever to make sure that whoever
Yeah,
gets into
I
these new
understand
positions-
conceptually. I agree. I just really have no idea what it looks like to like when like the feds and the when the feds and the state disagree on charging people with crimes. Like, I don't know what the supremacy looks like for any of that, or like what crimes are even chargeable. It's always like the difficult part.
Has it ever been tested before? Like, we're in
Well, no,
untested
because you're not
territory,
having. Yeah, you're not. The federal government and the state government's not supposed to be at odds with each other, overcharging federal officers with crime. So
Yeah, but in the same
Pretty
part,
weird.
I use this example, I think, with Hutch, but like, if there was like a federal worker, a postal guy, right? That's a federal worker, and he just murdered someone when he was on the job. You wouldn't be like, oh, the feds get this case. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Like, you can charge that guy in your state court, right? Like, maybe the feds be like, no, we want this,
like
but
you
be like, yeah,
can
fuck
do
you.
that, but I'm pretty sure that's because the feds are normally just like understanding of that. Like, they'll give that to the state because that's just kind of like the.
Well, I don't.
But
if that
like,
was
but
the
if
case,
the
then
feds
why-
if the feds wanted to take it over, right? Like, isn't this like a TV show and movie meme like constantly where
Yes,
it's like, oh, the
constantly,
feds are
yeah.
here, oh no,
But
they're
in
gonna
that
take
case, they all want the case, and everyone's fighting over it. Yeah, I think.
Well, but here the feds would want the cases too, so that they could, sandbag them or whatever.
Well, it's like a jurisdiction thing, and I think the question is the jurisdiction. Did these people commit any crimes when they were in the state? And if they
but
did,
it's not necessarily a jurisdiction question because they would both have jurisdiction. It's like I think it's a supremacy issue, like who has the right, or maybe it's original jurisdiction or something, but like who has the right to
like the first right of charging or
something
whatever?
like that. Yeah. Like, I think it's generally, it goes from local to higher. I think generally, like, you give the localist thing the first shot at it, and then it goes up and up.
But
or
then
whatever,
what if the state, or sorry, what if the feds like, you know, hey, we're not going to charge them or whatever? Can the state then come in?
I think they can. I don't know though. I just don't know.
It might also.
The thing is, most of this is usually done cooperatively, I believe. So
Yes,
if the federal government is saying like we're gonna your shit, like for Minnesota, right? Like I don't think that Minnesota got a lot of the evidence related to the Renee Good shooting because the feds like we're not just giving this to you, and I don't know by what unless like the State Department sues the DOJ. I don't even know if they can do that. Like I just
it's insane.
I mean, yeah, I think the big thing is that in the past we've always seen that the two of them want to cooperate. So even in the case where a postal officer does shoot someone on the job and the feds want to take the case, the state's not gonna be like, no, this is ours. We want this shit. They're gonna be like, oh, go ahead, you guys take it then, you know, because it's a lot of risk and unknown and all that type of jazz. But I still, you know, with Trump's shit that was happening in New York, right? That some of that is still ongoing, I believe, and was. He wasn't able to sidestep it before, correct? Right? Like he wasn't able to take some of those state crimes away from New York against himself.
I think those were all separated, I believe.
Well, I think you should try it anyways and let them bitch and moan and have these people shit in their pants thinking like, how much is the government really going to fight for me? Because,
well, yeah. I mean, like the answer is not at all, right? I mean, Trump has already shown over and over and over again that he'll fight you the microsecond you're an inconvenience to him. It's happened with so many of his friends and former colleagues and everything.
This is why I don't think the president should have pardon powers. It seems really retarded right now that I guarantee the Trump administration has done illegal shit that Pam Bondi knows about, but why would she ever go and work with the Democrats when Trump can just pardon her if she stays like a quote unquote a good ally or whatever?
You're gonna say a good girl.
Yeah, I stopped myself.
Good job.
We'll probably end up doing nothing though. But to me, it's crazy. I don't know how you
yeah, everything's pretty crazy.
Like that,
everything's pretty.
Everything. Like she could be like, I'm gonna write the craziest book ever, but she has to probably also be worried like, oh, I might go to jail forever. Also,
we live in wacky times.
Oh, you.
True.
Thank you.
With any part of a man's body, but most definitely his fingers. Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
My favorite thing I think that came out of that whole Eugene Carroll case was the combination of Trump, I think, saying that like I've seen her, she's ugly, like I don't think I would ever, you know. I wouldn't even be interested in this woman. And then him being given a picture, I think, of her to identify her or something. And he was like, yeah, this is her. But it was like his wife, his ex-wife.
Oh, did he do that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like,
that's crazy.
Oh, yikes. Not good. Not a good one to have on the record. This is why it's so important for Trump to stay away, as far away as possible from answering questions under deposition or in front of Congress. This is why he would never do like the Benghazi hearings or any of the shit that Hillary did or Bill Clinton or anybody else. He has to answer questions under oath.
He's just a retard.
Oh, no, it was that. He was given a picture of Eugene Carroll or whatever, and he said, and I think he thought that it was his ex-wife or something. Wait, hold on, let's watch this. Don't fuck up.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Litvin tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yes.
So you're saying that at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line.
Along with a lot of other people.
You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC, nice guy. I thought, I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman, let's see, I don't know who, it's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that,
The person you just pointed to was Eugene Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
And the woman on the right is your then wife,
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that? Because it's very blurry.
Not good.
And by the early 90s.
Not good.
That's insane.
You forgot your wife as well?
That should be
That was not a face picture. Tell me you wouldn't mix these two pictures up. Wait.
And let
me see.
Okay, wait. It was some of her face. I glanced it. I thought this was Melina for a second. And the tattoo. Listen, I wasn't paying much attention.
No, that doesn't look like Melina.
Shut the
It's
up.
like SD Peach.
These two people don't look similar at all.
Let me see. Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
Right as Melina, but yeah, I can tell.
There's something unprecedented happening in the religious and political landscape of the US right now, and I'm betting you're overwhelmed enough with horrible current events that you've missed it. If you've seen right-wing news stories about a Christian revival among Gen Z, you might think that's what it is.
Well, you know, they say everything is bigger in Texas, and that includes the Sunday service, thanks in part to the growing number of young people in the pews every week.
Religious leaders say Gen Z or Gen Z is reversing a trend.
What's going on? Anyways, go hunt down some food in the woods real quick, BRB.
There's something unprecedented happening in the religious and political landscape of the US right now, and I'm betting you're overwhelmed enough with horrible current events that you've missed it. If you've seen right-wing news stories about a Christian revival among Gen Z, you might think that's what it is.
Well, you know, they say everything is bigger in Texas, and that includes the Sunday service, thanks in part to the growing number of young people in the pews every week.
Religious leaders say Gen Z or Gen Z is reversing a trend of religious decline that's been seen across the West for decades.
That's a fucking lie. Tracking the youth revival across America, but it's not just happening on Sundays.
At one Long Island church, young people are opting to go on their Friday nights.
But no, that's not quite it. More on that soon. If you've seen this truly excellent video from Tom Nicholas, you might think you know what it is.
Over the past couple of years, politics and Christianity have been on an
His face scares me.
unignorable collision course, not only here in the UK, but in Europe and the US too. Which isn't entirely without precedent. America in particular has had a well-defined and extremely vocal Christian right for decades. What's new is an apparent embrace of Christianity as part of a much broader political strategy. The political right aren't just trying to appeal to Christian voters, they're placing God front and center of their political messaging for everyone.
This is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival.
I love and appreciate you and your work, Tom, but there's more precedent for this than you might realize. The American right wing did this back in the 1940s and 50s, and it worked extremely well. I have a whole video about this already, so I'll keep it brief. In the 1930s, FDR's New Deal policies created Social Security and raised taxes on corporations and the wealthy to create social programs for regular people. In response, super rich men in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers, particularly those in the oil and automotive industry, launched an organization called Spiritual Mobilization. Through their mouthpiece, Reverend James W. Fifield, they created a new theology which might sound familiar.
He preaches a message that they like to hear, which is that the New Deal is evil. It is a form, he says, of pagan statism. And instead what we need is a return to, again, this kind of unfettered free enterprise. He links Christianity and capitalism. He sees that they're deeply intertwined. In his view, both are systems that stress individualism above all else. So as he tells it, Christianity is a system in which if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, you go to hell. Capitalism is the same way, he says. If you're good, you make a profit. If you're bad, you go to the poorhouse. And any system that interferes with that divinely prescribed order of things, he says, is a form of pagan statism and is itself evil.
Their first step was to convince Christian ministers of this, who would then preach this theology to their congregations. This worked very well and kicked off a reciprocal relationship between American Christian organizations and corporate America. Big businesses like Sun Oil fund pro-capitalist Christians. Those Christians preach pro-capitalist theology. Their congregations then vote against their own interests and for the interests of big corporations. Business leaders make even more money, and the cycle repeats. These preachers also spread the message that communism was literally satanic. In 1949, Billy Graham preached that communism is a religion that is inspired, directed, and motivated by the devil himself, who has declared war against Almighty God. This anti-communist messaging especially propelled capitalist Christian theology to the forefront of right-wing politics in the US, and in turn, a massive Christian revival began. Church membership soared to an all-time high of 69%. For the first time, Americans began to think of their country as an officially Christian nation. Spiritual Mobilization's motto was freedom under God. It became so popular among right-wing America that the Eisenhower administration in the 50s adapted it to one nation under God and inserted it into the Pledge of Allegiance. They also made In God We Trust the United States' official motto. In short, the American right placed Christianity front and center in their political messaging in the 40s and 50s, and it was so successful that it changed the religious landscape of the country and propelled right-wingers to even greater power. Most people today think of the American religious right as something that really began in the 1980s, and there's a reason to see it that way. This is when Paul Michael Weyrich, the Heritage Foundation, the Moral Majority, and the Reagan administration conspired to use abortion as a wedge issue to drive Christians to vote for overtly racist right-wing politicians. That strategy also worked. It's the reason why evangelicals are now a right-wing political bloc. But finally, here's what's happening now, which is genuinely unprecedented. The American right wing is placing God front and center in their messaging like they did in the 1940s, 50s, and 80s, but this time, it's not working. At least, not like it used to. I think it's obvious to everyone at this point that the right is targeting young people, particularly young men, through Charlie Kirk's organization, Hitler Youth. I mean, Turning Point USA. This is where fascists get up in front of thousands of people and claim their rule is simply a manifestation of God's will.
We will defend this world. We will defend goodness. We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God.
So I guess I would just say this gathering and God's presence, God's very obvious presence in this room, the presence of Jesus, is a reminder of what we've known for 2,000 years, which is any attempt to extinguish the light causes it to burn brighter. Every single time.
What you might not realize is how similar Turning Point USA's approach has been to spiritual mobilizations. Turning Point was a purely political organization until 2021. That's when Kirk started Turning Point Faith, which had Pastor Rob McCoy, no relation, and Kirk himself visit churches and convince their leaders to preach a theology which explicitly favored Turning Point's politics in exchange for church growth resources. This, they hoped, would set up another reciprocal relationship between Christian organizations and Turning Point's backers in corporate America. Turning Point would give churches the resources to attract more people, those churches would reach and convert those people to a far-right Christianity, and those new Christians would support the interests of Turning Point's backers. But like I said, this is not actually working. Americans are not converting to Christianity, especially not Gen Z. I was giving a talk on this exact subject in Washington, D.C. a couple weeks ago, actually. We are like one of the biggest religious groups in the country, or the biggest by a religious affiliation, which is none. It was a little hard to see the crowd up there, but I believe that the person who corrected my mistake was none other than Annie Laurie Gaylor, the co-president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. Next time, I'll be sure to get it right, because not only am I speaking at the FFRF National Convention this October, but Annie Laurie personally, in person, right before my speech, personally saw to it that my viewers get a huge discount on their tickets. Here are the details. The convention is October 15th through the 18th at the Baird Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, shit.
It'll feature great speakers like Jan Welsh,
That's crazy, because I was literally just thinking to myself, damn, it'd be awesome if it was going to happen in Wisconsin. Shit, I might have to go.
Jim Obergefell, Forrest Valkai, and one pretty okay speaker, that's me. Registration for non-members is usually $160, but with my discount code, non-members can register for just $25. I know. Just enter GMS in all caps at checkout. The link to get tickets is in the description and in the pinned comment. Come celebrate this big moment with me. FFRF and its legal team fight religious overreach in our government. They stop Christian nationalists in court on a regular basis. They are the church-state watchdog organization in my mind. And being able to speak from their stage after being a member for the better part of a decade and going to their conferences is a big deal for me. I hope you can come and enjoy it too. Thank you for everything, FFRF, including sponsoring this video. I'll see you in Milwaukee this October. Just click that link in the description and pinned comment to get tickets. Back to rebutting the Gen Z religious revival. Over half of Gen Z don't identify as Christian. 54% of Gen Z who are already Christian don't pray regularly. 75% of them don't attend church even monthly. Gen Z even doubts the existence of God at unprecedented rates. 60% say they have some doubts that God exists or don't believe in God in the first place. This makes them the least Christian generation ever polled in American history, and those among them who are Christian are the least church-going ever recorded. But what about all those reports of Gen Z men flocking back to church in huge numbers? Wow, it's now confirmed that Gen Z is the top church-attending age group in the United States as of 2025. Right behind them, millennials. Read that again. The youngest generations aren't rejecting faith, they're running toward it. This completely shatters the left's narrative. No wonder Charlie Kirk has been saying the spiritual revival is coming. He'd love this. Faith is back. Truth is back. The next generation isn't buying the nihilism. Keep it going. Well, according to Dr. Ryan Burge, an actual social scientist, this is BS. I've seen this one result repeated over and over again. It's clear to me that no one read the actual report. The sample that Barna is analyzing here is not all adults. It's all church-going adults. So their data claim is that church-going Gen Z are attending with greater frequency than church-going millennials. So that's a humongous caveat that's often missed. The other thing that needs to be considered is the size of the effect. Their data indicates that church-going Gen Z are attending 1.9 times a month compared to 1.8 times per month for millennials. So here's the most accurate headline. Among Gen Z folks with a church-going habit, they attend one more church service per year than millennials from the same subgroup. Come on. Additionally, religious switching in the US actually looks like the opposite of a revival. According to Pew Research, among both younger and older US adults, Christianity loses far more people than it gains through religious switching. And among adults 18 to 24, 26% are former Christians. By contrast, 5% are converts to Christianity. A part of this change is the fact that Americans who are raised Christian are more likely to leave and become religiously unaffiliated than ever. Meanwhile, people who were raised religiously unaffiliated are less likely to become religious than ever. Another way of saying this is that being non-religious is now a stickier position or identity than Christianity. Now, for decades, the population of the religiously unaffiliated has been growing incredibly fast, while Christianity has been shrinking. But that has leveled off a bit in the last few years. But still, every single age group either remaining constant in their religious identities or becoming a little less religious does not constitute a religious revival in the least. And when you consider the stickiness of non-religious identity along with the irreligious makeup of Gen Z, we can probably expect to see even more ex-Christians and lifelong irreligious people in the future. This leads us to a couple of questions. One, why isn't the religious right strategy working this time if it worked so well 80 years ago? And two, why is the religious right lying about their plan working when it's clearly not? I can only guess as to why their strategy isn't working. I'm not a political scientist, and I'd still only be guessing if I was, so take what I say with a grain of salt. The most obvious answer may be that people have more exposure to non-Christian sources of information today than in the 1940s and 50s. You know, because the internet exists. But also, and maybe more importantly, the US is more religiously diverse today than it was back then. There are way more Catholics, Hindus, Muslims, and spiritual but not religious people here now. They could provide Americans a window into how religion can be done differently than Protestant Christianity, and so we're less likely to be confident that there is just one right way to be religious. Another reason may be that the US today doesn't have as close a rival for the place of dominant world superpower as it had back in the 1950s with the USSR. As much as the capitalist class today fearmongers about China, I don't think people are really buying it like people bought the idea that the Soviet Union was literally run by Satan himself. Without fear of the devil's own country nuking us at any moment, we could just be less motivated to seek the comfort of religion. And honestly, from my experience, younger people actually see China as preferable to the US in some ways. Not always, but some definitely. Finally, and this is the only one of these guesses I really have data to support, a lot of religious nuns say they don't like or trust religious organizations. 47% of nuns give this as a reason they aren't religious, and 30% say they've had bad experiences with religious people. With all the cases of religious scandals and abuse that have got...
I thought he meant like nuns, like sister nun, like N-U-N-E-S, or no, N-U-N-S, yeah, nun, whatever.
Mainstream attention for years. Maybe people hear the messaging of Turning Point USA and think, yeah, no thanks, I am totally done with your bullshit. Why is the right promoting the lie of a Gen Z Christian revival then? Again, this is a guess, but I think it goes beyond simple answers like they're trying to intimidate their political rivals, or they're saying young people are flocking to churches in the hopes that young people will hear that and try to follow the crowd. No, I don't think this lie is just for us. It's for them. We went over how the model of spiritual mobilization and Turning Point works, right? Big business types invest with the expectation that the organization will engineer a religious right-wing shift. That religious shift will motivate working class people to promote the interests of big business, and that the investors will see a long-term return on their investment. Well, what do you do if you've promised all the titans of industry this kind of return, but you haven't produced one? What do you do if you, as a part of Turning Point or the current administration, promise to sell capitalist Christianity to a whole generation, but that generation is the most secular in history and, according to polls, largely views socialism favorably? What do you do if you've promised to convince Americans to buy the ridiculous lie that acts of U.S. imperialism are necessary to usher in God's kingdom on earth, but most people reply that bombing Iran is a war of choice, which they oppose? You either own up to your mistake, dissolve your organization, liquidate your assets, and try to claw your way out of debt forever, or you stall, mislead your shareholders with false story after false story of your success, and in the meantime, try to find a way to escape accountability in the long term. Maybe they're lying about converting young people just to save their own ass. Like I said, it's a guess, but I won't be surprised if history views Turning Point and the Trump administration as short-term successes in terms of electoral wins, but as long-term failures in all other ways. All of this leads me to the conclusion that we secular leftists have a colossal opportunity and an even bigger responsibility before us. The nuns are pretty resistant to insidious religious appeals, great, but they're not well integrated socially or politically. While they have a religious purview traditionally associated more with the left, the nuns largely politically identify as moderate. To me, that doesn't indicate that they have deeply rooted political convictions which rest firmly between the two parties in the US. No, that says to me that they aren't firmly rooted politically, that their political imagination is constrained to the Overton window of current American politics, and that they're more or less up for grabs for those capable of shifting that window. They are still vulnerable to those who would have them advocate against their own interests. If it were made known and available to them, though, a certain political, and some might even say spiritual or philosophical movement would look like home for an extraordinary number of the nuns, I think. Religiously unaffiliated people in the US say more than any other group that their sense of morality is based in a desire not to hurt people, compassion, and their own use of logic and reason, and that this sense has nothing to do with religious teachings or supposedly revealed truths. There's a term for that outlook. That's secular humanism. We members of the American Humanist Association have been saying this for a while. If you believe science tells you what's real and compassion tells you what's right, if you believe you can be good without a God, you're probably a humanist. I've said this before, but I'm going to keep saying it. Those of us who can, like myself, need to build social infrastructure like community centers, clubs, and even schools explicitly for humanists. If we want people to organize to create political change, people first need a place to call home. And even though an unprecedented number of people align with humanism today, most of them have nowhere to go to get plugged in. My wife Taylor, our friends, and I have been working hard to expand the capacity of our Humanist Community Center in Austin, Texas, because, in large part thanks to Taylor, a bunch of religiously unaffiliated young people have discovered it, and we've suddenly outgrown our building. There's another Humanist Community Center in Denver that has the same very good problem, I hear. I urge you to check the resources in my description for finding the humanist community in your area, and I ask you to join it not just with the intention of finding a home for yourself, but with the goal of making that community a home for the countless other nuns who need it.
No!
This is my vision for long-term political change, and I genuinely think we have a chance if we seize the opportunity we have right in front of us. I'll leave you with a word from the great political scientist, the late Dr. Michael Parenti, as delivered from a Universalist Unitarian church, an effectively humanist institution.
Well, don't think for a moment that our reactionary rulers don't care what we think. That is their most important concern. Oh, do they care? Oh, are they watching? Oh, do they try to keep us convinced of their lies? They're trying to get in our heads all the time, getting into our heads. They're trying to close our mouths all the time. to wave the flag in our faces, to manipulate and pretend, to keep the boys and girls fighting and dying in some land which most of those kids couldn't have even found on a map last year. To some extent, ladies and gentlemen, to some extent, all regimes, all governments ultimately rest on public opinion. And when that opinion shifts, and when support declines, then those rulers have to backpedal. They have to hide their arrogance. They have to pretend that they share our outrage and our concerns, and they're as concerned as any of you, I swear. And to keep that pretense credible, they have to take actions and make concessions that they don't want to make at all. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to keep pressuring, agitating, getting our opinion out there at two levels. One, horizontally, building our base wider and wider, and two, impacting vertically upon them and letting them know how we feel and what we feel. When the people are ready to lead, the leaders will eventually follow. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you so much for watching. I've been Drew of Genetically Modified Skeptic. A special thanks to my patrons for their constant love and support, and praise be unto Our Lady, River, my top patron and the official savior of this channel. If you want to support my work, then subscribe, check out my Patreon, also subscribe to my second channel. If you're an apostate in need, there are resources, like I said, linked in the description to help you find a community and mental health support. Remember to be kind to others in the comments, and until next time, stay skeptical.
You guys
Been a while.
wanted to talk about Ukraine. We got about 2 minutes for it, and then we got to kick you. No, I'm just kidding. What's up? How's it going? How's it going?
Typical. That's what we get usually. Thank you.
It's going good. I just got back to Ukraine this morning. Went by bus, 17 hours of dread.
Ew.
Just my head bumping against the window, sweating through all my clothing.
Where are you
Terrible.
busing from?
So I flew to Estonia. I stayed in Tallinn for a bit, just wanted to see the sights, see Russia's next target. And then I went to Poland, and I took a bus from Warsaw all the way to Kiev.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can I ask can you pass through, Belarus, or is that a no-no? How does that work?
No, I'd like to keep
No.
my fingers.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Nah, don't do that.
Gotcha.
Wait, what's up with Belarus? I'm not familiar with that. They steal your
Nice
fingers?
to stay that way. No, I mean, it's
Okay,
just
cool.
they're literally basically Russia, in all intents and purposes. So they
Okay, fair
we
enough,
get
fair enough.
bombed from there. We get all sorts of shit. Initial in 22 attack on Kiev region, for example, was primarily from there. So it's
Really?
best
Okay.
not to go there if you're of any notoriety, if you're known in any way. No, you will get arrested and thrown into some
Okay,
funny
cool. So I'm
gulag.
safe.
There have been
Yeah.
airplanes. There was a scandal a while ago where an airplane over Belarusian airspace was diverted so they could actually take people off of the plane because of their critique of the Russian government. So, I mean, they are definitely an extension of Russia's long arm.
Yep.
Yeah, not good. Jesus. Okay, cool. Well, I'll let you guys get into it. Sorry.
Yeah, not good, not good. What do you want me to say? It's bad. Well, how is it going? Yeah, man, it's real bad for you guys. Man, it's a pretty kind of gloomy day. I think all the sanctions have been lifted on every single Russian ally, and everything is they're making oil money and everything else. So, what do you got for us today? Yeah.
What we got is that administration and the year of Trump was complete fuckery. We all have been extremely, obviously, felt very dreadful when he won, specifically because I was worried about many people were worried about the pressure that they will enact on us to capitulate, which they tried to do, basically presenting us with list of Russian wishes and telling us do that, or else we will cut off that, or else you're screwed. Basically, you have no cards, infamously, and that was what they did. But I also was worried about our own people, obviously, being under that immense pressure of fighting the country 30 times our size, sponsored as well by Iran, China, North Korea, all sorts of shit, right? And also now having to deal with this, I was worried that maybe our representatives will just cave under that pressure. Thankfully, they didn't. Thankfully, yes, they didn't. They actually tried to, defend their interest, and I appreciate that. But also, the recent events have been Iran shit that ended up being good only for Russia, I guess, and Iran, because they now, will control, have money for that straight up Hormuz, and even have even more political control of the other people in the region. So your allies got bombed, I guess, as well, like Saudi Arabia and, United Arab, Kuwait, all sorts of shit. And we now have to deal with Russia earning billions over oil. I think it was like their crude grew like twice the sales they're doing. So all that money would be redirected into bombing us. So yeah, we're trying real hard, okay, to destroy all their oil refineries, to destroy their factories, like to chip away at their like economy with our own stuff, our own drones and things like that. And now United States, allegedly, that is like our ally, if you can call it that now, helped them big time to basically give them like this, don't die Russian economy, don't die. And that's what happened, and it will be a fucking terrible thing now for us. Yeah, there's nothing to be happy about, to be honest. Like, this European Union relations with the United States are horrible. We didn't get any aid whatsoever in 25 from United States, and US aid has been catastrophic for us because we depend on it. Our coordination centers depend on it, our generators, our energy sector that Russia destroyed, bombed on it. We had people freezing to death this winter, which is pretty horrible by all accounts. People lived through minus 20 Celsius weather without any heating for months. And all of that is because we have a person that basically put the leash of Russia. They're no longer worried about any repercussions, because with Biden, as much as people, for example, shit on him or not doing enough, every time Russia did something extremely gross, there would be some sort of repercussions. They will give us more, they will lift more of the, help us out with more military aid and things like that, and pressure Russia more. And with Trump, there's nothing. He green lights basically everything they do, and then they shit in his throat every time he says, Putin told me they're not gonna bomb Ukraine, and the next day the biggest bombing since 22. And nobody cares about what he says. Nobody says about the United States. What they say is not treated seriously. Even this fucking thing with the whole we will destroy the civilization. I'm not for it. I didn't want him to do it, but what did he do? You can't dish out threats like that and then do nothing and expect to be treated seriously, especially by people like Putin and Russia, who only understand basically the language of power. And you're not projecting power, you project stupidity and lunacy and indecisiveness. So, yeah, guys, really, really need to have Democrats back, because that is something that is, directly affected my life and the life of Ukrainian people, but it also directed the life of people in the European Union. It directed the lives in the people of the Middle East now as well. And it's all because of this absolutely unhinged administration. So, yeah.
Yeah, I will say on a slightly more positive note, it's understanding that you guys are obviously there, so I mean, I'm sure it sucks for sure, but it is kind of fascinating to think about. Fascinating is a dark way to say it, but Russia's kind of had almost everything they could have possibly dreamed of since Trump was elected, in terms of the United States basically completely pulling support. The European Union is still kind of struggling to find its feet. Iran has been helping Russia as much as they can, and they still are obviously struggling to accomplish any of the ends that they really wanted to with Ukraine. So, I mean, it is pretty amazing given how many different ways Ukraine has gotten fucked over the past, few years, that Russia is still fighting over the same small bits and pieces of land. Yeah, that is... Yeah. I mean, it speaks to the tenacity, I guess, of your country, and the... Yeah, I mean, it's a thing to be admired, I would think. Yeah, because I mean, this is everything. Putin has gotten so many handouts from Trump and so much goodwill from Trump and everything else, and despite all of that, they're still stuck.
Yeah, I mean, but that's mostly just because now, for example, we produce a lot of our own stuff, thankfully, which wasn't the case, for example, in 22 and 23, and even in 24 as much as it is now. So we can sort of a little bit depend on ourselves somewhat, but still the lack of that aid is very much felt. And if Europe ups their game, it would be like I guess sort of like easier, but it's just pretty like, as much as I wanna like brag about my people being awesome and fighting off that immense power with with everything we have, it's also quite difficult to put it mildly,
For sure.
right?
And I mean,
yet-
look at how
yeah,
backwards the world is, how stupid it is that Iran, this country that has been sanctioned literally forever, is still managing to help Russia out with, with drones. Meanwhile, the United States of America, which we spend an ungodly amount on our military, and all these other countries are going to Ukraine and asking for help, like intercepting drones in the Middle East. It's just an insane asymmetry on both sides. It's just so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
like
did
it should
get
be the
those
other way
sweet
around, that
deals.
Iran should be begging Russia for some kind of help, and that Ukraine should be flush with assistance and everything else from the West. But yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so backwards everything is right now.
Yeah, it is. But we at least got some sweet deals with the Middle Eastern countries for like 10-year contracts of providing them with the anti-drone and drone defense, and that's like at least somewhat good that happened like because of this. But yeah, I don't know if that overweighs the damage, so to speak. And so let's give it to Dylan probably.
Man, for me the last year, I mean, I was filled with so much dread on election night. And because I could just map out the next year in my head, and I could map out the next few years in my head. I knew that the demands that the Russians would make would be too unreasonable in every way, whether the evacuations of hundreds of thousands of people from their land, the disarming of the Ukrainian state, and what would likely be setups for the next invasions, the pressuring of Kharkiv or further strikes into the Dnipro region, the Zaporizhia region. And so I knew that those demands would not be accepted. I knew there would not be 24-hour peace deals, and when the peace deal inevitably failed, who would be the people whispering in Donald Trump's ear? It'd be people like Tulsi Gabbard. And I remember on election night having Republicans come on my stream telling me, they're not going to pick Tulsi Gabbard. That's ridiculous, Dylan. Now that he's won, he's going to pick mainstream suits. The idea that we're going to get here names that we've never heard before, and instead we got the guy on Fox News that nearly beheaded somebody with an axe, and we got Tulsi Gabbard, and we got a whole other list of chuckle fucks who don't know what they're doing. And for the last year, not only have we seen the United States tamper down its support to just be basically a few thousand artillery shells a month, intelligence support, and ATACMS support, which is, I will say, notable and important support that only the United States can provide. Only the United States can provide ballistic missile support. There is no other country on the planet that has the tools to help intercept the Russian ballistic missile arsenal. Only what we have in our arsenal can do that. And so we are still doing that, but now in limited margins, because the President of the United States, the anti-war candidate, is starting other wars of choice. We've seen more anti-air interceptors used in the Middle East over the last month than we have seen used over Ukraine over the entirety of the Russian invasion. To give you an idea of the expense of American munitions over this short period. Mind you, the Elbridge Colby Donald Trump model was, we're going to pivot from Ukraine, we're going to pivot from the Middle East, and we're going to use it to face down the Chinese. What instead we've gotten is another war in the Middle East that seems to be going nowhere. We've now proven that the Iranians can tamp down on the Strait of Hormuz, mess with international transit security, and then demand $2 million a pop for the trouble. All while the Iranians are making more money now from energy than they were before the war. And the Russians, they're unsanctioned at the same time that they are picking up their air attacks. They aren't stopping their atrocities. I hear daily reports of civilians being targeted in Kherson. I've talked about this before, but I've talked to ambulance drivers who have had degloving head injuries. I've seen my good friend Eugene like about 2 weeks ago when he was trying to evacuate an 83-year-old woman and a 64-year-old woman. They were both splattered and killed in the back of the van as they were trying to leave Konstantinivka, which right now is a hunting ground. And each time we see these attacks ramp up, not only is there a less of a response from the American government, there is no response from the American government. The best example of this would be the Bucha anniversary. Originally, and the anniversary of Bucha, you would see all of these visits from state dignitaries, people going to look at the mass grave, as many, and myself included, have gone and seen. It's very hallowed ground. Then you would see a second post maybe the next year. But since Trump came in office, the first year, they said something on the anniversary, something mild. This year, they didn't say anything at all. When they talk about Russia trafficking children, they don't say they're trafficking children. They say, oh, we got 5 children back that were rehoused. They have desanitized the language to help through their own terminology, justify Russia's actions. Every time J.D. Vance talks about it, like, oh, it's a territorial dispute. Oh, they're just fighting over a few villages. We're talking about the homes of hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, we're talking about, like, the state, enough people to fill up, like, the state of Utah. Would we just, oh, that's just the state of Utah.
Real quick, something that's annoying that you just brought up is even the dignitary visits to Ukraine, I saw people on both sides doing this, were spinning these as like anti-Western propaganda. Because I remember people saying that the only reason why Ukraine is still trapped in this war is because Boris Johnson would go down there and he would give advice to the Ukrainians to keep fighting forever and not accept like the really good peace offerings from Putin and stuff so that the West could keep fighting with Russia. And it's like, where are all of these conspiracy theorists now that the West is not supporting Ukraine? Like, shouldn't that be the whole case? If we wanted to destroy Russia, wouldn't we be supporting? Like, it's just, oh god, it's so fucking annoying.
There's only two war guys asylum now. Okay?
Yeah, Jesus.
I don't hear anything from these motherfuckers. They're never to be seen. Yeah.
You can't call it naive at a certain point because they've had 4 years to learn. I like to think for some of them it's naive and a lack of knowledge because people checked in at the start of the war, right, which a lot of people didn't think was going to happen in the first place. Then they didn't reevaluate what led them to dismiss the fact that Russia invading was a possibility, and then immediately just grabbed for what other justification so they could fit into their prescribed worldview. When it comes to the Boris Johnson situation, people don't know what was being demanded. People just say, oh, there was this avenue for peace. If you just entered in the fucking constant code of diplomacy, we could have avoided the whole thing altogether. The Russians were demanding, after they failed to take Kiev, that Ukraine disarm itself. They said, we believe if you get rid of the tanks, get rid of the artillery, get rid of the infantry, get rid of the territorial defense forces, get rid of all the things that stopped us from taking you the first time. And if you know anything about Russian history, whether it be Russian subjugation of Estonia, when they went into Estonia without a shot being fired and they had to be welcomed in because their force was so overwhelming. Within a year, there was no more Estonia. All of the civil society was being deported to the east to work in gulags. And I'm just saying that it's very clear that that is a setup for another invasion. That was not an option. That was the sticking point. At the same time, mass graves were being uncovered. Bucha is one name. Bucha was the name that the press grabbed onto. Bucha was just one example of hundreds and hundreds of examples that happened just that year alone. And since then, there have been many, many more. The Russians are conducting raids into Sumy right now, grabbing civilians and then deporting them across the border. That's happening right now. When you're talking about the rehousing of civilians, these are the circumstances we're describing. That isn't rehousing, that is human kidnapping, that is trafficking, and the fact our administration can't even call it what it is shows that they are looking to profit with the government. They're looking to set up businesses. Those reports that indicated that Jared Kushner wants to be on the ground floor for the reopening of Russia, it's not just a question about whether or not this is good for the United States and this is a diplomatic disagreement. The United States government, those who maintain positions of power in it, want to directly profit from the reopening. They are putting their own personal profit over the interests of the country and over a people having its people pushed east.
Yay,
Yeah.
Dylan, you go.
Don't disagree. It's pretty. It's pretty.
I love to fucking hear this, okay? Because he can be as more angry than me because he's American. So I'm just, yes, you go. Because everything you said is true, and it's very, it's very difficult to, because Ukrainians try not to be ungrateful, try not to be too, angry about it, and sometimes you feel like you need a spokesperson, and I would like everyone to say that Dylan is that guy. We really appreciate him and what he's done. So, yeah, thanks, big buddy.
I mean, yeah,
I think my
it's
word
pretty
tourism is mild. I don't think it's that good.
It is good. Like on Progressive Victory, I was screaming when you appeared, okay? I was screaming. And I had a friend, by the way, who's a Jewish Ukrainian, and she was also listening to this with me, and she was like, that was a wild panel. Not once we were brought up until you appeared. And yeah, it's just
I really
it was
fucking
a Jew session.
I really hate the position of like I'm trying to have my one day where I'm not fighting with leftists all the time, but like I really want to correct people. Have you ever seen the Scott Pilgrim movie?
Yeah.
Do you remember how the girl keeps bringing up her 7 deadly exes, and the guy would say, like, "Oh, your 7 ex-boyfriends," and she'd always correct him to say 7 exes because there was the one girl she dated. Every time these guys say they're anti-war, 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 I always wish somebody would just go, "You're anti the war against Gaza, please," because you don't fucking say anything about Ukraine. Nobody talks about this conflict at all, and it's such a black and white issue compared to for whatever you want to say on Israel, and there's no shortage of criticism that you can have for Israel or for Hamas. Like, that issue is so much more back and forth bullshit than the Ukraine-Russia stuff, which is like so obviously one-sided. But I just never hear. Well, I say I never hear anybody talk about it, but they also, when you dig into it, they still do believe a lot of weird conspiratorial nonsense about why Ukraine and Russia are fighting as well, which they don't bring out as much. But
I wish, to be honest, they didn't talk about it. It would be an improvement if people
Maybe, yeah.
if people how they called crystal ball thing.
Yeah.
Breaking point.
Breaking points?
Something. Yeah. I wish they didn't talk at all, okay, about Ukraine. Like, that would be better. That would be an improvement. Because what they're doing is they're straight up paddling the false narratives about this whole being the fault of the NATO, of United States, of Boris Johnson's, of whatever the hell it is. And they quite literally call our actions terrorist acts. So I would, for example, bombing of the bridge, and which is a valid military target because they quite literally moved their equipment through that bridge, and they said so. So I was really have nothing good to say about those people, and we need someone with consistency on that. I feel like, because when you hear Dylan, for example, speak on that panel, you hear a person who is morally consistent and who is anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist in all senses, right? Not just as a means to attack basically America and United States and the West, and then ignore or even whitewash every single thing that China or Russia do.
Yeah.
It's just quite sad to look at, and I'm glad to see that there are people who don't do it, but a lot of very big people, majority, big channels that, for example, people watch on a daily basis do that in the left sphere and stuff. So yeah, that's great.
I want to be a little blunt, because I think this is what the conversation requires. Now, first off, I want to say Oliver, who was one of the people that the PV campaign was raising funds for, his message on his site for Ukraine seemed perfectly fine. In fact, the fact that he had a section surprised me, and I want to give him credit for that. And that's somebody that I think people could have a good reason to donate to. But the fact that any progressive could be invited to a campaign event where you're going to be fundraising for people who will not take an affirmative for Ukraine aid, is against Ukraine aid, has the same position functionally as Donald Trump. In fact, a worse position currently than the Trump administration, which still allows artillery shells to be sent. I mean, there is no other source for ballistic missile defense in the world than the United States. We ask Ukraine to give up their atomic weapons. We tell them we will starve you. We will not give you food aid as your children are taking drugs on the street, as you're facing some of the worst inflation, literally the worst inflation human beings had ever seen in the history of humanity after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And we're going to use that moment of vulnerability to say, give us the nukes or Russia will invade you, but we'll give you security assurances. And then we use the word assurances to snake out of our responsibilities in 2014. Barack Obama failed the Ukrainian people in 2014, and Joe Biden somewhat delivered on a promise made after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But now, as Donald Trump is trying to cut off aid, to have any progressive asking anyone to fundraise any money whatsoever for candidates who have the same position of inaction as J.D. Vance, as Elbridge Colby, and any of these other people that would slit the throat of the entire nation in a heartbeat if it made them a dime, that's a problem to me. That's non-progressive, and ultimately, functionally, it's allied with a fascist imperialist state. And people have to realize that that should come with consequences in progressive circles, that should be a mark on your record, something that follows you around. Maybe people follow you and email you on your campaign website and ask you, why do you want to do nothing when cities are burnt down? Will we start a drum circle? Will we start a big parade, a reading group? That's not what Ukrainians need. They need action. And I want to see the same for viciousness and anger and outrage about the tens of thousands of Americans that die every year without health care, for the tens of thousands to millions of people that we would be dooming to occupation, a denial of the civil rights, or possibly death. Occupied territory is hell. Kherson is a hunting ground. A drum circle and thoughts and prayers is not going to fix that. And anyone offering anything less than assistance should not be supported. And so I will say, getting in rooms where I am forced to make decisions about whether or not I'm going to have to support this candidate who's actively not willing to go out there. Herzl is his name, by the way. I'll say it directly because that's how politics works. That's insulting to me, And that's insulting to people who are colonized and going under an imperialist occupation. And so, does that seem progressive? No, it doesn't seem progressive. That seems like a Trumpian position.
Based.
There's just he just speaks with so much passion. It's like there's nothing else I can follow up with. 100% correct.
Someone should. Like, someone should. Like, when you listen to people, they talk about it as it's some sort of game for 3 meters of land. It's the biggest war in the world. Hello. Like, yeah, it's just like cities are destroyed to the ground. Like the amount of our cities and towns and villages that is destroyed is about like 20% of the country. Do you know how much that is? It's a big country by European standards, and people were freezing to death. Okay, people lived months of winter with no heating. Millions of people. And they deliberately say they're doing this to terrorize people and to change our political opinions. They deliberately, Russia, on every show, on every official channel, on every news channel, they say, we want them to freeze, we want them to suffer, so they demand from their government to stop resisting, to basically just capitulate. It didn't work. We still, the same opinion as we always were, because we know what Russian occupation is, we saw it. Well, you can blame Boris Johnson all you want, but when people saw what they did to the bodies of the people in Bucha, people were like, oh, we don't want that happening to us. It was a very easy choice to see. Even people who were like slightly more sympathetic to Russia, for example, right? They saw what they did. For example, in Izum, it's like 2-hour drive from where I live. I saw bodies with cut off genitals, arms and legs being put out of those graves, civilians that they killed in a mass grave, okay? The biggest mass grave since whoever knows what even. Mariupol alone is a huge, is how many people from the satellites we can see being, just thrown in mass graves. And people never speak of this at all in the Western world, it feels like. And no offense to anyone, but like, how can you pretend that you care about human rights, about self-determination, about people's, all over the world that stop wars, and you give zero fucks about this? Like, it just tells me all I need to know about you, because if you did care, you would actually have some consistency in that. Yeah, and it's just it's quite difficult to even listen to this, because the level of passion, as you say, here is appropriate. The level of passion you hear everywhere else is none.
The UNESCO World Heritage List is being used like a target list. I mean, the majority of the corpses I've seen are not soldiers. They're elderly women. That's the majority of the corpses that I've seen, because the majority of the civilians that are being killed on the front line are the elderly that have nothing else and therefore do not want to leave their homes. That's the case in Kherson. That was the case for the failed evacuations that I've been on, which are terrible to witness. And that's the case during the majority of the civilian evacuations where I'm talking to people. To not have a position on the most violent war currently happening on the planet, which is more deadly than any other war, where we have a direct impact on, to not have a public position, especially if you think foreign policy is a strong suit of your campaign, especially if you consider yourself an anti-war candidate, that is a moral failing.
Yeah, and a war in Europe nonetheless. It's not even like the Uyghurs in China, or it's something in Africa, or it's something that we have no attachment to or anything. Like, they should have been the easiest values test, I would say, of all time. But yeah, the United States position right now is incomprehensible.
It's one thing if there's a war somewhere where we should do something because it's our fellow human beings and therefore something should be done. It's another thing when it's a nation state that founded its security on our promises, giving up its atomic arsenal that we chose to keep.
Yeah, there was a recent poll in Ukraine, very recent, like a couple days ago, I think. Who do you trust, any security guarantees from United States that Russia will not attack? And I think a good 80% said no shit, no. So this is how little trust there is right now, and it should be even less, to be for real with you, than it should be 100%. But 80% of the people don't trust any guarantees, specifically because we've already been on that path, and now we are also demonized for that, which annoys me, because we are defending our interests for once. We're not saying, okay, all right, do what you want. Yeah, we're not doing that. Zelensky went out there in that cursed Oval Office meeting, and he said, no, we need security guarantees, otherwise there is no point. in any of this because we want to protect ourselves in the future from yet another invasion, which is what Russians do, which is what they did in Chechnya exactly. They, made this agreement that they're no longer going to attack, and then they came in again and they destroyed those people. Like absolutely destroyed them, and we know this, and we will not be fooled again. And people demonize us as warmongers, as people who want to continue this war, while Russians, Trump said how many times in his messages and in his public speeches that Zelensky is more difficult than Putin. Putin wants peace, and he wants and how it's insane to say that. The country that is one country is an invader, an occupier, and the other country is defending itself, and we are being paraded around as the evil warmongers who don't want to stop the. Yeah, that's just all of it has been horrible. It's been worse than anything I thought it would be. It was worse than. Yeah.
All right, go continue. I don't want to.
Yeah, no, it's I'm about to go in the zone of being very angry. That's your zone.
Okay, I'll be angry. I love to be angry. Where's the progressive response? Like, legitimately, the Trump administration abandons Ukraine, tries to throw Zelensky under the bus in front of the whole world. Where's the progressive response? There should be there are progressives that support Ukraine. I talk to them all the time. There are progressives in PV that support Ukraine. There are progressives in organizations all across the country that support Ukraine. But I've had conversations with Ukrainian candidates. I've had conversations with Ukrainians who have been elected to public office that have told me, progressives in progressive communities, in DSA circles, that tell me they have to turn down their Ukrainianness. They have to turn it down in these conversations because talking about their real experience and stuff like that, they're going to get raised eyebrows because these are people who have either been touched by Russophilia to the point that they don't understand that there are other colonial powers outside of the United States, or that they have such Soviet nostalgia for a country they'd never even seen in the first place that they're willing to ignore modern war crimes. Which that's a type of rose-tinted glasses that isn't tinted with roses, that's tinted with blood. You're ignoring what's happening now because of this idyllic dream that isn't even real that you're holding in your head. It's extremely annoying. And mind you, these are people running in what party is it? As last time I checked, this is the Democrat Party. This is the party that thinks that Russia appointed Donald Trump, okay? This is the party that sees that the Russians did try to interfere in our election. This is the party where Americans in the Democratic Party don't agree with the social values that Russia tries to institute there, as both Putin and Donald Trump endorse who? Viktor Orban. They have a political alliance in supporting the same people. Netanyahu supports the same person. All of the worst human beings on the planet coming together for this kind of complete clusterfuck.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000,000%. Like, I wish that people would just look sometimes to what the way that other people act can signal, who is actually wanting what. Like, people are like, oh, both sides would have been the exact same when it comes to Israel-Palestine, and it's like, who was Netanyahu gunning for to wanting to win the presidency, right? It was obviously Donald Trump, right? And he said as much. And when it came to Russia, Ukraine, and all of the Russian interference or whatever, like, people are always like, oh, Donald Trump would be such a huge adversary to Putin, and they'll fear him. And it's like, Putin feared Hillary Clinton. That's who he didn't want to be, in D.C. And I don't know if you're bringing up Orban now just because we're obsessed with every dictator. Did you see was this a truth 30 minutes ago? Did you see this?
No, I didn't see the 30 minutes ago. I know they've endorsed Orban 20 times over.
Yeah, this is just.
Yeah, JD Vance was out there.
It's so cringe. This was literally.
He was like. Sorry, yeah.
Well, this is 30 minutes ago from Trump. My administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy, as we have done for our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Viktor Orban and the Hungarian people ever need it, we are excited to invest in the future prosperity that will be generated by Orban's continued leadership. President Donald J. Trump is like, it's the worst constellation of people. Jesus. My God.
That's desperate at this point, I think they know the guy's gonna lose. But it just was so cringe. All Europeans I know talked about this, that they were like, you were interfering, Ukraine was interfering in the elections, they said, which no proof whatsoever, except Orban's word, by the way. And they was like, we are not gonna allow this. And he came once to literally interfere in the elections. He came to there in person to say while they will be all, attacked by brown people and migrants, and how the European civilization will die if they don't vote for Orban. And you're like, and also, by the way, why you all need to donate and support Democrats as well, because they're cancerous to everyone. They support every fascist, Russian, corrupt, oligarchical asshole they can find. Like whether it's Moldova, whether it's AFD, fucking Nazis in Germany.
Yeah,
whether
Tommy
it's
Robinson
Orban
and the UK and all the weird white
Yes.
Yeah, it's every single
like
bad.
Every Le Pen was literally bought by Russia. Is no longer even a conspiracy. It was like proven. It's just every demonic evil shit they can find now.
Googly
they
or
try
whatever
to
for El
elevate.
Salvador, or the CCOT and everything, and yeah, it's just ugh.
And we also trying like our best, I guess, over here because so far none of them won, which we call it the curse of Vance now. That he went to the Pope and the Pope died, all that. We were like kind of making memes that he should visit more people because maybe that will work some charm over there. But it's just that it's quite like they are exerting that influence that they say they are not, like, right? Other people like interfered in the election. They're actively interfering. You have Elon Musk, who was like simping on Twitter to millions of people for every far-right government he could possibly find in Europe, saying that it will be the end of the civilization and the end of white toys. I don't know what he was talking about that, like that everyone will just collapse if you don't vote for the most egregious pro-Russian, horrendous, corrupt oligarchs you can find. And that's like it's not normal in any sense of the world to do that. Like, was there ever a time, by the way, when vice president from the United States just dropped by to like help the local dictator in some small country? Like, did that happen? Because I don't remember that.
No, our VP behavior, all of our behavior has been insane. I mean, you guys all saw the Munich Vance speech, a year ago, and then just Rubio's speech recently or a month ago. Like our interaction with other dictators around the world has just been crazy. Like the idea that the American president even, I think this is from Trump's first term, I think, or it might have been a year and a half ago, when Trump is saying things like, I'm jealous of the way Kim Jong-un's military treats them. I wish my military treated me like it's just like,
yes,
it's just insane.
I mean, he likes his dictators, okay? He wants to be one. That's not difficult to see why.
Yeah,
and,
but the thing that I hate the most about all of these people, and this is always the thing I make fun of like fascists for, right? Is that like fascists are like, they're kind of the ultimate losers because you had people who believed in like the racially pure militant societies that were going to conquer the world that die in the first generation. All of them are gone immediately, right? And it's like the worst project ever. And then meanwhile, you think of like, who are the most successful, powerful countries on the planet? Well, you've got obviously got the U.S. president, but then you've got like Russia, like not really, no. You've got like Hungary with Orban, like no. You've got North Korea, no. You look at like the political parties this morning, like they're all like losers. And there's this weird thing where you have this like feeling that I guess like all of the left people and all the liberals are all like cucked, weak idiots, but the really powerful people are all like these right militant authoritarians. But like they're not. These are all the biggest losers on the planet. They all suck at everything they do, but somehow they have this reputation of being so good. I don't understand where this comes from. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about like what sort of countries dominate the world and what kind of countries you want to be like, you rarely think of Hungary. No offense.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, not to throw shade, but they're like absolutely as well collapsed. Like in terms of like the economy, their freedom of speech index dropped to fucking shitters with Orban, the press, all of it, and also like no offense again, but like listening to Vance in Munich being like, you people, you like European fucking Europoors, as they say, have like the audacity, to attack freedom of speech, and you're like, bro, you're like lower on the freedom of speech index than any people you speak with here.
This guy's president is suing media outlets for saying things about him that he doesn't like. And the fact too is that like Vance's talking points, I don't know how much Western social media guys consume, but these talking points are just because like people can't say the N-word on Twitter, which isn't even true because they can now on Twitter. So or it's like people can't say certain things because they see a story about in the United Kingdom about like misgendering somebody, and they're living in like all of these people are living in 2016 social media time. Like it's taken over their brains. There was a picture on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was the funniest thing in the world, and it's like understanding politics for the last decade is understanding how these two things are directly connected. And on the left is a picture of Zoe Quinn, I think, and on the right is a picture of the Strait of Hormuz. And it's so true. For like, it's just the dumbest social issues ever like lead to the most insane political revolutions in the West right now. And like NATO is like it. I don't know if you follow like Rutte or you've seen any speeches lately. Rutte's talking like Trump is telling him he's leaving NATO. It's like fucking over. And it's like, what the fuck? Why? It's so stupid.
I mean, he's mad that we didn't support him in his stupid war. I don't know how else to like describe it, but this is as stupid as it gets, really. And yeah, it's just just there was a lot of things like that, to be honest. Like people, like I remember some guy, a friend of mine, showed me a meme where it was like this person froze to death in their apartment in Kiev, he was like the reason why it happened, and there was like Anita Sarkeesian. I don't know, because like a gamer gets
I understand.
Yeah, because the connection of like this woman frozen to death in Kiev because people voted for Trump, because like this and that, and it all leads to gamers being mad about not having big booba girls in games, although you still have those. I don't know. I see them, you know.
Yeah.
Why they don't see them is the question. Yeah, but it's like it's stupid, but it's also like our lives, you know. You know, the person, the woman who was frozen, like it was like elderly lady who was survived like German war. Okay, she was that old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just we have like what Dylan brought up about the UNESCO. We're losing our like. Cultural, cultural monuments, and we are losing our people, our country, our cities are burning down. There are so many people who lost everything, their homes, their jobs, and everything. And it's all funny memes on one end. You have to laugh, otherwise you will be crying. So every time you see someone post things, you just have to like meme about this. But like I told you on stream, but you know, it's the last thing I will say about this, is that when Trump posted this like boom, boom, missile, boom, boom, like, fire, boom, like, and we are sitting in the corridor looking at this. It was posted on like Ukrainian Telegram channels, this speech of his. And everyone is like sitting in the corridor, and we had insane Shahid attack that evening. So like in the background you see the buzzing of death, you know, it's getting closer and it's exploding and everything is like shaking and everyone is in the corridor, like, and in our minds we're like boom, boom, fire, boom, Trump. Like it's insanity is what it is, okay? So yeah, guys, please donate and please fix this shit, okay? Fix it.
I do just quickly want to say that Trump, as president of the United States, he's seen as a representative of the United States, right? So there were Ukrainians I knew that kind of hoped Trump would win under the idea that, well, maybe he'll actually bring peace in 24 hours, that have seen so much damage. There are people displaced in the Donetsk region. They're just like, I want this to be over. Maybe one day I'll go home. Who knows? And all those people felt burnt, not just by Trump, but burnt by the United States, that they had been promised Nirvana, like this miracle cure that was never going to come. And now the United States looks weaker for it. And Trump, when it comes to Orban, he has been coming to CPAC conferences for some time. And so I do want to say, when you look at Orban going out there saying, oh, these candidates withdrew in the middle of the night, even though those opposition candidates didn't withdraw in the middle of the night, and you see all these little election tricks, you watch, Trump might try to repeat some of those same tactics come either 2026 or 2028. It is not beneath him, and we need to be vigilant when it comes to these things. Lastly, I just want to say that American inaction will only make the situation worse. The Russians will hunt people in here, so regardless of if we send Ukrainians aid or not, okay? Vladimir Putin's beliefs about Ukraine was not dependent on the United States' existence. Russia had expanded and engaged in colonialism before the United States existed, and if the United States disappeared tomorrow, they would just think, well, won't it be easier to do it tomorrow? So I think that there's many, many, many good reasons to make sure that Republicans feel the pain for becoming such a Russophilic party.
Yeah, I would also say on a self-interested part, although this is pointless to say because the people that need to hear this won't listen. If you are worried about like other nations being a threat to the United States or whatever, like Donald Trump, we're lucky that Russia is as impotent as they are, that Iran is not as powerful as it could be, because oh my God, Trump has managed to botch literally fucking everything. I can't imagine if there were legitimate military threats to the United States, how unfathomably fucked we would be. But like for all the attacking of NATO and calling Europeans freeloaders and all of this, and it's a mean comment, but like the reason why NATO and all this stuff kind of benefited the United States is that like you guys are the front lines. Like, yeah, we've got bases there, and yeah, you know, we do a lot of military defense and everything, but like we don't get invaded. It's like you guys that get invaded first. And the idea that starts to happen, and then the United States is like, oh well, fuck that. Like I don't want to be involved. Like we've run this game so many times, this whole like capitulation game to, you know, conquering powers and everything, and it never ends well. But I guess we just have to relearn this lesson every couple decades or something. Yeah.
I thought we learned that lesson, to be honest, but apparently not, is the thing, right?
Yeah.
And I don't find any offense, like, with what you just said. We all know we are the meat shield, okay? We are not dumb. We understand we are the meat shield, but, like, at least sponsor your goddamn meat shield.
Yeah.
Like, sponsor it. If you don't want, like, NATO countries and other people being, throwing your own people to fight, like, you have the Poles of, like, in Western Europe that nobody wants to fight if their country is attacked. You have, like, truly the man of the century, like 10% or like something saying they want to fight in a war to defend their own country. And we have like Poles, Ukrainians, Estonians, and Finnish people like, yes, we will fight, you know? So sponsor the people, okay, who are your meat shield. And don't throw us under the bus every fucking time, like in every war. It's just, I don't know. Like, I think we all need to understand that this time in history is extremely perilous, and it will like lead to all sorts of more horrible things down the line. And all the people who were like so afraid of World War III are the people who should be sponsoring us the most. Are the people who should be saying, yeah, these guys, they're like our, you know, they're our defenders essentially, right? They're stopping the hordes, quote unquote. And we don't see any of that. So yeah, it's just overall, I think we just need some people who are reasonable, who are sensible, back at the wheel in the United States, so the whole world can kind of, I don't know. Although I will be honest, I don't think people will be forgetting this, and neither should they.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can trust someone to be the leader of the world who is.
Scientists have just announced that raccoons are 11th place in intelligence level. That pushes flat earthers down to 12th place. This is one of the most upvoted posts of all time from r/flat earth, a subreddit that, based on the name, you think would be dedicated to the proliferation of flat earth propaganda, but it's more of a breeding ground for people who just like to dunk on them. I think the joke on its own is decent, but it's just very spiritually boomer. It's like something your grandpa might post to Facebook that you agree with the sentiment of, but because you have your hang-ups of being perceived as anything over the age of 21, you might be a little embarrassed to admit that it gave you a giggle. Hi again, guys. And flat earthers as a class of individual that is acceptable to dunk on are very interesting to me. I am far from the first person to make a commentary video calling them dumb, which we will be doing during this video, but in my time on this earth, they've kind of faded into the background as a type of person to make fun of and call a little silly goose. And by that I mean, the earth is round. We know this and have known it for a while. The evidence is overwhelming. You almost just take it for granted that this kind of guy is probably a little dumb. If you meet a dude who says the earth is flat in real life, like you have a conversation with them, it's more likely that they're doing a bit than they actually mean it. It's so commonly accepted, it's almost like there's a secondary market of cringe you stumble upon when you visit a community like this that's dedicated to just reaffirming that, yes, flat earthers are the dumb ones. And despite that, I will still be mining it for content. It's very possible that the impression I have of people who really like dunking on flat earthers is just a symptom of this being a thing on Reddit. What brought this on is, I don't know if you guys know, but we went to the moon recently when Artemis 2 brought humanity the farthest it's ever been from the planet before, and I'm thinking about making a video on just like the whole saga of what that was like. But in its wake, I saw a lot of moon landing denial get the spotlight again in a way I haven't really seen highlighted in my lifetime at least. One of my favorites was you had the former FaZe guys almost certainly rage baiting about how they think it's fake, or just streamers in general. Like they were just rage baiting the fuck out of Joe Bartolozzi on a call. And one of the funnier ones I saw was Jinxie having previously denied the moon landing, but still choosing to react to the Artemis launch with just the biggest fucking awestruck face a human might be capable of making.
It worked. It worked.
And alongside it, it brought some flat earthers out of the woodwork. And I thought there's some fun to be had at their expense out of this. If you enjoy this video, this card at the end will take you to another one like it, and be sure to subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. There's a pretty old but really funny clip, timeless I would dare say, of a flat earther trying to use a pinhole type experiment to prove that there's no curvature to the earth, and then accidentally proving in his own experiment that the earth is indeed a little spherical.
Through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard at 17 feet off the water. The earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, so I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. You're gonna hold the light there? Enrique, how high is your light? 17 feet. I mean, you know, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
There's truly nothing to sphere but sphere itself. Thanks, Toby Fox. It just crashed me the fuck up, because with the way he described the experiment, exactly what he said would happen if the Earth was round happened, and his only reaction was, interesting. Wasn't expecting that. There's probably more context for his reaction in the full-length thing that it came from, but like, bro wasn't even flabbergasted. That's the moment captured on camera forever where the literal worldview he's dedicated enough to run some at-home science experiments to show it's true got proven wrong in real time for him. I just like to imagine a really open-minded flat earther who just strongly believes the Earth is flat, but upon seeing some credible evidence that goes against it, just takes it really well, going, well damn, wasn't expecting that. Good to know though. But first, my cat needs a new pipe to smoke catnip out of, so let me tell you about this video's sponsor, Raycon. Mother's Day is coming up soon, so it's a great time to get your mom something that she can use every day in her daily routine. And whether I'm out and about running errands or inside it alone, listen. Thanks again to Raycon for sponsoring this video. I joked earlier that you're more likely to meet a dude who is committed to a long bit about the Earth being flat than meeting an actual flat earther, but it seems that there are an unironic few who walk amongst us, tremble in fear at the concept of them, and then feel a little better because at least in this way you're smarter than some people on the planet. Folk who have loved ones like this in their life and therefore have to think about the arguments flat earthers make more than average, as well as people who just get a kick out of regularly dunking on this type of guy, have shortened flat earther to flurfer, which is a very funny sounding way to shorten that shit down. Let's check in with the flurfer who asked the wider world, lol, for advice on dealing with a world that thinks it deserves to be round. I taught my son that the world is flat, and now school is telling him that it is round, and he is questioning which is real now. How should I encourage him to not believe everything he hears? The obvious answer is what you're doing right now. Like, from now on, whenever he hears something come out of your mouth, he's probably gonna second guess it on some level, even if you give him the occasional drop of really good nuggets of advice. I think it's true that you can be very specifically stupid, like you're dumbass about one particular thing that you don't budge on. I certainly am for certain things. But despite that, you can still be smart in other ways. The thing is, what you're an idiot about has to be selected very carefully, if that's even something we as people are in any form of control over. Because if it's like too stupid of a thing to too many people, there goes your credibility forever. Some may argue because of this reason, my reputation is already gone. I might even argue that. Some dude responded to this guy's question with a dunk of an answer that might be the only thing you can say to a guy in this dad's predicament, just dressing him down on the issue. The problem is your son now faces the issue of realizing at least one of his parents is a moron. He has to realize that though he loves you, he can't trust you to be correct about any questions he asks. That's hard for him. The more you push your idiocy on him, the angrier and more frustrated he will get. Like a knife to the heart this guy is. I'm willing to entertain the idea that the flat earth might be the only thing this father is this outwardly a dumbass about. Maybe he has great emotional intelligence and great life advice based on his experience that is otherwise a really good dad, but it's really hard to square the idea of all that advice being good and maybe even working out if the kid listens to it with the fact that his old man doesn't believe the earth has a snatched waist. Curbs. It's poison in the well. It's a cyanide capsule in my teeth. It's poop in my boxers. Once you know that about someone, anything they say that might be worth listening to is contaminated by the fact that in the back of your head, you're thinking about the skid marks on their underwear.
Every single story that is told by NASA has the subcontext that we live on a globe. The way they're faking things is with top-of-the-line, absolutely cutting-edge studio techniques like were used in the film Gravity. So they're using trapeze, they're on high wires, in order to fake us for as long as humanly possible.
When it comes to space-based conspiracies, like saying the moon landing was fake, that the government has secretly already met aliens, and that the Earth is flat, it all kind of starts eating itself alive if you deep it too much. But at least with like the first two, there's some kind of genuine incentive or precedent for both. The government pretty actively lies about shit that we don't find out they did until way down the line, but we do usually find out. And the moon landing, if it was really the case that it would have been easier to have faked it with the film technology they had in the 60s than to just make a big rocket that explodes you until you leave the atmosphere, it would have been good propaganda and a morale booster during the Cold War. But I have just never been able to figure out what are the benefits of lying about the flat Earth. Like, the term the lie of the globe is so funny to me, because what does the supposed world order get out of hiding that the planet you live on is actually a different shape than the one they say it is? And one of my favorite subgenres of flat earther are the ones who think that the Earth is indeed flat, but it is at the end of the day still a planet. Like, there's not some ice ice wall or a gigantic world we're missing out on and like being kept out of. There are at least some of them where they think that we are on a planet in like a solar system of other planets, and the one that we live on is flat, but all the other ones are still round, and those orbit the sun. The way some of these guys think of it, I honestly believe a lot of flat earthers would kill it as like creative writers or world designers. Like, they're captivated by really novel world building ideas, like the known world is actually just a small chunk of a much bigger one, and we're either being contained by an ice wall for some reason, by what's out there, or the guys running our world are keeping us in, trying to hide everything beyond the ice wall. And then also the idea that if we go to Mars, that one will be round, but when we're over there, we'll be able to tell that the Earth is a flat brick. Like an alternate timeline where the widely accepted model of the universe is that everything else in the solar system is round, but the Earth looks like something you could eat a chicken marsala off of. How could the Earth be round when the sun and the moon are the same size? As a reference for debunking this one, hey, check it out. My burger is the same size as a car. Outside of the obvious thing about how perspective and where you're standing makes things look different, like, dude, my thumb's bigger than my head right now. A shock to many, apparently. This one in particular cracks me up because it's taken as proof that we're being lied to about something, instead of the 1 in a more billion chance that life sprung up on a planet with such natural majesty. Like, I totally get why people worshiped the sun as a god back in the day. It's literally, like, through science, the supporter of all life on our planet, and it literally hurts to look at. It's about as eldritch as a concept gets in the real world. And the fact that when an eclipse happens on Earth, it looks like the sun is being perfectly blotted out with the damn near perfect proportions of where we're standing, of the moon compared to the sun, and then they cross over and it perfectly, it's like, how does that happen, man? That's like a 1 in a trillion cosmic fluke. Like, no, that's not the crazy part. It's not a source of amazement that we've been able to harness the power of the sun with solar energy, or been able to literally visit an astral body in the form of the moon. It means we're actually being lied to. Like, dude, you gotta start watching fucking Fonk edits of the Earth being the best planet in the universe. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but solar eclipses on other planets are so fucking weak sauce, man. They look like dog shit. Like, not only is it cool as hell that our moon is just the moon, even though, like, other moons have names, but they're not called the moon on other planets, and the fact that it lines up with the size of the sun pretty much perfectly, making it look dope as hell when they're aligned, but that being sick as shit is part of the reason you think it's all made up? Anyways, that's all I got. Bit of a shorter one today, but there is no shortage of flat earther content to rag on out there, so if you guys ever wanted me to make more like this, just let me know in the comments. That card I mentioned should be on screen. Be sure to drop a like and subscribe. Anyways, this has been Quite, and I'll see y'all next time.
Push. Welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Dr. Alok Kanoja. Just a reminder that although I am a medical doctor, nothing I discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational and entertainment purposes only. If y'all have a medical concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. So today we're going to be talking with Thor, Pirate Software, and I understand, I don't know the details, chat, but I understand that there has been some drama. I saw that there was drama. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I think we're going to be talking some about that. I mean, I don't know exactly what we're going to be talking about. We're going to talk about whatever Thor wants to talk about and whatever I feel like talking about. But I think that there's been some stuff that's been going on, and it kind of feels like one of these like elephant in the room situations where if we just like pretend nothing happened, it feels like super awkward. But I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Like, I don't really follow like streamer drama very much. But yeah, whatever happens. So we're gonna see. We're gonna just talk. So I really enjoy talking to Thor. We've talked to him a couple of times before. It's usually been a great conversation that people have enjoyed. I understand that a lot of people are unhappy with him, more unhappy. So we're gonna just figure out what's up with that. As always, we are, we try to be like compassionate and understanding. That doesn't necessarily mean we're non-judgmental, right? So that's not one of our key values, but our values are to be authentic and compassionate and recognize that, like, people sometimes struggle, sometimes make mistakes, sometimes have stuff going on. So we try to be as like understanding of that as we can. And I'd ask y'all to be like as understanding as you can. And before we hop in with Thor, and we just do that for everybody, right? It's not like he's getting special treatment. That's just what we do here. So we've added, we have a quick update to our Mental Health Awareness Month calendar. So I'm going to just show you all this real quick. So we did Mr. Who's the Boss yesterday. Really loved that stream. Thor Pirate Software is today. We're adding one memberships lecture for those of you that don't know, in October of 2023, we started HG memberships, which are like deep dives into a lot of topics that people in the community want. So things like ego, discipline, emotions, stuff like that. And these are usually things that would not work very well on the algorithm. So I don't know if this kind of makes sense, but like if you look at YouTube, not everyone or very few people are looking for like people who are really wanting to understand a topic very deeply and or like really want to get into it and understand it at a high level. Those videos sometimes don't perform well, right? So if you look at like what performs well, it's usually like 8 to 12 minute segments on something. So you can look at channels like the most successful channels on YouTube, like Kurtzsagetz, which is an awesome channel. They make like roughly 10-minute videos. So if you'll want deep dives into topics, we're going to be focusing on how to build a social circle, deep dive into resilience. And the edition that we have is Breaking Through Overwhelm with Dr. Ali Matu. So Ali Matu is also he's a psychologist, YouTube creator who specializes in anxiety disorders. We've gotten really positive feedback about him. So that's going to be this Thursday. And then, as usual, we have plenty of content over just regular content that we've got stacked. So we've got interviews every Thursday. And then on Fridays, we're going to be doing like more traditional HG streams, which can also be like deep dives into stuff. But the World on Fire stream next Friday is going to be all about, okay, so like there's a lot of stuff going wrong in the world today. How do we manage? How do we cope? How do we thrive even? Apparently there's like people have been preparing voicemails for me to answer. There's going to be a debunking terrible relationship advice. And then this is one of my favorite ideas. We'll see how this goes. Maybe this will be a mess. But doctor versus AI, which we'll share more details about later. A couple of other quick announcements before we hop in. We have an awesome community challenge going on right now in May. So we usually do this like every May where we'll have like a pretty big community challenge. And so this one is pretty cool. So it's in case of crash out, break glass. So it's actually like a resilience challenge. So the whole point of this month's community challenge, which y'all can, it's absolutely free. Y'all can join on Discord, is we're going to be like, in case of emergency, break the glass. So in case of the world falling apart, like what are the skills that you need to develop? How do you cope? So there's going to be a community challenge where people will like, will give y'all tasks and stuff like that. In the past, we've done things like touch grass challenges, which was awesome, which is like people going out and like doing things in the world. So things like meditating in a park, like meeting up with friends. One of my favorite things from, I think, the touch grass challenge was like making a fresh beverage with like some kind of juice. So like people would make like smoothies and stuff like that. So it's just like, it's basically an excuse for y'all to do the things that you should be doing, kind of made in a gamified format that's like fun for all of us to do together. So y'all should definitely check that out. And then another kind of quick, really quick kind of interesting announcement. So I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but sometimes we here at Healthy Gamer do things that are not streaming. And I know that sounds weird. It's like, oh my God, how are we, why are we doing things besides streaming? Why aren't we just like streaming content all the time? Just stream more. So I know it's crazy, but we believe that managing the mental health crisis that we're living in today may require a little bit more than watching things on the internet. So about 5 years ago, we developed a coaching program. Our initial pilot study of the coaching program was like 1,500 people, showed really great outcomes. It's something that we talk about quite a bit. Some of y'all are tired about hearing about it, but the reason that we do it and the reason that we do many of the things that we do, like, you know, so this past year, we advocated for like $2 billion. So we went to Washington, D.C. and advocated for $2 billion of additional funding for training an addiction workforce. So we realized like, hey, like addiction is a problem. And can Dr. K make videos about it on the internet? Absolutely. But sometimes videos on the internet may not be as effective, or may not be sufficiently effective as going to the federal government of the United States and saying, like, hey, we need, like, it's hard to find a therapist. Therapists are incredibly expensive. They have really long wait times. People are struggling with addiction. Can y'all please give $2 billion for the training of an additional addiction workforce? So we do a lot of stuff at Healthy Gamer. And we developed this coaching program. Coaching works great. We believe in coaching because it's using the peer support model and stuff like that. It basically is working with someone to help you figure out appropriate goals, achieve those goals in a limited time period. That's really the big advantage. So if you're on the DIY track, the problem is we procrastinate. The key thing about coaching, though, that we're super excited about now is that we have gotten our curriculum certified. So I want to just show you all. So this is coaching. So if you guys have questions about coaching, we've got info here. But we started something called the Healthy Gamer Institute. So that's where, people will sometimes ask us, hey, where can we find a therapist like you, Dr. K? Or people will say, hey, I struggle a lot with video game addiction or pornography addiction. I went to see a therapist and they didn't understand what I was talking about. So we started the HE Institute maybe a couple of years ago. It's this is IRL stuff, so it moves slowly. So, and then we actually have recently gotten our coaching program certified by NBHWC, which is the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching. So this means... that There is a certain, because like basically anyone, we don't have to get too much into this, but like basically anyone can do coaching. It's not like a licensed professional. Actual camera. Give me a second. There we go.
Very
Okay.
nice. Kind of.
Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to fix it on my end.
Okay, well, it's working for me, so that's all that matters in life.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Isn't that what you've learned from being on the internet recently?
Yeah, definitely. That's how it works.
Is that if it works for someone, that's all that matters?
It's all that matters. Yep.
Yeah, so how you been, Thor?
It's been rough.
Yeah, I hear that. So I don't really follow much of, internet drama. So you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like not talk? Oh, which is like totally fine.
I don't even know where to start with it.
What's going on?
I think recently I've actually been dealing with the ferret rescue. So I guess we could start with that. 'Cause it's
Okay.
Recent stuff. We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough, and like I'm finding, because we're at about 60 ferrets now, we hover around 60, and we lose about 1 to 2 a month because it's a rescue, and that's kind of how it works. You get animals in that are really messed up, really bad position, and that's kind of how it goes. And I'm finding that I can't emotionally connect with every animal. You just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're going to lose them, and you can't like absorb that at all times. It's not like a healthy thing to do. And I've been going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is she was one of the first rescue ferrets, and this animal was like physically abused badly originally. And when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first ones that I went to go pick up. Normally they'd give you like a carrier, and the person's like all excited, and they're like, "Hey, I'm really sorry, I feel bad. I feel like a bad person." You talk to them about it, and then they give you the animal, and there's like crying and whatever, right? And then you take the animal, and then they want to reach out and know how they're doing and everything like this, because it's usually a person surrendering because they just can't take care of them. This one, I go to the house, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here to pick her up," and this person just did this, and like handed this ferret to me like this, and it's covered in shit, like just feces all over the body, and I'm like, "Do you have like a carrier?" And they're like, "Nah," and emaciated, covered in feces. Ear mites, visible ear mites. It was awful, and it's just she's scratching herself. She had like it was bad, dude.
Oh my god.
Take her to the vet, and we fix her up, and then we find that she is deeply afraid of other animals. She can't be near other ferrets at all whatsoever. Anytime you put her near one, she freezes, and then she bite them and immediately pee and poop, which is not a normal response for a social animal. It's like very clearly something has gone wrong. She came from like some kind of an abusive household situation. We've never seen a ferret do that ever. And I worked for, I want to say, God, it's like 2 years now. It had to be like 2 years of working with this animal every day, trying to like get her to integrate with the others, and she never would do it. But she was just so sweet, and I just played with her every day because they need kind of social interaction. And
how did she respond to humans?
Great. Totally fine with humans. She was afraid of being picked up at first, which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them, and then they get afraid of hands. It's like a normal thing. But she's fine with humans. She was terrified of animals. It was very strange. And it's weird, especially with being afraid of other ferrets. It's very odd, right? So it probably a neglect situation where she was just left in a cage with another ferret and learned to be afraid of them, because it's all learned behavior. They're super social. So, but a couple of weeks ago, she suddenly started coughing, and it turned out she had Hodgkin-like lymphoma.
Okay.
Which is hyper-aggressive cancer. It killed her in about 2 weeks. There was no way out. Couldn't save her. Couldn't do anything. We normally get months for that. We do chemo, all kinds of stuff, but it just killed her. And going into like how that ties in with stuff is we've got people that are really pissed off at me over like World of Warcraft from about 100 days ago. It was on January 14th.
Okay.
And they're mad because I ran out of a dungeon in Hardcore WoW, specifically because our group was wiping.
Thor, can you turn up your volume some?
Is that? I think that's as loud as it can go. I didn't do it this one.
Okay.
I don't know if I can.
Yeah, let me see, because it seems like you're
I'm almost redlining on mine.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, he's quiet, right? Yeah, so he's saying he's jacked up as high as he can go. So should I turn my volume down and just tell Stream to turn up the volume? he's jacked up to 200% on Discord.
Well, that's weird. Is it your headphones?
Okay, I can try to do that.
They're saying that I sound good on your stream.
You sound fine to me. Let me see. So they're saying I find volume is good. Okay, they're saying he's fine. So I think we fixed it. You're both low as usual. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. I don't know. I think buttery. Like butter.
That's super funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole thing started with like World of Warcraft Classic
Okay.
back in January. And
Okay.
I was part of this thing called OnlyFangs, and you kind of meme around, you make characters, but it's hardcore, so if your character dies, you lose it forever. But it's a character in a video game, right? So we're doing this dungeon, and the call was made to run, but it's kind of before that is we did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed. And it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in, and on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us fucked up. Like every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle moment where one of the guys said, run, run, run. So we all ran, because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, why are you running to me? And I'm like, I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just like reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that. And I was like, what do you want me to do for you? Right? And I said, what do you want me to do for you? Look at my mana. Because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make like kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now even. So for over 100 days now, there's people that spam mana gem and you're out of resources and run away from your friends and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the ferret stuff, is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Oh my god.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now. Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this stuff. They just want to hate me, and they're doing everything they possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way I've ever seen. And it is thousands of people. It is not a small amount of people. It is thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny. I just said mana in his chat and I got banned. It's like, yeah. We've banned 50,000 people on Twitch alone for this shit. 50,000 accounts so far for that. And about 14,000 have gotten unbanned because they put an unban request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. It's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days now. I think it's like, yeah, so it's about over 100 now. And it's not just that. It spiraled out into other things where people made all kinds of wild-ass accusations on me. They tried to say I was a pedophile at one point. Because I had a friend back when I was like 19 and they were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up allegations about the two of us, and she had to come out, or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? So, like, we keep getting, like, these... basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
What does that mean?
Shitload of weird... gish gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of like weird accusations all at the same time as quickly as possible. And it's weird because when you fight against them, I found something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this before on the internet. Normally when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something like that, people immediately think it's true. When it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately responded to it, shut it down. When I did that, there was a very large number of people to go, no one thought that was real anyway. And then there was a whole other group of people to go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true. It's like, where is this coming from? It's like the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012, which is just like, they've absorbed into their personality that they they need to kill me by whatever means, right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird phone calls to my phone where they're trying to like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this, which is just insane. It's weird, man. Like, I've never seen this kind of vitriol over something that's just so not a big deal, and for such a long period of time too.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So first of all, that sounds insane.
It is, yeah.
Like, you know, I've certainly seen that there are people who I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really like mess up someone. So there's this perception that, okay, if you're like successful or famous, that I don't know if this makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks. But that's not how it works. Right? So like I can have a really, really, really strong biceps, but that doesn't protect me from like Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like it just, like the dimensions of a human being, and maybe people understand this, right? So like you can have some dimension of your life going well, and if some other dimension of your life like goes really, really bad, there's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with like the human body. But generally speaking, you know, having a great relationship doesn't make up for a toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, you know, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with, and when they kind of like attack you in that way, like that's very like hurtful.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be, and like I think what it came to is like I can identify that and be like, okay, this is an unreasonable attack, right? There's kind of like reasonable attacks where like, hey, I'm upset at you for like legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset at you, and we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that or we don't resolve it, and we kind of go from there, right? And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack of like going in and be like, your ferret's out of mana, that's why it died. Like that's designed to just it's designed to get in your head. It's designed to fuck you up. There's no someone trying to fix a scenario there. They just want to hurt you, right? And so I kind of package those in different ways, but yeah, no, they still hit you. There's no dodging them.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is like, so first of all, I don't think that what you're going through is, I guess, justified. I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also like, you know, it sounds like what you did was, I'm still not quite sure. You made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?
I made a snide comment as we were escaping the dungeon, and 2 people died in that runaway.
Okay.
And that was it. And then all the people in 5. This is the funny part. The person who made the rude comment to me at the first place, it was like, why are you running? He ended up getting caught in some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened. And I stepped away from it because I was like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out, right? After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was it just exploded, man. Like it just detonated into the sun of just like people being, I feel unreasonably angry, because to me it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters. And the whole point, the whole motto for that entire thing was we go again. Your character dies.
Yeah, so I think that this is where things get like...
But I mean, there's probably a fucking reason why they don't want their character to die, you fucking moronic, retarded fuck. But, you know, whatever.
like if you're open to talking about this, like I think it could be helpful, because I think there's 2 things that can be true at the same time. One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable. That I think is true. Like, in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like, that's not okay. And the way that you are describing the story and the response that you got, there's a big gap there that I think does not... So even if it's unfair, it seems like there's something missing to evoke... So what I'm thinking is like there's a hardcore raid and people die. Sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet, and the way that you're describing it seems... So there's no question that things are like objectively, in my mind anyway, maybe I'm wrong here, but there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything that happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that that's like... I cannot envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time...
I do understand the route that it carried, though, and I can't explain that anyway.
Yeah, so that's... because I think that, like, the nerve that you... So what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off. And running away in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
No, it was the fact that I was smug on the way out. Because I made the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right? Because like at that point it was like the group had already wiped once. We were in the process of wiping again, and I'm like, dude, like everybody who's involved in this is screwing up. Why are you calling out just me specifically? I'm gonna make a smug comment in response, and then it turned into this is just this guy's fault. It's just my fault. Shouldn't have made a smug comment for it. Know that, obviously, but the response for this to be 100 days of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, doesn't make sense.
So you made you made the smug comment on stream?
I'm so fucking
Oh yeah,
tired.
all this was live.
Okay, so this was live, and then was there some kind of aftermath? So usually when this stuff happens, it's like if things go to Twitter, that's when people I think really dig themselves into a hole.
No, it didn't go to like I posted a post on Twitter saying, "Hey, this is all this stuff." I said in there like, "Hey, this everybody screwed up, including myself. This is everything that was going on," and that was that. And I have the post if we can go pull it up. I'm gonna grab it.
So what I'm curious about is the people who got mad at you at the beginning. I'm not talking about the death threat folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug. That was like the general initial catalyst for it. The problem was what I ended up seeing is a whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild. They took a whole bunch of clips of me to make it look as exaggerated as possible and then turn that into content all over the internet. And they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible, it pushed this narrative, and that spiraled it completely out of control. And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, "Pirate software is a disgusting roach." Like, this is wild shit. That's not a small creator. There's like thousands of viewers, right? So you see this kind of shit, and you're just like, what's wrong with it, man? Like, why are you doing this? I get it. That's why I put out the video of like anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's not sustainable long term. Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable, but that's fucked up. I don't think there's any other way I can describe that, is to try to cannibalize some other creator so you can get a quick view. Is nuts to me, man. Especially because throughout that event, I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator. I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that actually turned around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and go in on me. We had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like, just, hey, you guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers. Go and support him. And everybody jumped over there and it was like $20,000 in hype train, dude. And then immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, so I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase? So,
yeah.
Do you know what missing means? The missing reasons. So I mean we can take a look at your Twitter post if like so I mean I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that sometimes streamers make mistakes. And at the same time, I think that something about what you're describing feels like there's a chunk that's missing. So I
think
totally
it's because it's all disconnected, timeline-wise.
Okay.
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened. Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to have a fight with you. I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more, and then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players, and I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got clipped, sent out onto the internet, and then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other streamers, when in reality I was going after the people who were sending me death threats, and the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to go to Pirate Software's community and harass him because I think it's good content, saying that live on stream, which is like 2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to report. So they clipped that one, and this all kind of got spread onto Livestream Fail and all these little pieces out of context. I guess the basic way to think about it is, imagine you're driving your car, and there's a guy sitting in the side seat, and he handcuffs you and takes control of the wheel, and you just get to watch the car drive, and no one will listen to you saying, hey, I'm not driving the car. This isn't accurate. They don't listen to that anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction. So they've taken full control of the narrative at that point. I can't do a damn thing about it. And that's what happened on Livestream Phil. And we get that all the time now, too. So, like, anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on Livestream Phil as well. I'm not really surprised if something like that is. And they'll bring it up and go and do that kind of stuff. Yeah. Does that make sense? Or there's still more.
I would love to hear what else there is. And I think what bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on 2 major levels. One of which I think is... I'm just debating now for a second, because I think one of the things that I'm starting to hypothesize... I just really have to think about this.
All right.
Could really add fuel to the fire. So I have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just getting more context.
Sure. So after all that Livestream Fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall away. But then anytime anything happened with Livestream Fail, anything, or anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it. They would think that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all the hate was a bit. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm out. I don't I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this. And then somebody actually DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So they DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company, which is wild. Like, that's crazy to me. So they DDoSed that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, oh, you did it. Why did you DDoS OnlyFans? Why did you go after OnlyFans? And then I found out Asmongold made a joke about that, and he was like, oh, it was probably Pirate Software. And it's like, no, that has nothing to do with me. And I said it on stream. I was like, you can't make those jokes. People believe them. They just believe it. And it's not everybody. Most people realize that a joke, but some people just believe that shit, and then they run with it. And that's kind of where that's gone. Yeah. It's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And in my chat right now, we're actually banning constant. So this is definitely already up somewhere.
What are you banning people for?
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach, because the act of running out of a dungeon is called roaching in the game. Still 100 days. It's been 100 days. People that are spamming Mana Gem, which is the resource item that I could have used in the game at that time, just over and over again. See, they're just getting banned constantly. It's just like a constant stream of bans right now, and I knew that was going to happen.
How do you understand that?
How do I understand what?
why that's happening so much.
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah. How do you understand why people keep showing up? You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that...
Oh, it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now because we're talking about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think you deserve this. At the same time, I think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. Is that interesting to you?
Sure. I mean, I think I do understand it. I think it's
what do you understand?
I think it's become a popular thing. I think that's really what it is. It's become kind of like a signpost on the internet, like, hey, stop by and do this thing because it's funny. And I get that. Like, I understand that. You know, it's because for a lot of these people, they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested in who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned. And that's it.
So you don't think it has
And some of them
anything to
are
do
chat
with
hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event and have created negative content about me. So they're doing that, and they come over from that community and they think that that's part of it, you know, or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as parasocial within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something. And if that something is just hitting me, like, whatever.
Okay. Can you show me that? Do you feel... Okay, so, like, is this what we're talking about today? Like,
I mean, I guess.
I mean...
You want to know how things are going. This is it.
Okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And the reason for that is, like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand. The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context, misconstrued, used as evidence that Thor is the worst human being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like, I'm actually, like, genuinely concerned about that. That, like,
I almost guarantee that it will.
Right, so then I think we have to make a decision about... So I think that there is a way, I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there's a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet. But I think
I'd
a
be
lot
down
of...
to talk about it. Like, it's, I'd be down to talk about it because, to be real with you, it's not really changing anything at this point. Like, the route of trying to ignore it, route of trying to talk about it, route of trying to reason about it. We've done pretty much everything that I can think of at this point over like 100 days. And like I've sent over to Kronos, if you're there, I sent him the tweet so he can get it over to you.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at this. So, because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this. And I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos, I'm going to go grab an iPad because I think drawing here could be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, do it up. Actually, I need to find out if Kronos is here. Mods, in the emergency channel, is Kronos here? Boy? Is Kronos not here? Yeah, I'm just going to send it to him. We'll just do this. And I can send it to him in this channel, because I don't know if he's actually here. There we go. Share stream, dude.
Okay. So, This is going to be interesting.
Chad
Okay,
is
here we
talking
go.
about the chair stream that they just got to experience.
I know. It's great. So let me see if I can pull this tweet up. And then I'm going to just switch. I'm going to switch overlays for a hot second. Okay. Thor, let me know, the second that this feels like not a good use of our time, please let me know.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So,
Totally makes sense.
This OnlyFans stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts.
There's a couple of links in there as well.
Yeah.
That go to the original, posts about this stuff. I think you need those for context.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. Okay. So to start with, here's my response to the Dire Maul. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the mana gem and robe cooldowns. Since the call was to run, was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller has called a specific target, and nobody died, you call run, run, run. Okay, Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I felt at the time, and I still feel that way.
Okay. Our party went wrong. Each person in the group made mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person. Okay, hope it was worth it for you. Okay. So this was live on stream, right?
Yeah, all of it was live.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And so it was also live who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about. Okay. So, thank you so much for...
And we expected, and that's why I wrote in there, I was like, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last, like, maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things a super long period of time. 100 days?
Yeah,
still
so...
people in chat, like, spamming and getting banned, and, like, that's wild.
This is... You were right, this is wild. So we're gonna, like, try to understand this, okay? So... God, this is gonna be tough. Okay, so let me start with this. So let's say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life. In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
I would absolutely agree with that, yeah.
Okay. So let's...
It doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right. But I do think the response is disproportionate.
I'm with you, okay? So I'm going to start by... Huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level, to be clear. I think each person individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal because it's just one person and they don't understand scale.
Okay. So I concur with that too. So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is, I do not believe, this is a judgment that I'm making, you're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore raid does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom, okay? The second thing is that...
I would hope so.
Even if we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient. So I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick. Please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but, like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, you know, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be taught, you know, he's like, oh my God, like, he did this. And like, and I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong. But also, like, I don't know how else to say this. Like, it, you know, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. Okay? And I think that's the first place where we're going to start. Does that make sense, Thor?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it. Your favorite streamer's character died. You know, like, that's going to make you upset. I was smug about it at the time. I get it. You know, I made a mistake in a dungeon. That dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like, 2 people died. Like, I understand being angry then. I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands of people 100 days later still on it. Like, that's really weird to me. That's not something I could get, right?
So this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's some way that I'm going to play around with.
Oh yeah, no, they're piling in now.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break for just a hot second. And just don't just reflexively knee-jerk like, okay, like we're going to talk. Can you see this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is now on stream as well.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing. And
my UI is not the best for this.
Okay, hold on. Then here's what I'm going to do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my capture. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, Thor, is pull up my stream and watch.
I just want to get
it,
this game done
but
with.
watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Fuck, I'm so tired.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen share with you, I just start lagging too much. Or actually, maybe this will. Okay, so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your actions. And the other thing that I want to do here is, like, we're gonna use you as an example. But I think that, like, literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were, quote unquote, guilty of. So I think there's a fundamental thing going on here, which, like, I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you. But the main goal that I have here is to try to offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
yeah, I can see that.
What they're responding to is something in here, in between your actions. Like, you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there is some kind of equation that maybe has a, let's call it a multiplier. And then over here we end up with harassment. So does this make more sense? Like, if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you, there is some, huh? Hello? Can you hear me, Thor?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, you're roboting out really hard. I think that response was like 15 seconds ago.
Okay, so let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh no.
I wonder if, let me try.
Yeah, his internet is dying.
Oh boy. That's terrible. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix this way. Hold on, chat. Can you hear me now, Thor? Testing?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I wonder if... Let me see,
Yeah.
just make sure that...
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me in real time.
Okay. I'm gonna just change... Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can we count in sync? 1, 2, 3,
Okay,
4.
so this is about a 5-second delay.
Oh boy. Hold on. Hey, what's going on? Okay, I will do that. Okay, I have stopped. Okay, is this better? Thor? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You good? Okay, so now we have mostly in time. So that
Okay,
seems
okay,
good.
okay.
It's like less than a second delay.
Okay, cool. So I think this is pretty normal, and we're going to get back to it, okay? So, if we look at... let me go back to this. Let's see if this works. And...
I'm gonna do... grab your stream and then bring it up on here. So then we can see what you're drawing on my stream.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm back to... Yeah, just pull me up on the stream. Okay, so if we look at it, right, so there's your actions, and then there's like various amplifying effects that result in the level of harassment that you receive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in, like, there's another variable here which is like memeing. There's another variable here which is like momentum. There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on. Content reactions, right? So each of these things is an amplifying effect. Agreed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that it's justified, but explain what you are going through?
I don't think so. Because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree. So I think there's a big variable.
It's too long-lived.
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really
I think
don't
he dropped.
like.
I think he died. That's funny.
Okay. So, and here's what I'm kind of hearing. So I'm going to just like write some things out here, okay? So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will like, if something will click. Okay, so first thing is that there's death threats. That's bad.
Yeah.
There's banning a lot of people. There is ghost dying. There is people
that wasn't even the first time that happened.
trolling you about this.
Yeah.
There's people calling you a pedophile. There's someone's kid calling you whatever.
Yeah, the roach thing.
Okay. Right, and then the other thing is there's your like making sense of it. So there's like kind of this Gish Gallop. There's you said something about these people like ... like, you know, these people are like why are they doing this? Like you were talking about like what these people...
The best way that I can put it is, it seems like some people think that they want to be a part of that because it's something that's like greater than themselves. Like they're part of a story, they're part of a narrative. A lot of people that were engaging with OnlyFans stuff were seeing it as like being part of that, and they kept, there were some of them who kept coming back and saying like, when are you going to jump back in and go and kill the people that called you out in that dungeon? And like they thought it was like a story, and they didn't realize like this is not like a reality show. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right? So I think there was a lot of that, which I also didn't expect that. That was really... Yeah, they thought it was like WWE. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay, so like you think that they think it's WWE, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they think it's like a show, right? They don't think it's real.
And then so then you use this car analogy of like I'm You know, someone else has taken control of the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm driving. I'm not driving. I'm being punished. Someone else is responsible. Does this make sense?
I would say someone else is fully responsible, but I think with that level, yeah.
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 So when I
'Cause
write,
you can't control it. And when I say like someone else has grabbed the wheel, it's more like that's not what happened. Here's what happened. But like I guess the basic way to put it is like if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation. They say, "You're a terrible person because of this thing." And you go, "Well, I didn't do that thing." And they go, "That's just what a person who did this thing would say." Like where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
that's a great question. So do you know people, or have you heard of people who get accused of things and say, "I didn't do that thing," but there are other people who continue to insist that they did that thing?
Yeah, it's called Every Day That Ends in Y on the internet.
Okay. What about things that are not on the internet?
I don't know. Like that seems like a pretty normal thing among humans. I see.
Yeah, so has there ever been someone in your life that you felt was like had done something and you were really confident that they had done something and they were like, "That's not really how it happened"?
I was confident. Like I felt that before in my life. Yeah. And then I either want like proof or not proof. If I don't have enough proof, then like I'm not gonna. What am I gonna be mad about at that point? I guess is the basic way that I usually feel about that. Like if I have an accusation against somebody, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, this is how I feel about this," and then they go, "Hey, well, here's evidence to the contrary," and then we talk it out. That's generally how that is. I think when I was younger, I was a lot worse at that. Obviously, it's something I think that you learn over time is like how to conflict resolve in a way that is sane, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, so is sane.
When I say is sane, I mean more like conflict resolve based on things that are provable or not provable, not
Right.
just gut feelings.
I'm with you. And how does that work out?
Well, when I'm talking to people who are older, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I find that there's very few people that are younger that can have conversations like that. There are still ones that will. But I find like usually people past their mid-20s is when they start to be able to do conflict resolution better.
Okay.
Want more of a trust but verify kind of approach, which is like, I trust that you're telling the truth from your perspective, but I need to verify your claim before I get mad. Right?
Okay. So I want you to just, like, we're going to tunnel down into that for a second, okay? So let me just understand this. So, like, people who, your method of conflict resolution sounds super reasonable, right? It's like, if you've got proof, then you push forward. If you don't have proof, you kind of let things go. And then when I ask you, how does that work? And you're like, well, if people are mature, it works great. But if it doesn't work for them, they're immature.
I wouldn't say they're immature.
I know you wouldn't say that. I'm using that word. You use the word young. But I think the implication of that is that there's like a value judgment on people who that works for, and a value judgment on people who that doesn't work for.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, I absolutely do a value judgment. Like when somebody comes in and goes, "You're this, this, and this," and I go, "No, I'm not." And they're like, and then they just spew a bunch of vitriol. I just ban them, right? Like that value judgment at that point is like, okay, this is a person that is not able to have a normal conversation. They don't want to have a normal conversation. They just spew some like garbage. They don't care what's true. They just want to fight about it. And then I don't want them here, right? And that's where I do that kind of evaluation of like, are you cool enough to, like, cool-headed enough to have a conversation, or do you just want to shout what you saw on Reddit? You know, it's really what that is.
So, what is so this is the trolling that you receive is fine, but for the people who got upset with you, what is your understanding of the most rational reasons why people got upset with you? Let's forget about the trolls for a second. Huh?
You know, 100%. It's because I was smug, right?
What does that mean?
It means that in this situation, in that moment, it appeared that I didn't feel remorse. And people thought that I didn't apologize. They thought that I didn't care. They thought that I wanted those characters to die or some weird shit with that. But no one stopped to actually ask me. They just saw the clips out of context that made it look like I was a big villain, right? And like, I get that. But if you want to talk about that stuff, if you want to believe that, you should probably just come ask me.
So hold on a second.
Talk about it.
How do you know that they formed their opinions based on the clips?
Because they repeat verbatim the same message over and over again that we can only find on places like Livestream Fail, the Reddit. It is copy-pasted information, the same exact messages, the same exact thing. They had like the same phrases over and over again for this kind of stuff. And the only way that you get that is if people are getting it all from the same source.
Okay.
You've done more than during the retreat? Yeah, and I said so in social posts, but nobody cared about those. I think that was one of the weirdest things about it is like, I said, yeah, I could have done more in this. I said everybody made mistakes in there, including myself, but no one cared. They just wanted to continue the drama.
So,
right?
Thor, when I...
Good night.